can't conceal it, but deep down I felt for you. Oh, I regret for losing the one who loved.
Hey Dalos, कैसे हो Dalos? Welcome to the darkest day in the history of the Valorant. The bench कैसे हारे आज? अरे यार, ये दर्द, हाँ, ये दर्द यार, कैसे कैसे यार, कैसे आंट पॉसिबल भाई। RRQ भी गया, PRX भी गया, जेनजी बचा है, वो भी लोअर ब्रैकेट में है। कैसे और करो जिंक्स, मैंने क्या किया यार? मैं रो दिया वो भी 13 मंथ यार। दर्द हुआ बे, दर्द हुआ। तुम लोग को पता है मैं एकदम लेट सोया, ठीक है? मैं 12 बजे कुछ सोया, 11:30 12 बजे। मेरे को पिंकी ने 1:30 बजे जगाया, बोला कि चल पैसिफिक कर। मेरा एक आँख खुला, मैं बोला जाने दे यार, RRQ 2-0 जीतेगा। RRQ के बाद जगा दे। बीच में 2 घंटे बाद मेरे को चिल्ला के जगाई, ओटी हो रहा है, भारी मैच हो रहा है, ये वो, उठ उठ, अभी PRX है। फिर मेरी दूसरी आँख खुली, मैं बोला जाने दे यार, PRX 2-0 है, क्या ही देखूं, क्या ही मजा आएगा। उससे अच्छा सो के एनए कर लूंगा, फिर बाद में कल का पैसिफिक और भयंकर। क्या यार, कैसे भाई, कैसे दोनों जिक्स, कैसे बे? नींद में भी भाई, लेकिन भाई है बे तो फिर एनएस टीम मैंने देखा नहीं अभी तक, एक मैच नहीं देखा है मैंने एनएस का, एक मैच नहीं देखा। इसलिए बोलता हूँ बेगा सुनो करो यार। वो 1:30 को जगाई रे, 1 बजे अगर जगाती थी ना तो मेरे को आधा घंटा ऐसा उठ के, भले मैं 1 1.5 घंटा सोऊं, मेरे को एक आधा घंटा को वो चाहिए कि मैं मुंह धोऊं, समझ रहे हो, नहा लूं, फ्रेश हो जाओ, चाय बना के पी लूं, उसके बाद आई एम सेट। समझ रहे हो? ऐसा नहीं कि 1:30 को सो के उठा सीधा वॉच पार्टी में घुस गया, ऐसा नहीं होता। तो अभी उसको बोला है अलार्म डालने को, आज कितने भी बजे तक मैच जाएगा ना, 1 बजे जगाने को। ठीक है, गलती ऑब्वियसली। लव यू अरिस, बाय। गेम स्टार्ट हो रहा है। फिर इसका बेटर वर्जन है, देखना पड़ेगा यार। नो हेल्थ इज फर्स्ट। भाई मैं 11:30 to 1 सोया, ठीक है? फिर मैं, सॉरी, 11:30 to 1:30 सोया। फिर मैं वापस 2 बजे सोया, और मैं 4 बजे उठा। फिर मैं वापस 4 बजे सोया, 5 बजे उठा। फिर मैं वापस 5 बजे सोया, 6:30 बजे उठा। उसके बाद मैंने गिव अप किया, मतलब मेरे को सोने का ही नहीं है। लास्ट टाइम 6 घंटा कब एक साथ सोया था, घंटा याद नहीं। डेढ़, एक डेढ़, एक डेढ़, दो। फिर अपने घर में पहली बार मास्टर, उसमें भी क्वालिफाई नहीं हुआ, हाँ ना यार। भाई इस साल लेकिन कितना प्लेयर्स मार रहे बे नए, कितना बे। पहले तो ऐसा था, एक नया प्लेयर आता था, सबकी नजर उस पे, वो मारता था, अपन बोलते थे भाई। इस बार तो भाई ब्रेक्स इन बिटवीन स्लीप, क्योंकि मेरे को 1:30 बजे जगाया वॉच पार्टी के लिए। फिर मेरे को 4 बजे फिर से जगाया PRX वॉच पार्टी के लिए। फिर 6 साढ़े 6 बजे मेरा नींद ही खुल गया। मैं दोनों मैच देखते देखते सो रहा था, मतलब तभी तो मैं लेटा था, मैं सो भी नहीं रहा था 4:30 बजे। दर्द हुआ लेकिन आज तो वैसे वर्ड था, हाँ बे, हेवी वर्ड था। चलो पुन्नू मत कर, बहुत सही के। ये लोग का म्यूजिक अच्छा रहता है।
Big opportunity here for MIBR. Shut down EG, move on in this competition. One step closer to making it to Masters Bangkok, but doesn't feel like the momentum coming into this one is on their side, despite the fact that they had a pretty decent showing in their last game.
Yeah, and I think overall for MIBR, when you're looking at this roster,
क्या लगता है guys?
being very vocal about it going into the season. It's hey, it's a work in
Potter.
progress. We're still learning each other. We're still learning to feel the groove around working these matches.
और उसके सामने Demon
I
1.
feel that there's a lot of focus on themselves more than their opponents.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping to see that build up here. That has built up in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah,
I've got faith in this team. I'm really excited to see these rookie players start stepping up.
couldn't agree more with that one.
And now it's time to bring out their opponents. Make some noise for NA's
आसपास, sorry, आसपास, आसपास,
Geniuses!
आसपास, sorry, आसपास, 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 my bad.
Opportunity for EG about here, and especially for that young man who came out first, IC, to really punch his stamp here in the league and let people know, hey, I am the real deal.
Bhai,
I am here
coach
to
to
crack out.
W hai,
I am here
Potter.
to help this team push past our opponents in a way that I, probably wasn't set up to before.
क्या लगता है आज
Now
L
he
Diablo
might be a
मारेगा?
little bit more emboldened this time.
Yeah, again, the way he's been fighting with Ye has been really, really strong. But there's an Ospas on the other side. If there's ever a challenge for a younger player, for any player in Valorant, it's facing up against
क्या लगता है?
Valorant's best.
I know it's been a tough one for sure. Emily here, you got
बिना किए नशे।
challenges across the board. Both teams bringing a
बेटा
lot
ज़्यादा हो गया, बहुत
of
मारा आज।
power to the table here.
आज बहुत मारा।
Where do you see the difference kind of playing out? We've
Your
we've
views
really
on PRX,
honed in
I
on
feel
the
bad with
individuals,
69
but,
others.
we talked about them playing together, needing to play together, focus on
मेरे हिसाब
themselves.
से
What is your major takeaway here as we get ready for these maps to be shown?
EG20
Well, like I said, they shine best with the fundamentals, with the
And Abyss.
basics, and Abyss. This will be so good.
So you guys
Yep.
kind of called it.
Yeah.
EG की तरह chill कर रही है।
Well done. So we're getting Abyss here.
Almost watch VODs and study the game.
Yeah.
हाँ?
All right. Well, what should we be
2-0
expecting with Abyss here?
EG
I think on defense, we'll
Easy.
definitely be seeing Icy and Ye
Easy,
taking that A main
easy,
space
easy.
pretty
समझ
often.
रहे हो?
I think on their attack, same thing. They're going to be going in together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think a lot of it, we were showing in the
मेरा
demonstration
views
about
मांगना
like
बंद करो रे,
the jumps that
views
EG were
on
going
you,
to that
views
A
on
main
you. That's
control. So
IC.
MIBR know that is something they're going to be facing off against. I think
Yeah.
Jungle
battling
Cypher
for
वही
that
आत्मा
main
गई।
control on their attacking side will be very important. But truthfully, when I look at this whole map pool, I see two very
Abyss में ना?
dominated maps, and that only reinforces that on map 1 and 3, on Abyss and Pearl, it is going to be very focused around our duelists.
पुन्नू, ये तेरे नाम के आगे कॉक क्यों है? हाँ? तेरे नाम के आगे कॉक क्यों है? ओ राइट बडी का बैच है। ओ भाई, मेरे को मेरी आंखें गई है भाई। मेरे को लगा वो जो व्हाइट वाला है ना वो कुंड है, और जो ब्लैक है वो गला है, और ऊपर कुछ तो येलो कलर है वो है मुंह। माफ करो, माफ करो, माफ करो। आई वुड लाइक टू अपोलोजाइज।
To your cast is the tag team duo looking to go for the gold. It's Doug and Baby Bay.
Hey Thank you so much, Golden Boy. I think one of the privileges of getting to Cast America's Week Over
दूर
Week
से-
is you
दूर से
have the
दिखा, दूर से।
opportunity to watch a story unfold.
Who is
over
better according to
weeks,
you?
over
आसपास
months,
और
over
ये?
years, and really see a career
I think
develop. And I think this
Golden Boy.
map is the perfect punctuation point for
मेरे हिसाब
Ye
से।
and Aspas, the legacies that they've had, and the legacies they'll have the opportunity to continue to
बर्बाद
build.
क्या ना
today.
सब?
Yeah, 2022 was such a big year for Valorant
ऐसे
in
questions
general
को
because
minimum
of those
10,000
two that you just mentioned.
Minimum.
The head-to-head duels we saw them have, they really cemented themselves in Valorant history, and now on new teams they're looking to write a new story.
And it's a perfect opportunity to pen that chapter. It's time for the Samsung match start. Load up fast
ये
with
map
Samsung
देखा नहीं जाएगा यारो।
SSDs. The first match
Fresh moods
of
है।
this best of 3 will be Abyss. EG on the attacking side. Last time we saw them dance
Huh?
on this stage, it was a 13-7 against Furia, and they didn't have to show a Tundra.
And I think it was very smart of Potter to choose the attacking side as well, because MIBR's defense the last time around against Cloud9, it was abysmal. They almost let Cloud9 back into the game after being up 10-2 or 9-3. Something of the sort. A very, very
किधर गया इसका
slow
चेंबर?
approach from EG, just doing a default across the map right now, seeking out any of that aggression from Aspas. But he's just holding the line at B.
चेंबर किधर गया इसका?
You know, Icy's another duelist that the Des talked about a little bit, but often maybe gets overshadowed or forgotten about given the names that are playing in the server today. But Icy's a guy who's been around a bit. Remember, he was on that secondary
वो लोग को
roster
तो
for
read है
EG.
mid
He
to B
was
का।
part of building that. And yes, he didn't have the same performance on G2 last year, but this is another guy who's looking to make a statement. And what a hell of a place to be able to do that.
They
Up
know
against
about the
Aspas
mid
here.
to B.
Aspas is going to have to go huge here in this smoke, but it's actually Nazware that does it. And Icy, the man that you mentioned with the quick flank and the quick
पता है तो
3K.
क्या?
You talk about answering the call at just the right moment.
पता है तो क्या? मतलब क्या प्रॉब्लम है पता है?
Jeez, and he's looked so good. Almost reinvigorated. I mean,
Good,
the
babe.
confidence that you get after playing with a G2,
You know,
and
Marty.
all that stage experience that he was able to get. Now you see why he's on this EG roster. Now you see what Potter sees in him.
Derek will fall. He was a little weak, but not around for much longer. Ye
Ayo?
will join him. His 4v2 is quickly equalized. Remember, Icy's very weak. Superman is as well.
थोड़ा
Oh,
नीचे.
the bullets are just barely dancing around his head. Artsine taking a little bit of damage. It's gotten to half. They try pushing into smoke. Now 1v1. Artsine can hold this.
Oh,
if the bullets do not
बाप रे.
connect, but Icy saves the day. A
अरे
4K
बाप
and the
रे.
pistol for EG.
What a fashion to start off this series.
बाप
You would
रे.
think that it would be Aspas that was getting the 4K, but it's Icy to answer.
Right, you tell me a jet pops off in the pistol in this matchup. The first
Yeah.
name I go with is not Icy.
And this is such a good map for Aspas as well on the defensive side.
भाई सोने वाला होता तभी लाइव होता है मैं सो के उठो तभी लाइव होता है लव यू ट्रेगन
Aspas, he
बाय
can really get going with that operator once he gets it online. But EG, they're the ones that are setting the tone.
इस
making sure
ये
that he
एंड
can't
आसपास
get
है
it right
फेस्ड
away.
ऑफ
Early flash, a little bit of aggression from MIBR.
And now you're seeing why EG approached the pistol round so methodically.
क्या लगता है आसपास
You
वर्सेस
know
ये
that
हो रहा
MIBR
है
like to go for aggressive little plays like that. And wow, that's the head-to-head. Aspas already besting Ye.
ये नहीं करना था
What do EG do on the other side of this? They've lost their controller. They still have Superman to play around, but the Astra Stars offer a little bit more as far as what's available. So with the tension turned towards B and a lot of space taken mid, our team's got to be careful.
Ayo.
Bowser's going to fall too. If you're EG here, you're just wanting to carry over as many rifles as you can, and
Ayo.
that's certainly going to hurt. This is getting messy, much messier than it ever should have been.
Derek.
All of a sudden, a 3v2. Nature still got a rifle in hand. Things have been upgraded. He's not looking the right way. And it's all going to fall into
1v1.
1v1. The leader on the
आसपास
side of
वर्सेस
EG
नेचर
against the household name of Aspas. Position entirely concealed. No real way to know where he is. Now a leg spotted. A little bit of damage dealt on the swing. Not much found now. A little over 20 seconds left. Nature should be able to get the
क्या
spike
लगता है
down. And a weapon upgraded for the duelist.
भाई वैंडल भी मिल गया ये कौन सा ब्लाइंड है
Such an early round to go down into a situation like this. Again, the Vandal
जमीन
against
से
the Bulldog
मारूंगा
Nature, creeping his way forward and looking for any swing, any challenge from the GOAT. First bullet just whizzing by his ear. Nature having to take a step back, giving up some of the space. And that's now Aspas on the tap. A shoulder thrown. He's gotten it to half. And he's staying
Oh,
alive.
baap re.
Another massive situation from EG, and yes, that was way messier
भाई
than it
क्या
ever should
है?
have been. But that's now two 1v1s going their
दो
way.
राउंड दोनों
And it
ऐसा.
got messy because of that opener from Osbos onto Ye. That's the matchup that we were hyping up already. What a shot to hit. What a pace already from MIBR. But Nature showing full disrespect. I mean, he re-peaked Osbos so many times trying to prevent him from getting a rifle in the first place. And to one-tap him in that fashion, that shows the disrespect and confidence that this
Whom
EG
are
team
supporting?
showing MIBR
EG
right now.
They're gonna
buddy.
need that in droves because they don't have the artillery
Who's it
that
at?
they normally would in this round. It was a Pyrrhic victory. Now they only have one rifle for Icy.
Superman getting deposited all the way up in mid here. This drone gets broken very early on, so maybe Scrooge can
qualify
jump on
मत
one of these
करो
defenders like he did in the
यार.
previous round.
Split one देखो.
Ospas is
Vikas
on it
bhai.
out here.
Split one
He's
देखो.
another
Thank you for the Australian
outlaw.
$3.
Finish so terrifying in this man's hands.
And he's got dash. Got a couple of ways to get out. I think, again, EG are showing a lot of interest in exploring the middle of the map.
Yeah, it's definitely been mid-centric so far for this EG roster. Icy.
Nasr feeling pressure. Aspas has to take a step back, realizing the threat is afoot. And it's not too far off. Big kill out from Superman early on, who has been the source of criticism a couple of times here, but the counter, Icy now down. And MIBR looking to gain traction.
अच्छा गावत
in
क्या
this
चल
round, and
रहा
it seems like
है?
they're going to succeed. Derek, the last one standing in a 1v3.
4 HP पे बचा है वो.
He's got a spike in hand.
आवाज दे दिया.
Making that's a lot of noise made. You're going to know where you are now. Finds one, but the trades come through. MIBR are on the board.
किससे
Good
मारते
trades,
भी
but a
लोग?
lot of damage done by EG into this round. It's going to be a scrappy buy up here for MIBR. I mean, look at the money. Ospas sitting at 3,100. He's going to have to reinvest in an outlaw or have somebody.
थोड़ा सा volume बढ़ाओ
transfer him
stream
one of
का.
those
इससे ज़्यादा
rifles
कैसे
safe.
बढ़ाऊं?
That is such a huge entry from Superman,
Hello.
and you're 100% correct. He hasn't really had that highlight performance yet on this EG squad this year. And yeah, it's limited. We don't have that
ये
much
कौन है अभी? Zeno?
information on how he's going to be looking.
बाकी
But
सब पता है मेरे
getting
को.
an impactful frag like that, that's a good start for this young lad.
Zenom
Yeah,
कौन
he
है
is-
अभी?
he is staggered out of the gates. But at least early on, seems to be finding his
ये
footing
देखो.
as we do have a bit of a tech
तीन
pause
बंदे
on the
लेटे.
stage.
Hey, we're
Uh,
keeping
and
the
I-
streak going again.
I do think that for EG to be at their best, I think all of the pieces need to come together. This isn't a roster that's built in such a way where you have one star that can go
Yeah.
nuts and the rest of them just kind of
एक
perform and
बजे.
it's enough. Everyone needs to be clicking, and I
ठीक
think
है.
for EG, again, Superman has been a part of that conversation, but that's a great start for him so far.
And the stats are indicative
Odyssey अभी
of
new
that
है?
as well.
उसका
If
नाम
you
देखा
look
हुआ
at the
लग रहा है
stats
मेरे
from
को?
every single match that EG has played, it's always been like very close. Sometimes Icy is kind of leaning a little bit apart, but barely, by like 5 kills maybe. So yeah, it is always a team effort from the side of EG. It was like that
अलग से
last year.
40
It's like
बम्बर
that
मारा
this year.
कोट नहीं था
And it's
करके.
just how Potter likes to coach. It's a good system that they have going on for everybody to shine and have their specific moments.
इधर भी देना
on
चाहिए
the
कि
other end,
आसपास
with
का.
MIBR, we had a
अभी तो एक
monstrous
साथ 3 बंदे लेट जाते
performance
हैं.
from Shenam last time around. One that even Naswar and Osbos were just ecstatic by.
वो भी इसी बार
I was
आया
in the
था.
post-match interview with Osbos and
घड़ी
Naswar,
देखो
and
बे.
they were like, yeah, we were so happy to see not only Shenam play well, Cortesia playing good, Art Scene
जितना टेक
having
पास
his
मतलब उतना
crazy
ज़्यादा पावर
Bucky
ना
moments.
आसपास तो.
Yeah, I think one of the things that stood out to me, I had the opportunity to talk with Potter and Fraud
Avish का best
earlier
comp क्या
today,
है
kind of get their
PRX का?
brains. And the one thing that stuck out to me that I'd love to get your thoughts on, Dre, is MIBR and Fraud specifically. Potter agreed, but they were very intentional about talking about the chemistry and the camaraderie that's
Yeah.
built on a
इसमें
team
रात
and
को
just how
technician भी
valuable
नहीं
that
मिलेगा.
is.
उनके
You
यहाँ
can
पे
have
रात
5
नहीं है ना,
shooters,
सुबह.
but ideally, you're
दोपहर
building a
शायद.
core,
Yeah.
right? And that's the core that you're sticking with. And yeah, you can maybe move things around, but again, to quote Fraud, one of the things he said was, you want to avoid roster changes if at all possible.
ये लोग
because
जानबूझ कर
the
test
grass
pause
is
लेते रहेंगे
not
कि
always
आसपास कोई
greener.
और rest
And I
लेकर
think
के.
for MIBR, they have this interesting like amalgam of, you've got Aspas, who's Aspas, right?
The
Like,
GOAT.
speaks for itself.
Yeah.
You've got Nasr, who has found success in a couple of different teams, but then you're piecemealing everything else, and for as good as they may be,
Very realistic.
this
Time
is
zone के
a new
MCB से कर दी.
project that they're trying to have to figure out how do they drive on the fly.
And I think it's very smart to go for new talent like Shenam, like Cortesia, who have a lot of promise and
Hello,
already
Binky.
with-
Hello, Davis.
surpassed expectations, I would say. Yeah, their first match was extremely shaky, but Synergy, it's not built instantly. I mean, Rome wasn't built in a day,
Okay,
right?
ready
So
ho gaya.
you have to work slowly by slowly, and being able to identify that, it just makes it easier for those newer pieces to come together and not feel so pressured that they have to step up and play to
Aspas
the
उठ
level
गया
of
मतलब?
of a guy like Aspas.
And I do think that's
Tech
part
cam,
of the
tech
challenge
wo
that every
ठीक हो
team
गया.
has to solve in the offseason.
pause.
Who undergoes roster changes is how quickly can you make those 5 individual pieces one piece, right? And for MIBR, there's something they're having to figure out, EG to a similar degree.
Yeah, and especially with the way that the format is in VCT, especially
हाँ, last
kickoff,
time
I mean,
MIBR
you can go
2-0
OT
चलता था.
barbecue and you're done. So trying to
भी
prolong
last week.
this tournament as long as you can for MIBR, I'm sure that's one of their major
पहले
goals.
बोलते
They
हैं,
want
MIBR
to
को
live
support
to
करता.
fight another day, get more of that synergy flowing within the team.
And that is what's at stake here.
Yeah,
You're
on
right.
MIBR
This is an
का.
elimination match. All you're
support.
doing is trying to live to fight another day.
Icy can't live there.
No. That's a great start out from the Sentinel. It seems like they're still trying to commit on getting the spike down. Nature will succeed. But
Maybe
MIBR,
headshot?
they're at the doorstep. Poised to flood out as quickly as they can. And so now with the Cosmic Divide, you have to figure out if you're going to try to fight in front of the wall or play back. They've got a couple of members on the other side of things. Derek's going to get flushed out of that corner. Good bit of damage done, a little friendly fire.
2 for 1.
But now Ye and Superman left in this 2v4. And again, position concealed, now given away.
Oh.
He's found one. 2 more to be claimed. He's
Oh.
gotten it down to the hardest part. He's gonna try to TP away. Oh, just barely finds the timing to get out.
The
By the
fuck?
skin of his teeth, and now repositions. Doesn't know where he is. Position now given away. On the tap!
Oh
Red Bull
my
clutch for Evil Geniuses, and who
god!
else but Superman to answer the call.
Somebody check his PC, man. There's no way that's legal. What a clutch from Superman. All headshots, all one-taps. He had a Guardian to his name. Such an impactful
Yeah.
round to win for his team. And this is something that I've had the pleasure of watching firsthand when he's sitting right next to me when he was on FaZe. And I was waiting for the moments of brilliance to shine in VCT. Look at how
Guys, का
calm and
10%
composed he is. He
चाहिए.
has so much experience, this kid.
भाई गलत मारा बे वो बंदे ने.
EG further the lead with that round win, with that monstrous clutch from Superman.
भाई का माइंड फक होता रहेगा ना.
3
सब
rounds
बराबर
that
किया
EG
था
have
भाई
won
MIBR ने.
have been heroics.
Yeah.
You talk about Icy's 4K, now back-to-back rounds from Superman.
The hero EG needed on this map of Abyss. Icy not opting to invest into
Good morning. Good morning.
anything other than these jet knives in this round. A lot of the members on MIBR sitting at no armor, so it really only takes 2 body shots of the knives. Can be very easy to rack up some kills, get some momentum in your own favor as that main duelist. Not that he needs it. I mean, he already started off hot.
They're going to try to find a timing on the other side of the start. Look at how far up down
Oh,
May
अस्तर को
Picked up the
देखो.
gap. It's Ye at the other end. Oh my gosh, the timing!
is. Tried picking up the gap, ended up picking up his feet. Now he's in the next round. Meanwhile, the paranoia out towards B, they're going to dash out onto the site.
30 seconds left.
And they've got room to work with. No ults on the side of MIBR.
MIBR almost did it last time around.
But this time, Icy's got his blades. And they look sharp. 3 left, swinging out maybe a little bit more than he bargained for. And MIBR, again, as has been the case, every single round they start to claw their way back in, but it's heroics again!
They're
भाई
sticking it. They have
वापस.
to.
He's gonna stick it and he's not gonna get challenged. Is the spam gonna connect? Not this
Oh
time!
my god.
MIBR
बच गया.
steal the round away.
Oh my goodness.
बस
They
वापस
finally
तो
done
क्या
it.
मारे?
They almost anti-eco at the first place, but it's Ye to fall once again first. Getting caught with utility this time. And EG just getting smothered on the actual site. That all happens because of the risk that MIBR are willing to take on the anti-eco. EG, they default, they wait for it, but the timing that MIBR addresses, it's perfect.
इधर सिर्फ एम चलती है एम.
I believe that knife tagged Nature back in B main. So our team will not have that knife for a couple seconds. Dart invested from Nasr too. It's a lot of their info gathering.
Ye's had enough of getting caught. He wants to be the peaker this time around.
I mean, Nasr's also just used his drone.
Oh, but another head-to-head won by Ospas. That's 2-0 right now, Doug.
Kryptonite है लग रहा है, Kryptonite.
Again, knowing where Nature is, he has not moved. He's been here since the beginning of the round. The flash just barely not connecting.
ये flash का उसको लगा नहीं रहेगा कि इतना बंदा close है.
Easier. Like you said, understands he's there, but if you look at mid right now as well, a lot of space gathered.
This is, I mean, as much attention and distraction as Nature can cause, this works out quite well. Yeah, he pays for it with his life, but again, you mentioned the mini-map. Although, that said...
Here comes the hit squad right here.
अगर one tap खाया तो वाह.
I don't know that they were expecting another one, and now they have a really good idea. They know that the Sentinel's here. The spike is now down back in B main as Derek falls. And now it's well out of reach. This round got out of hand very quickly. A flawless one as MIBR ties the 3.
And Doug, you know how I am. I'm staring at the mini-map always. Cortesia wasn't even looking at Derek there. Derek saw his barrel at the start of that. And Cortesia just hits a 90-degree flick on him. Look at this. Boom! Derek knew the entire way through that he was there. Still gets sat down. That could be a factor playing into your brain. Like, yo, I saw this guy there the entire time.
Big shot to connect.
क्या scene?
And look at who's at the top of the scoreboard for MIBR. It's the rookies. The ones that impressed us the most. In closing out that game against Cloud9, they're stepping up to the plate again here against EG. And a very, very early timeout here for Potter.
आसपास क्या करेगा अकेला? क्या उसका टीम मार तो रहा है?
Well, I wanted to ask you that too, because it hasn't felt like things are getting out of hand. I mean, they're still in this fight. It's not like we're talking 6-0 and all of a sudden this avalanche is starting to build. So what is Potter trying to attack here?
So it's
ये अकेला नहीं रहेगा. जब मरा अकेला मरा. अब ये के साथ हम भी रहेंगे. ये है team play.
You get almost the first time. Then you actually get eco'd.
And
that can be very tilting for the mental of a team like EG. They need to stay calm, composed. They need to remember the game plan and not let things slip away for them.
Questions abound on what sort of changes will take place on the other side of this timeout. Again, tied at 3 apiece. There's been fireworks and there's been flash in almost every single round we've had.
कल जंजे वर्सेस डीएम में क्या लगता है भाई? ना नहीं भाई, हो गया डीएम.
And again, it felt like EG were a bit
हमको
lost
दुख
in
दिया,
sauce,
अभी
so to
खुद दुख
speak.
खाएंगे, कर्मा होने वाला.
But this time, lots of presence towards B.
Yeah, they know what they want to do here. I think it's going to be a heavy B execute. Superman.
Oh, they concealed the flash off the recalled smoke. Vaspa still gets the best of Icy.
That's 2 tags as well from Noswer. A lot of members on this EG roster sitting very low. Nature and Derek.
Haven't fully committed onto this. The spike is just now making its way towards B.
Yeah, but that Astra wall, it's making MIBR have to play retake here. That drone's going to give a lot of info on where this post-plant positioning is.
And then remember, they're running a double controller comp, so they can obfuscate everything here. Make things so much more difficult, so much more labored for MIBR.
Yeah, but Osboss, I feel like he's on a bender right now. Superman,
he
gets taken down very early on here.
Derek and Nature both weak. Aspas carefully making sure no stone goes unturned as Derek is 3 on the round. He's going to have to do a bit more though. It's all FTA who's had a very slow start to this map. Suck going to pull him off. Did not get half here. Time becomes a massive factor. The shot's not connecting. Can El Diablo deliver? That's one found. He has to step off of it. 8 bullets left. Noswer has to step The Red Bull clutch for EG.
Another B-side post-plant, another clutch for EG. I mean, if that's your win condition, you have the players to do so.
Right, if it
Who
works.
other than El Diablo?
If it works, and that's been the case for them here.
4 round 4 clutch.
3 big plays so far from EG at this B site. No wonder why they're leaning heavy towards there. And that was the call at the timeout. Fraud made a call of his own, trying to get aggressive, trying to disrupt that type of hit. Ospas getting a little crazy there with the knives, but EG, they secure the round, and now mid-denial from MIBR. Ospa should have heard that TP.
Early knife may not going to tag anything, but
Hey, be आसपास है, goat तो है बे.
Yeah, Supa finally punished for taking that
कुछ
teleport.
भी बोलो.
He's going to have to choose different pathing in the future rounds. A follow-up drone to clear out more of that mid information. Not have to worry about that anymore. And a
If
quick
you
rotation from
could
Ospas.
become any
He's going hunting
Valorant
over here
agent
towards
in
that A
real
site.
life, which one you
if
choose
the round
and why?
continues the
I
way it
would
looks like it will,
choose
he will be
KO
right.
and throw a knife
The
so
spike
that
is towards
all
A, the
such
majority of
comments
EG's
can be
personnel is there too.
suppressed.
Icy does get spotted by that camera, but it's all a ruse. It's baiting rotations out from the side of MIBR.
It's supposed to be, but they're not moving. Ospas, in fact, took more of an aggressive line, and now it gets the best of Derek. Dashing away, staying alive. Still 2 smokes to play around.
रात को तड़म तड़ी होते मेरी
A little
बात
bit more
सुनो.
playing around him.
Afternoon
Again,
में
now
अच्छे legit
MIBR, the
answers
defenses back towards A.
माफ करो.
A 5v3 and a difficult one at that for the attack.
Yeah, EG moving a little bit too forward, but that's a way in. No flashes now here.
It's a step of a way in. They've got the sucks going to keep him at bay, dashing into the smoke. The second one. Where's the follow-up swing? The timing was almost perfect. Ospas gets another. Now Icy left in 1v3. From up top, perched on
Oh,
Jenny,
एक
able to
bullet
find
था
one.
उसके पास.
He's got a little bit of time, but does he even know that he has that window? He's got to commit to getting a spike down now.
Time ही नहीं है.
Yeah, it's too late now. He's going to have to kill both. One person's just going to run at him here, delay the spike plant. It's inevitable.
Time ही नहीं था.
Noswer will take out Icy. Ospas, the proactivity with that Outlaw is what opened up this round for MIBR to just
Well,
dominate.
कांच की
He
चक्कर हो
takes
रही
out
है,
Suman
कांच की
in mid, who's
चक्कर.
been creeping up almost every single round. And then gets this aggressive angle that you were talking about.
मेरे हिसाब से
Making it
2-0
nearly
MIBR है.
impossible for the attacking side to bring it back.
लग रहा है.
And I think, again, it's worth repeating. The aggressive angle that he took was in the face of noise that was made from their duelists on the other side of the map.
Yeah, I think EG in that
2-0
moment
MIBR लग
just
रहा
jumped the
है.
gun a little bit too early. They needed to let it cook just a little bit longer. Have those rotations actually full commit towards that
Yeah,
E site.
Eco for EG here.
Yeah, and a lot of info gathered from MIBR.
हाँ आसपास है.
Going back to their tried and true B.
I mean, it has worked 3 rounds for them on this attack half.
It's just going to be much tougher to do that. I see the tip of the spear with the Guardian, netting no success.
Yeah, they have to get out of here now.
क्या ना क्या करें?
That defense is way too fortified. Yay, he is the deposit. A cut of sound, but the thing is,
दूसरे तो
for
possible नहीं
MIBR,
है,
especially
possible क्यों
after
नहीं है भाई?
this neural theft is
आसपास
used,
goat को शक कर रहे हैं?
all that A main space was gathered. Ospas was in there the entire way through, by the way. And look at how deep he is.
कैसे clear करेंगे इसको?
That flash was to get some info. Ospas nearly avoiding that.
इसलिए agent ने बस कुछ info नहीं देता भाई.
Nature. Derek, I'm sorry, buddy.
Yeah, you're not surviving that.
Yeah, that's tough.
My camera is destroyed.
MIBR know exactly where you are.
30 seconds left.
4 members towards B. This is a really good anti-eco.
This is probably as close to unwinnable of a round as I think we'll ever see.
It would take a miracle out of Superman right here. And he gets the first.
And it's gonna, I mean, Lightning's gonna have to strike there more than once.
Spike down B.
And so MIBR will take the lead back off the
Marta
back of
na?
a 3K from Artzine, who has very quietly been putting together a significant map.
Yeah, he has one of the most rough debuts I've ever seen on KO, but
20 मारेगा लग रहा है मेरे को आसपास.
and yeah, it's an eco, but you're getting confidence kills right here. Can help you further down the road.
Well, I mean, even in the face of confidence skills, and yeah, I think there's some
ये
validity to that,
और
but also
ये
the map is
EM
just
में
hella close
क्या
right now.
difference
And
है?
so these are the types of maps
EM
where
और
if you
N
don't
का
convert
difference
on
है.
an anti-eco, stuff gets sideways.
Yeah.
So you've got to be able to navigate moments like that well.
A la EG, who if they don't get anti-eco, this could easily be a 7-2.
Right. Derek with ult here.
Then was allowed देगा वाह.
Superman 2, and now Nature has his.
Live था
There's a
मैं.
lot behind this punch if they choose to deliver it.
Good delay right now from MIBR.
Yep.
That KO Molly thwarted the defense and that ultimate invested as well. Now Ospas, he has more room to play with.
MIBR have not taken any space elsewhere on the map, have not explored down mid, have not taken
We
A main.
hit B.
And so in a lot of ways, this cutting of noise is starving for info. They're fully sending onto this now. All three ults invested. Artsy in the first line of defense. Meanwhile, Superman had fully committed to the TP. Taps on the spike, not fully dropping it quite yet.
तीन बंदे थे फिर भी
Op in the hands of Aspas.
भाई चलता लेकिन फिर भी भाई
into 4 members of EG with the sniper. Time is slowly slipping away here. That's a big kill traded back and forth, but again, the numbers do not add up when you're at a deficit like this.
Last player standing.
Off se to na ho bhai.
Superman just still dropping players. I was so impressed that he committed that TP, but that set play from EG, baiting out that utility, that was super smart.
Well, and the truth is,
right,
if Superman does not commit to that TP, our team probably
delay
gets
bahut karta hai yaar guys.
Yay.
सीधा
Finally
साइड में नहीं
taking out
घुस सकते.
Aspas, upgrading to that operator as well.
टीम
That's
भाई
something I
थोड़ा
have to mention.
अपकेश है वो
Yesterday we
सेंटिनल
talked about how
लेकिन
DG Zine is
डिले
sitting on
करने
the
के
top of the
लिए
leaderboard,
the
26
best.
op kills, I believe it was.
Right.
The follow-up was Aspas with 11, but you know who else is trailing closely behind? Icy has 10 operator kills, Ye has 9.
It's crazy to think that 2 of those are on the same team.
Yeah. And this is where we saw Ye get a lot
Ye,
of
maar,
things working for
ye.
EG with this attack side.
एल
operator.
डाइब्लो वाला शॉट्स दिखने
A
गए.
donated one at that. Aspas has his too.
This is so sick. This might be the head-to-head. Ye's going to be holding that A main for the time being, but maybe when the rotation's set in the mid-round, we'll see a duel. A classic duel between the two.
It's just a smoke keeping them apart.
ये लोग
This is
पनिश
the
क्यों
cool
नहीं
thing
हो
about
रहे
running the
लेकिन रे
double smoke composition from EG.
मिड में जो
Use
दो वॉक इन कर रहे हैं लोग
double
बार
approach
बार
in mid, creep all the way forward, get real up close and personal, make it uncomfortable.
He hasn't even procced the dash. What a
पनिश
freak!
पनिश
He just holds it.
And remember, last time around,
Punish her.
Superman peeked him from that close left angle. So you're absolutely right. The gall you have to hold that angle without popping your dash.
Fearless.
He already got punished from that spot before, but this might be the duel. What a weird off angle to hold as well.
Surely you don't clear this. Taking a step back.
You are divided.
Another freeze on the round, another ult invested.
Yeah, this is all just to get that spike planted potentially, but if you look at the weaponry right now,
तीन मारेगा शॉटगन.
Yeah, the position too. Forget about just having the judge. Aspas gets high ground,
Spike down A.
but he's instantly dropped.
शॉट
Superman slow waltzes into this crosshair.
Spike planted.
Spike now committed, and again, a numbers deficit for EG. Yeah, they're getting into these close win positions, but they're often crippled at it. The shotgun is still here.
Shotgun.
It will connect.
jeez. And a drive-by to
शॉटगन
close out the
बोलते.
round. Aspas, because
कितना फर्स्ट ब्लड लेगा आसपास
of that
कंसिस्टेंट है
cosmic divide,
बंदा.
he's able to updraft. Nobody from the side of EG can hear that.
Banda
He's at
बहुत
the other end.
consistent
He's so up high. I'm very impressed that Nature got that trade in the first place, but Aspas is getting damaged.
Bro, because you're not looking up there. There's no
you
reason
don't
to be
hear
looking
it.
up there.
You don't
Yeah.
hear it at all.
Remaining.
Very impressed with
ये
how
को मारना होगा, ये को
our-
मारना
our
होगा, ये
team
को मारना
played
होगा.
that as well. He didn't run through. He wanted to. He had the judge. He knows he probably could have ran through that cosmic divide, gotten a timing, but plays the numbers game. 4v2. Not trying to let anything slip away. Not trying to give
तेज और
EG an edge.
PRX मत करो ना यार.
Last round
PRX
of the
के
half,
साथ
Icy has blades. And a stinger for Nature.
आज का दिन
Not the
दूर
weaponry you want to be bringing into a round as pivotal as this.
Yeah, ideally you would like to make it an even half. A bait of a TP this time around, but it's full focus towards this B.
इन्फो मिल गया. एक
Color
काम.
be shocked. Icy dashing forward again. He's got the blades and he will find a target. But he's just going to get spammed through. Had nowhere else to go.
Great trade from Superman onto Cortesia.
And Nature's upgraded a weapon.
Aspas
The
in there.
stinger now gone. Sights now set on B.
Banks भाई yo. ऐसा किस मैच में अच्छा बहुत सारे मैच.
I mean, do they even give Aspas a line? Do they even challenge this?
Oh, and there's 2 controllers still alive as well. You can really smoke off every angle. He has to take some chip damage to upgrade to a Phantom. And that's so funny to say, upgrading to a Phantom when you have the operator.
Probably more of an appropriate weapon given the situation. Does not have dash anymore, so there is no go button for him.
Oh, मेरे को लगा वॉल किस में करेगा.
They're going to have to do it the slow and steady way. And again, the spike has been ticking for a little bit, but that's 1 kill found. Nature will fall 3v3. And again, it all feels a little clumsy, a little bit cluttered.
Taking a little too long.
Way too long.
It's done. They're not even going for it. They're just going for the kills.
Almost.
Aspas will pick up Superman, but EG win another post
6-6.
plant. Outside
Not
of that,
bad,
remain the
not
bread and
bad,
butter.
not
They
bad,
stuck to
not
it.
bad. लेकिन अब
Was that all?
Are
all
you
rounds
ready
one, or maybe what? Except
for
for one?
the
Maybe except
Aspas
for one.
masterclass, the goat of
That's a
attacks
massive
of
kill
the
from
goaters?
to be able to stunt some of that flood and to do so with the
MIBR.
blades. Again,
Opa.
a duelist who people criticized a lot on G2 last year, stepping up in big moments there.
Yeah, he's really shined on this EG roster, getting off of that leash, getting more confidence in his own gameplay after that G2 run.
9.
रेड वुल्फ भाई सच्ची में बोलो सच्ची, मेरे को मैच देख के नींद आए या ना आए, तेरा कमेंट पढ़ के मेरे को जरूर नींद आएगा। सच्ची बोलो, मेरे से दूर रहे। क्या क्वेश्चन है? If VCT allowed one player per team to use a Nerf gun instead of a Vandal, Nerf gun, Bahinchod, for one round, which pro would make it work best? खुद हंस रहा है मेरी गांड मार के। जॉनी लेमंस भाई वहां पे भी है वे लेमंस भाई, वहां पे भी है। अपना किधर है मॉड लेमन?
We've had a ton of conversation around Aspas and Ye and Aspas and Icy, and I think we touched a little bit on maybe like the secondary fight in this title card, and
Your
I want to draw a
favorite
little bit
team
of attention
and
to
player.
it because of how close the map
अब
is.
कुछ को क्या करोगे?
Potter and Fraud
सारे लोग
have
3
been
महीने
in the
बाद
space
दिखेंगे।
together since like 2003.
Legends.
I mean, there are players on this
all the way back to 1.6.
Hello,
there are players on the stage who
hello.
were not born. But when these guys were starting to get into the fold of esports and starting their initial clashes, and one of the fun things about these two, and again their record, is that they always seem to match up when the stakes are at their absolute highest. And again, we've got to talk about stakes. Elimination here for one of these two teams with Bangkok in mind.
Yo,
That's
what's
the
up?
goal here early on, and yeah,
Ariel,
maybe
welcome to the
nobody
stream.
really expects either team to do
Zedboard
it,
कौन
but
है?
that's what's at stake. And so with that in mind, MIBR accelerating towards B.
मेरा आज
No one
दिमाग काम
here
नहीं कर रहा है।
For
Last game है
EG
ये।
flood in, but it looks like all that space was gathered.
मेरे वजह
mid.
से
They
मेरे
were
को
trying
लग
to
रहा है
set up
चैट
a
को
flank.
नींद नहीं आई है।
Maybe trying to do a little bit of a pincer, but look at how deep Shenum is playing right now.
I'm fully convinced that that's likely what's going to happen and concerned for it.
And once that trip breaks, that's the cue to full focus forward.
That's a really nice paranoia. They got a flood in behind him, though.
Pakada,
One kill
pakada,
found, another
pakada.
one traded. Aspas still
Aspas
healthy, and
na
then
man
G9
ra.
because they've been able to deal with everything that's in front of them. It's now just Icy and Derek, and they should have a good idea of where they are. The question is, are they expecting both? I think 2 have been spotted now. And Shenum's playing his cards beautifully. So
Right.
patient, so diligent. Pistol the way of the Brazilians.
जीत गया।
Good proactive post plant from MIBR. The
Did
double
ya?
swinging into everybody retaking from CT. And once that trip breaks on the flank,
Did
that
ya?
was another cue. Hey, we have to take the fight to them. We don't want to get corralled just in case Shenum falls on behind.
जीत गया।
One enemy remaining.
Aspas, he's really
Goat
taken
of
this
Goaters
lead
is top
into his
fragging
own
already.
hands. He was sitting kind of quiet at the
जीत
bottom
गया बे, जीत
at the
गया,
beginning of that last half, and now he's sitting all the way at the top, 16-9.
Language cell by.
Superman, 15-11 right now for EG. 2 players that have really impressed so far in this match.
Blocking vision.
I see a Superman.
Ye hasn't really had the opportunity to get things going, but he's hoping here on this defensive side. Maybe the first gun round, he can put a dent into this offense of MIBR.
If MIBR continue into this, you've got Evil Geniuses rotating over, maybe not arrived yet. But now they're here. They've been able to stall long enough, but Icy was out by himself. There was no real way to help. The rest of them still playing up the smoke. Aspas stashing forward, claiming yet another kill. This has gotten closer than it should have been. All the rifles are gone. All of the upgraded weapons are gone. It's just a sheriff.
And an upgrade
बोला था
now,
ना
sitting
जीत
on
गया.
that Phantom.
Nature even getting a ghost now.
बोला था कि नहीं?
I to get ecoed in a spot like this
बोला था कि नहीं?
would be difficult to deal with. Gets his one, but cannot convert. A thrifty round for EG.
EG
A
जीत गया.
huge thrifty in the second half.
Yay
was hoping to put a dent into the offensive MIBR. He gets the opener right there with the classic.
Down A.
On the art scene. Superman, he's hot right now.
One enemy.
Nature was standing on Nosworth before killing him.
And that's so important. Karma is real. EG get their get back after getting thriftied as well by MIBR.
Big round for them.
Yeah, Potter can't even believe it.
And now the tables have turned. MIBR are the ones who are just on pistols. And it's Icy who's got the outlaw.
Yeah. Sees the shoulder of Cortesia in mid. Can't quite connect, but the threat is there. That cage doesn't really do anything. Another cycle of a smoke from Superman. But it's very spread right now from the attackers. Trying to secure some of these orbs.
Trying to gain some space too.
Trying to get any type of advantage they can. Drone out B main should be avoided by MIBR. False information gained from EG. And if you look, because of MIBR dodging that drone, they're all heavy leaning towards this A site. Numbers will be in their advantage, but still, the weaponry, the utility.
The blindfold is still on Evil Geniuses. Look at where the majority of the members are.
Yeah, this is going to have to be a huge performance from Ye. Looks like they might just want to get out. Spike could be planted here. Derek looking to get some chip damage from Heaven.
It's going to hurt a little bit. It will slow things down. But it's not going to stop it entirely. Remember here, it's Evil Geniuses who have the better weaponry.
Spike planted.
Yeah, that's why they play out of sight right here. Don't want to get picked. Don't want to give MIBR any type of upgrade. Good flashes.
That's going to be tough, though. If you try to flood into this and things don't go your way, you're donating weapons. Ye falls. That's filthy out from Derek.
Flicky.
That's all right. You hit the hard one. That's all that matters.
Oh, but a suck. Wait, it's not over yet.
No, Shinim's left in a 1v2. It did get to half. He's got to hit these shots, and he cannot.
Yeah. Superman just way too
thank you
sharp
for
right
the
now.
membership.
And a good retake. It was costly, but EG, they don't get thrifty here. No back-to-back.
Hello, Zaid.
Derek, the duality of man, huh? Derek
gets a
snappy little flip, can't connect on someone crouched right in front of him. But it won't matter. And Doug, we were talking so much about the head-to-head of Aspas, Ye, maybe Aspas, Icy, just because of the roles in the previous history. But it's Aspas and Superman who are going toe-to-toe right now. So close in score.
Icy with an op here. Looks like he's going to be playing towards A, but the majority of the threat is B. Now Aspas has Blades.
इसलिए तो DFM ने हम लोग को हरा है बे, वरना नहीं हरा
He's
सकता
got
था
that vandal, he's got that paranoia, he's anchoring backside B, Dagger Wolf.
PRX को हराने वाला तो ये मेरे को पता था,
close by too. And he was not tagged by the knife.
सिर्फ GOAT team को हरा सकता है.
All sorts of pressure as Aspas tries to find a little bit of pathing, a little bit of space. That the flash is perfect
from Nature.
And now with the knives blunted, where do they go?
That's your star player down as well.
Maybe
one of the rookies can bring it back. But Ye, he's gathered all this space deep A main. Icy doesn't connect onto this shot, but if he starts getting warmed up with it, once his presence is known on the operator, we've seen him have crucial impact for this defensive side.
This is about 101% Aspas.
And it's a heavy lean towards B. No reason to go anywhere else. You have full control of mid.
Yeah.
He has the deep line at A. He can even fall back, delay even further.
No, you're absolutely right. This freeze doesn't do a ton here because of what you were saying, because of the space that EG have elsewhere. And now they're going to be able to fully commit onto this with 30 seconds left. Options are running real slim. Derek with 3 on the round. And Nosworth, again, situation.
Derek getting 4. Looking crispy with the Phantom. Calm, cool, and collected. Those shots were easy for him. Just another day in the lab. But once Ospas gets taken out
क्या?
there, it just looked like MIBR were kind of
जिसने
lost on what they
लाइक में
should
किया
do.
है
Well, I
स्ट्रीम
mean,
को
it's
लाइक
hard
कर
to,
दो.
right? Like, what's your second step, right? When your jet is gone, how else do you find ways to create space?
And that might be the problem as well with being a new team. You don't really have that deep of a playbook. You can't fall back on maybe going all the way back to A, pushing Ye off of that line, re-clearing some of that space. You kind of get scared. You don't have the experience.
एकदम गुची.
EG.
ये रात को मच्छर
Tons
पैदा
of
होते हैं
experience on
क्या
that
सीन है?
side.
हाँ? ऐसे
Natured.
घूम रहा है.
Icy and Superman's second year in the league. Derek. I mean, he's been around for forever. Yay.
ये MIBR का मैप है.
Think about his resurgence. Think about
अगर
all the
EG
trials
जीता
and
जो कि नहीं
tribulations
जीत
he had to
सकता
go
है.
through to get back to
लेकिन
NA
अगर
to try to reclaim the throne.
0.1%
Which I
chance
think is
कि अगर EG
yet
जीता
to be decided on whether or not he can, to be honest.
तो
I think,
2-0 हो सकता.
again, the structure isn't really built for the CG squad for that to be
Lang
what
will sail
happens.
by.
But to suggest that Ye is performing the way he was in his glory days, so to speak, in the peak chamber meta and stuff like that would be disingenuous.
आज कितना
Only
राउंड
time
तक
will
जाता
tell,
है?
and
कितना
who
भी
knows?
राउंड तक जा सकता है?
Maybe on future maps we'll see
जो
more
OT
chamber. We
में
saw
2 राउंड
Leaf
का lead
have
लेगा,
such
वो
a crazy
जीता बस.
performance on it.
Yeah.
That's the cool thing about this EG roster that Potter is working with. So much flexibility in what the players can do.
Track them down.
After a timeout,
Your voice is
looks like we're going to
intense on
see
mic. शायरी भी
Icy
कर
getting
लो.
a little
विराज
funky
भाई,
here in
love
this
you.
A main with that operator. Jet smoke to
शायरी
dodge.
आती नहीं है
a
ना, अर्ज
potential
क्या
dart.
है?
Oh, 2 targets found. Has to try to get up. Has to try to get away.
थोड़ा लेफ्ट राइट
And he
हुआ ना?
can't, but he claimed one with them, and that was the initiator.
बड़ी.
Meanwhile, Derek teeing them up, trying to land the last one at Aspas, and he cannot.
Yeah, but Superman,
ऊपर ने
he took
एक
out the
और
lurk.
वन टैप मारा मिड में.
Cortesia in mid, so again, EG had a huge advantage. Full map control their way. MIBR gonna have to contact up somewhere, hope
क्या
to win a
MIBR ना?
50-50.
आसपास जिंदा है.
But both controllers still alive on the side of EG, so that one way, you see the hesitation in MIBR, they're scared to move forward.
Oh, 1000%. Much easier contemplated than completed here.
Yay!
Finally.
What an off angle on the Ospas.
Finally.
Full rifles here for EG. Very likely that they get up to 10 and
10-7,
start to
person in,
build
person
on
in,
this gap
person in.
between these two teams.
इको था.
That door not
आपके
being
फेवरेट टीम को
broken either,
जीजेगा.
even if sound is
पेनल्टी
made.
PRX.
There's
जल्दी
protocol
लोअर
set
ब्रैकेट
in
में गया
place
नहीं है.
for EG to deal with
And
this.
it is
Don't
shy
be
to lower
lucky.
bracket.
I mean,
30
Derek's,
seconds left.
yes, but
G
Derek's in a
bro. I
weird
made
spot here.
RRQ.
He's got no real way out. He's got to be careful. You've got Ye close by. He'll take care of the first, and now that pressure's alleviated. Ye gets the third on the round. EG gets to 10, and now full steam ahead. The money's in a really good spot here. Ye just got his op pack. EG
अनिल
are
बाहर गया क्या?
very well poised to take this map away.
Yeah, and speak of the devil, yay, stepping up
कोई
huge
नहीं
in this
बचा.
moment.
Genji बचा है
That was a
अभी.
monstrous flick
Genji
from
और Sen,
Icy.
ये दो बच्चे ना
I
शायद.
mean, you see so many targets in
इसके
front of you.
अलावा कोई
It
है
can be very
अपना
easy to
favorite
fumble that
teams?
bag. There's that lurk kill. Then Ye just closing out the round, getting things going for himself. He's playing the role very well. Yeah, he got caught off a lot on that attacking side, but sometimes it's just
ये तो
unlucky. You
favorite
get
team है,
timing,
मारता
going into
है
that
लेकिन
astral form,
favorite नहीं.
not letting it get to him.
No, he has done what his team has asked him to do
Heretics.
and quite well.
Heretic से favorite नहीं बोल सकते रे, मतलब vibe.
MIBR still able to
Vibe
hobble up
missing
high.
है, aim है.
And if this doesn't go their way, they will be devastated financially, and that's not the start they were looking for.
सीधा 4-5.
Another first blood for EG.
इससे और वो मार के निकल रहे पता नहीं.
And this time, no smokes to play for MIBR, so if you do decide to go for a side execute, Ospas is going to be left to his devices. So many angles he's going to have to
Genji
worry about.
बचा है फिर
Derek
तो.
showing a little bit of shoulder.
Genji और Sen दो बचा.
See if he can get any cheeky chip damage in here with these Sova shock darts.
We've seen this look from MIBR a couple of times. It's either 1-3 or 1-4, but you regularly have the Sentinel on this late lurk.
ये पकड़ा
And
जाएगा.
that seems to be the playbook now for them as well.
Yeah, but look at how deep EG are holding back from. It's an off angle. Cortesia has to walk into these lines.
Yeah.
They're not giving him a direct duel.
Timing.
Right.
You
And
might
I think,
not expect them to be
Timing.
this deep.
Timing
yeah,
वाला
I think
game
they
है.
also know that that's a weak spot for them, that they have not considered what could be there. Or they
30
haven't
seconds
checked it.
left.
They're considering it by where they're positioned now.
The setup is sick.
Scanning ahead.
और
The
उसने
pack is
ब्लॉक
gonna have to
करके
explode out of this
ये
A
I
main
don't know
to
Felix
draw
George I don't
attention.
know animal कुछ
For
समझ
Cortez
नहीं
to
आ रहा
get
क्या
anything
करो
going, and that-
Watch party देखो
That's exactly the case.
Supa was the one to hold that cross, and he falls. There's going to be a later
अभी
lurk
बैठ
now.
के
13
feeling
seconds
थोड़ी
left.
जगह
And
के
they've
बैठेगा
gotten
उसका
sight. They were able to pick them apart systematically and methodically, and now
बोला था ना
they
कौन
have the
जीतेगा
advantage.
MIBR
They have plenty of money, so yeah, I mean, I guess you go for it. Why not? A trip going to keep
Off
nature
से
at bay for
बनता है।
now. Cleared out. But what's the way in for EG here?
I think right now for EG, I think you save this operator no matter what on Icy.
think so, yeah.
But I think Nature, you try to go for broke. Try to get as many orbs as possible. You only have a Phantom. You're sitting at 6.1K to your name.
कितने टाइम का बैन दो
Start
इसको
getting
chat?
some kills here. Get confidence. Why not? But that was a beautiful comeback into a round from MIBR.
Chat
Doug. You're
बताओ।
100% correct.
कितने
And
टाइम का बैन दो
I'm
इसको?
surprised right now that MIBR are hunting because their economy isn't good enough to be doing something like this. They're really fishing for that operator. Or maybe they're just so worried about what could be behind them. And the distraction in a main from the pack of MIBR, it was enough for Cortezia to find that lurk timing opening.
10
Little
मिनट
awkward.
पहला वार्निंग
Didn't
की
quite
10
catch that one. But yeah, Cortezia finding that timing on a Supa and then Ye. Slipping right on through the defense.
एनिमल
And Doug, you have to remember there was
Animal
a
costume का
two-man
views
swing
मांग रहा है।
play off of if that lurk from Cortezia happened too soon.
Well, I heard you guys yell no. You guys don't like tech pauses?
लगाओ
No. I do
tension
think
नहीं,
we are
कोई
going to play a
tension
little
नहीं।
game with you guys as we get through
खेलो
this
भाई,
tech
मैं
pause.
भी खड़ा होता
And so in
भाई।
case we're
कल से
trying
बैठ ही
this.
रहा
This is very new, so if you guys don't know how this works, just roll with me for a second here. We're going to flash bundles on the screen, and I want you
ठीक
guys
है।
to pick which one you prefer. Cheer, go nuts, do whatever you're going to do. But while we get that up and while we get through this tech pause, I do think there's a lot to be said about how
ठीक है,
EG
देखते हैं।
have been carefully working their way through this. Yes, MIBR have started to kind of claw their way back into this, but this was off the back of 4 rounds from EG, Dre.
एक
Yeah, they look great.
ट्रेडमिल
They keep
चाहिए
getting
क्या
the
होता
first
है
blood, and I think
तारिक भाई बराबर तो थे।
amongst this tech pause, it's going to be something that's talked about from the side of MIBR. How do we stop getting picked first? 'Cause
भाई
you can't
कपड़ा देख के
always
तुम
fall
लोग वो
back
नहीं हो
on
रहे
that
hypnotize
beautiful round that we just witnessed. EG are going to be smarter to that this time around.
Oh, you got to pick one.
Which one? Pick
You got to
it.
pick one.
Point. Oh! Both?
Honestly, yeah, they're both kind of fire. I'm not going to lie to you.
They are pretty gas. Wow.
MIBR का एक्चुअल में अच्छा है।
Fans here, huh? Oh!
ये मस्त है बे गेम।
Wait. Why are we just getting played with like this?
ये गेम मस्त है बे।
I didn't think you guys would be playing with people's emotions like
Yeah.
this. We've given you guys too much power.
The back and forth. I mean, that's how this game has gone so far. It has been quite a bit of back and forth. It looked like EG were running away with it, but with the
अभी
comeback
आपको choose
in
कर रहे
that
थे
round for
सच्ची
MIBR, that
love
could
you
be a
यार।
big swing round for them to gain back confidence. Stop getting first blooded.
कौन
Do
पिक
some
किया
side
मेरे को? किधर
executes
जाना
of their
पड़ेगा
own
मेरे
here.
को?
A lean towards B from MIBR. But it's just an early knife, and as soon as that knife was thrown,
मैं टोरंटो
instantly
मास्टर
went to
में
make pressure
कोड
mid.
के दे वाला बोर्ड लेके जाएगा भाई
Still
उसके
so
आगे
worried.
एक
The
बोर्ड
power
का
of the double
तेरे
controller
को
on this
फोटो भी
map is
बनाना
putting doubt
पड़ेगा
in
और
the
उसके
minds of the
माँ
attacking
के सामने
side.
मैं
With that
करके
one
लिखा
smoke
हुआ समझ रहे हो?
A crucial
Casual
angle
लिख के मत
for
जाना।
the defense to get a pick or info.
They can't see that. They're going to be splitting in through A, and they have no idea yet.
Oh,
Icy's
sharp is it?
surrounded. And Ye's going to try to alleviate some of that and try to hold them back, but he can't stand either. Ultimately falling at the hands of Aspas. That's a beautiful call, and that's off of a smoke that we haven't really seen mid.
Yeah, and that's that's one way to not get picked off. You have your KO being the forefront, so even if there's an operator from Icy or a cheeky little off angle,
क्या
you're
लगता
able
है
to
चैट में क्या हो
pick
रहा
back
रहेगा?
up after you get that trade. A great call after the tech pause and a great change of pace for MIBR. They
भाई
kept getting first
कितना
blooded on
भाई
slow defaults. This time, getting full
क्या
aggro,
लेवल का हिट मिलता है बे उसको?
full side exec onto A with that split.
Die.
Derek will take out one, but
हाँ?
Yeah, there's
Points
really
don't
there's
turn
no
panic,
time
eh?
left in this round. I think one big thing that you were mentioning is on the other side of this timeout, we have to consider what the call was, right? And how things are influenced like that. And again, my eyes go back towards the IGLs.
पीछे
We're
मस्त
nearing the
off
end of
किया
this
था
map.
हाँ
That's getting really
कल ही किया था
expensive.
yeah, good damage done from EG. Something I thought they should have done in the previous round, but it's never too late.
पंकड़ो 1 बजे
And Yeah, MIBR, they win 2 in a row now, so they're kind of chipping away at the economy of EG, but they're still sitting healthy on this next round. That was an awesome split from MIBR. Great call. And now it's something that EG have to worry about. This is why you see Potter taking a timeout. She understands that there has been a change of tempo in MIBR's attacking side. How are you going to deal with that?
That's good hair day.
Have to be a little bit more dialed in, maybe a little bit quicker on re-clearing that mid information once it's gathered.
Good hair
once
day.
it's denied, actually, I should say, from MIBR. That one smoke that we saw deep mid, Superman and Derek stuck behind it, not ready to rotate in time to help out the A anchors. Now you got to be worried. Okay, is there going to be a fast B execute coming through from the side of MIBR?
He gets hit in chat. Why? That's a long story.
Or do they re-hit mid, right? Do they continue to hit that split? It's tough to tell. Again, EG just trying to hang on to this one-round lead on a map that MIBR picked, a map that EG also has shown proficiency on.
Yeah, a map that MIBR are fantastic on the attacking side.
MIBR आसपास is current back-to-back
America's
America's
MVP.
और अमेरिका एम गॉड वाला रीजन है अमेरिका, तो मतलब तुम सोचो
As we
आसपास का
go into
लेवल
this next round,
सोचो.
it is going to be a heavy A and mid approach once again from MIBR. 3 members here this time for EG. They don't want MIBR to have any of this A main control. That knife can't quite connect. The back-to-back A splits, Doug?
But there's a lot more space that EG have taken towards mid, so this is a perfect adaptation to that. Remember how they were crunched? This time they take the fight to A main, but Jinom's trying to keep them back. Yeah, the spike's on the ground, but he's got to realize there's a lot more threat behind that smoke. A fight on multiple fronts, and it's gone the way of MIBR once more.
All up to Ye at this big moment.
He's got to connect on this, but again, Nature pinching in. Now a 2v3. They haven't been able to find their way out. Yeah, they're in a numbers deficit, but the clip runs dry at the worst possible time.
He's going to get spammed behind this box. 26 HP.
There's nowhere to go. Nowhere to go.
Oh my gosh, I like the proactivity from EG trying to isolate the A main fight. Nature even meeting up with Ye, kind of bailing him out.
क्यों यार, लेकिन इतना नहीं मिलना चाहिए ना यार.
The pace and the pressure that Aspas and the rest of MIBR are putting on EG on these A splits, it's too much to handle. Ye, he missed a crucial shot on the players that were flanking. And that made the numbers game in advantage of MIBR.
Economy,
finally, worse for wear for EG. And MIBR have a chance to amass a lead, get on match point.
Spectacular.
No mid smoke out from the attack. You don't want to be hitting the split here. They're just going to try to fight towards A. And Aspas again with Shinom just devouring evil geniuses.
And Nature heard it mid as well. It's a dismantling of the defense right now for MIBR. Fighting fire with fire is not going in favor of EG. And it might be too late to fall back on something safer.
Basically क्या है ना,
MIBR flirting.
Basically ये का जो स्टोरी है वो बड़ा है. उसके दो एस्पेक्ट्स है, दो एस्पेक्ट्स. पहला एस्पेक्ट जो है ना, जो पहला पार्ट ऑफ द स्टोरी है, उसमें तुम्हारे गांड में हाथी का लंड है. मतलब ये गेम देखने का छोड़ के तुमको जानने की स्टोरी क्या है करके, उसके लिए ये है पहला एस्पेक्ट. समझ रहे हो? ये पहला. दूसरा वाला जो है वो ऐसा है कि उसका स्टैट्स बहुत हैवी था और उसने ब्रेक लिया, और वो ब्रेक के बाद आया तो मार नहीं पाया, लेकिन उसका स्टैट्स हैवी था करके पैसे भी उसके हैवी थे. तो सारा हैवीनेस अभी लोग उसको वो बुला रहे, वॉशड. समझ रहे हो? लेकिन उसका स्टैट्स इतना हैवी था कि वो 1-1.5 साल नहीं खेल के भी वैलो में टॉप पे था उसका स्टैट्स. स्टोरी बता.
He's not dialed in order to hit that shot.
मैं गलत स्ट्रीम में आ गया.
Keep that gun into the following round.
ये सब जोक्स मेरे से दूर.
And look at the implications of that. It is going to have to be a force up by Icy, light armor and knives. Less than ideal.
And they're taking the fight mid.
Yeah, you can't shoot those knives on that rope.
Oh, what a shot!
What a connection.
Hangs onto the rope for dear life, stays alive.
Yay with another as well. Full numbers advantage. The way of EG. They cannot let this one slip away.
MIBR
Slip away देंगे.
still in a position where they can try to fight this out. Still plenty of time, still plenty of money.
And with both initiators down,
So
EG
claro.
right now have to set up these crossfire plays like they're doing. Play full retake on a site.
A bookshelf keeping these two apart.
Yeah, but it's a triple contact play right here with that one way going up as well. Oh, it's a pickup star.
No noise made.
They're going to crunch him at any moment here.
No peek, and so Aspas is going to get away.
पर 30 नहीं है क्या रे?
Meanwhile, Spike going into B.
Spike. Look at the ults right now from the side of EG that they have. Perfect for the retake.
Love you यार अंकुश भाई plus
Should
1.
they choose to invest them?
They have to invest them. This is such an important round win.
Shenham is really close by. If you can't get a pick without it, then that's ideal, but Nature just walks in, and this is now getting out of hand. The ult's now gone. Lives now gone. And round likely lost.
And Abyss just slipping right through the fingers unless Icy can be the hero for EG. But he can't do it all, and what a blunder. I understand you want to hold on to those ultimates. Maybe go for the map win, but
3v5.
sometimes you just have to secure it out. Not checking corners in the heat of the moment. Icy and Ye did everything they could to put EG in such a good advantage into this round. The spacing not quite there. That Vice ultimate could be used very early on to make sure there's no guns used.
Am I back?
How did they let that one
याद
slip
रखना
away,
already
Doug?
first warning मिला
That's
हुआ.
one you don't forget. No time to think
अब
about it
अगर
though.
कुछ
Right into the
ऐसा
next we go.
question ढूंढ के लाया,
Another scrappy buy.
AI भी
Team
नहीं
looking
बचा
to
पाएगा तेरे को.
Hang on to this map as best as they can. And you're right, the buy's not great. Deep smoke in. Artsine first.
And they're walking up. This is something that you have to do
Wait,
against all this
by
Vice
exam
utility.
kabhi
That
hai?
dagger lands on both players at B.
That should be the
Huh?
cue because now all that Vice utility is gone.
A great pick on the flank though. So now EG, they don't have to worry about that for the
जानने
rest of
का
the
ही है
half.
इसको.
Rest of the round.
Remember the ults. Nature has his, instantly used. Gonna try to survive here. What? My goodness! Yeah, he hasn't missed a step. 4v4, the Cosmic Divide keeping them apart. Spike just barely on the other side. No flank can have to consider as Nature will fall. 3 rifles still in play for the defense, but they're dropping like flies. Nowhere to go. Nothing is safe. Again, Ye caught out with utility. Superman's gonna have to be a hero again. Try to pull this one back on his own, but he's not being afforded an opportunity. He's not being given a fight. The tap of the Spike walks right into his death. EG, they let this one get away, and MIBR capitalize.
Artsine had no right to do what he just did to EG. Absolute disrespect. What a madman.
ये
Jumps through the
भाई
Astro wall. Gets a
ऊपर
one
से
pump
नीचे
shorty kill.
कूद के आलम बिलम कर रहे थे
Finds the
यार.
timing on Deye. He did so much work on that B post plant. And for EG and Potter, you gotta recollect yourself if
अपना
you
मैप
want any
नहीं था, अपना मैप
chance
नहीं
of
था.
bringing this
अपना
series
मैप नहीं
back.
था, समझ रहे हो? It was not.
Yeah, this one's
अपना map.
tough because
They had all the momentum.
if memory serves
मैंने
right,
जो
this is the
2-0
third map in
EG
a row
बोला
that
था,
gets away
I would
from
like
them
to
when
apologize.
it probably shouldn't. A close
आसपास
one
गोटे में
that
भूल
they
गया.
find themselves in that just barely slips out of their grip.
How many advantages EG had in this map alone that were just given away for free? It's mind-boggling.
That's a tough pill to swallow. Again, you got to give MIBR their flowers, man.
Yeah.
To be able to capitalize this. Again, I think Cortesia had an outrageous map. We will see if map 2, excuse me, and the rest of the series
और that
tells the
पूरा
same tale. We'll be
chair
back shortly.
table थोड़ा सा उनको फील होगा, फिर मॉस्किटो से शांति रहेगी. चलेगा कितना खून चूसेगा भाई? चूसने दो आपके को क्या? डिस्कॉर्ड में कोई बना के दे बंक्स भाई, प्रिंट करवा लो मैंने नहीं ऐसी. बस करो यारो, परमा बैन नहीं होना. लव यू यार रेडबुल भाई, लव यू. एटलीस्ट थोड़ा सा दिमाग आया. थोड़ा सा। हाँ, और ये जो आपको भड़का रहे ना उनको बोलो जरा ऐसे क्वेश्चन पूछने, उनको देता हूँ जरा, उनको भी फील होएगा ना जैसे आपको फील हुआ 10 मिनट के लिए, समझ रहे हो? तुम पूछो करके बोलना, समझ रहे हो? बग्स भाई एडीजी कब खेलेगी? वेटिंग फॉर कांग कांग। मास्टर्स मास्टर्स एडीजी खेल के चली भी गई मास्टर्स। मच्छर को काटने तो कितने काटेगा? लास्ट इज अ गोट मूव। यस, कितना ही चूसेगा ये, समझ रहे हो? है इतना सा बदन, इतना सा, कितना ही खून मेरा ले पाएगा वो? हाँ ना बे, ये तो सोचा ही नहीं। तो हम मारते क्यों है मच्छर को? लेट देम जस्ट सक अस। ना, ये होनी चाहिए क्वेश्चन, ये तेरे दिमाग में नहीं है? बस भाई पीआरएक्स के लिए लकी चार्म हो, पर जी के लिए एक्सक्यूज मी। हाँ स्मिथ भाई, सच्ची में बोलो, ये आपका ना मैंने नॉर्मल चैट देखा था, मेरे को पता था, मैंने ही पढ़ा ना सुपर चैट आएगा। बस सच्ची में बोल रहा हूँ, इट वाज टिप्स एंड ट्रिक्स 101। आप फंस गए, फंस गया। लव यू यार स्मिथ भाई, सेम टू सेम हाँ करके आपने 5 मिनट पहले लिखा था, सेम टू सेम कॉपी पेस्ट लिखा है ये बंदे ने, कॉपी पेस्ट। स्मिथ भाई आई वुड लाइक टू अपोलोजाइज। हाँ लव यू यार, लव यू यार, हार्ट्स दो। हाँ, क्या है ना, हम लोग को हैवी सुपर चैट कौन करते हैं उनका नाम पता रहता है। हराम ज्यादा सेम लिखा था भाई, सेम मतलब सेम। लव यू। ओके, मेरा आज का चाय का डेंगू मलेरिया केम इन चैट। रुको, मेरा मोबाइल चार्ज पे पानी
Here
वानी
with the coach
लेके
of
आया।
MIBR, Fraud. A beautiful ending to that
गेम
map.
चालू हो
It's
जाएगा,
getting
2
away
मिनट
with stuff that you maybe
में।
shouldn't have
करो,
gotten
मत
away
करो
with.
यार,
What in
आज
the
का वो
end?
देखो
Was
भाई
it
revenue।
EG's mistakes? Was it your
5
just game
plus
plan?
2,
How did you run away
7
with that
rupees।
map?
Yeah, I wouldn't say they made mistakes. I think
लवप्रीत
we
भाई
had a
अभी
good
देखा
read on
मैंने,
what they
थैंक यू
kinda
फॉर
like
द
to do
2
and how we
पहले
kind of use
एस्पेक्ट
some
में
of those
मजा
things.
आया।
And
एक्सक्यूज
I
मी,
think it
लव यू
was really
नवप्रीत
just
भाई।
focusing on those key
From
elements
yes
like the lurking, finding those gaps to try and
ये
the way
लो
that they play,
बिस्कुट
the
का,
comp that they play.
लव यू
So it was really
यार।
just resorting back to some of
भाई
the homework
जब
that we did and
ये
just
बात है,
give, you know,
फॉरेन
have
वाले
faith
जब
in it
सेंटी
that it's
होते हैं
gonna
ना,
work,
एक साथ
and
सेंटी होते हैं।
it came out in the end.
When you say the way that they play, can you be
अरे
specific
एक
about what
साथ
you mean?
12
Not too much, but a lot of elements based from FPS, and also the comp doesn't allow them to have certain info on certain things. So for us, we know that if we make pressure, certain gaps are opened and left to be abused. So for us, it was more of just exploiting some of the way that they like to play their defense, which is great, but also, you know, not everything is perfect. So I think we found the answer to how they play.
All right, well, I appreciate your candor. Best luck on map 2.
Always a pleasure to hear from Coach Fraud, who broke it down there for us. And, well, I mean, look, guys, that was absolutely beautiful from MIBR. EG had so many opportunities there, but Emily just felt like the big important part was that MIBR never lost faith in their system, just like what you heard Fraud say there. They knew where the gaps were and they knew how to exploit it.
Oh, for sure. I think they should have had, like, I don't think that game should have been as close as it was. Their defense, I think they were playing it really well. They were playing super proactive, taking that early space, pushing off of pressure further. If it weren't for, like, EG pulling those clutches out of a hat, I think the game wouldn't have been as close.
Yeah, I do agree with what you're saying, Emily, and also picking back to what Fraud was mentioning before, just understanding some gaps that they could exploit. So if you're looking at it from the composition that you're running a Vice and you're trying to be more active and proactive on placing your walls and your trips on the post plant scenarios.
Yeah.
So you saw in this beginning of the rounds where EG's continuing to push towards this B site at the very beginning, then you could just push towards the A side all the time and just keep them locked in this point where you have an MIBR, that's able to play some great retakes.
Yeah.
But if it wasn't for these clutches that you're currently seeing here from Superman and also from Ye right here, it wouldn't have been a 6-6 half. This potentially would have been an 8-4, a 9-3, even if EG won first pistol.
And I think that is the big thing to take away from this, right? It's not, not trying to, disparage EG at all, but like it was very evident that when MIBR wanted to hit that win button, they did so, and they did so with authority. And you've even seen it in the tail end of that game there, Emily, where like EG was trying to take the space, trying to get into the face of MIBR because they realized that's what they were doing, and they were just getting shut down. What was the difference maker there for you?
I think they were just winning more fights, to be honest.
Yeah,
like
straight up.
Straight up. Like, did you see Aspas versus Icy there?
Yeah. Oh, he was absolutely disgusting. And then also too, let's not forget another player as well, Emily. Cortesia.
Yeah, Cortesia,
that guy
yes.
was unreal. So yeah, we wanted to see him really shine here, and he definitely performed. What did you feel like were some of the shining moments for him in that game?
Oh my gosh, on defense, being left alone on that island and still being able to get his and more majority of the rounds. His really impactful lurk there when they were down, I believe.
Yeah, I think it was like 10-9 or
yeah, it was 10-7,
yeah, 10-7.
something like that. That lurk was huge.
Yeah, the thing is, like, we have a classic EG where they get double digits, they get to the point, we mentioned it at the desk, and then suddenly they just let it slip. And when the team's starting to catch up, their opponents are starting to catch up, they're not winning duels. But yeah, Cortesia moving through, we saw a round where even we wanted the right over here.
That round was huge.
And to get a double kill, a triple kill, and the players pushing through, that's what you want coming out from your newcomer from Cortesia.
And honestly, I was really worried about the momentum there, MIBR being down rounds, but the fact that they're still able to come back into the game, close it out, but despite losing all those clutches, despite losing both pistols, it was phenomenal. Yeah,
and now we find ourselves with an MIBR up in this series 13-10 thanks to that win on Abyss that they managed to lock down. So now we get ready for Split, and I'm quite curious to get you guys' take on this and where we are as far as like, where the meta goes and how things feel. What is your take for Split as we get ready?
We haven't seen it yet from MIBR, but I'm expecting to potentially see Aspas here on this raise. But for EG, not to change anything, to still come out here with a chamber and try to have that head-to-head duel between what we talked about at the beginning of the show.
Yeah, couldn't agree more on that one. All right, folks. Well, let's go ahead and hear what Potter has to say as we get ready for map number 2, and we'll keep the conversation going.
Here with the coach of Evil Geniuses, Potter. Now, that was a map that kind of ran away from you at the end. When I spoke to Nature earlier, he said you have a very specific game plan. With the map results and with your reliance on kind of clutches and hero plays, did the game plan really work?
No, it didn't. It didn't. It did not work. We had some individual mistakes. It was a very slow start for us, which is odd because this is definitely one of our favorite maps. We just got to lock in. We got to lock in for map 2.
It's a slow
this
start.
Entire series, actually, a lot of the maps are a lot of fun for us. So I hope we start having fun in maps 2 and 3 and loosen up a bit.
Well, do or die. Best of luck.
Thank you.
EG जीतेगा.
Look, I'll be honest, Coach Potter, it's hard to have fun when you got Cortesia
my
out
hero.
there.
Love you, yaar, Binks bhai.
Aspas is diffing everyone.
And
also, you have players that are just missing the
Parle
shots that like,
match.
they need to hit. There were a few rounds there where, you were really hoping, Emily, to see EG really find those kills and find those moments that they did in that first half. It just wasn't coming. But now we're getting ready for Split. We haven't really seen much out of this, but do you think we're going to get some Teos?
Second warning. Second warning. अभी आधा घंटा समझ रहे, आधा घंटा तेरे को क्या काम करना है, तेरे को यही काम करने का है. वैलो लॉगिन करना है, स्पाइक प्लांट में वायरल डांस पे डांस करना है तेरे को. ठीक है, खुद का क्वेश्चन का आंसर मिलता है क्या देखना है.
The 1v2 is something that Nature could have won at the same time, but didn't pay attention to the time that was
बस
left. So
क्या हाल
making
है,
sure that
सब
they
बढ़िया
stay
हाल है, सब
calm in
बढ़िया
those
हाल है.
situations to be able to close out those moments, and they're not able to do that in the last few series.
Yeah, the fundamentals, especially at this critical juncture in the competition, is going to be so important for our teams to focus on here, especially for EG as they're close to facing elimination here. We're going to take a quick break. Map 2 coming up right after this. We'll see you on the other side.
पेड़ सुपर जेट क्या भाई, हेलो. MIBR मुंबई इंडियंस ब्राजील है क्या? क्यों ब्राजील के बाद रशिया भी डाल दे BR को अलग अलग करके? क्या बोला सुना नहीं? लव यू विराज भाई, मैं ढूंढ रहा था चैट में किधर हो करके.
Welcome back to VCT Americas. We are locked in
Thank you,
between
Aspas.
EG and MIBR. They just took away MIBR did. Map 1, and yes, it was their map pick, Dre, but it does feel like it was taken away from EG. And
Love
again,
you, my goat.
well done on MIBR to be able to do that.
Thanks,
Yeah, and
Zorro,
this
मेरे
just
को
seems
भी.
like the story for this EG roster. They get so many advantages, not only in the rounds, in the map, and they just throw it all away.
Love from
But
Rega
MIBR,
brother and
they're not a
Tutka.
team that's
Love
going to
you
just
too,
let
bhai.
you do these mistakes and not maximize on them. So they took full advantage of that, and this is very interesting. We haven't seen this
यार
comp
बहुत
in
खाली है
quite
रे,
some
आज
time.
मेरा
It's a
पेट बाहर आ
double
गया.
duelist on this next map of Split.
Wow.
Yeah, that's going to be crazy. And I mean, when was the last time we saw Art Scene on that duelist role as
बहुत
well? It was
खाया.
last year.
And we're getting the chamber for Ye.
Yep. Iconic Jet duel versus Chamber. We live for moments like these. Oh my goodness.
How do you expect the chamber to
I
play
get
on a map
Chamber.
like Split? What does EG need to do to activate Ye?
You almost want a mask where Ye is playing so you can funnel the attackers into the
Split
into the
में
especially when you're on the
Chamber.
defensive side. On the attack, what we saw already from Ye was taking a lot of that aggressive A space on his own, trying to take those 50-50s, which he'll have plenty of chances to do against this double
नींद नहीं
duelist
आ रही?
comp.
नींद
The
related
question
questions
is when we flip the sides,
are not
how
entertained either.
are EG going to deal with the offensive aggression from the double duelist?
It's going to be a lot to weather, but the question has to be answered. For now, though,
खाने
I
की
think
वजह
guys,
से
again, go back
बाहर
towards the
आया
chamber,
है.
go back towards Ye.
Excuse me.
A little bit of presence made from MIBR towards
खाने
mid.
की वजह से आया यार, बहुत खाया आज.
Got that Viper wall up towards A, very
आज
common
हमने
one that you see on
Eggplant
Split.
rava fry
Allows you to
खाया.
kind of contact up. But I love where MIBR are playing. They're playing ahead of that wall to take that contact possibility away. So even if the wall's toggled up and down, they don't know.
Yeah, and they're double swinging on those angles as well, just in
भाई,
case Ye is there with the
एक
chamber. But Ye is
question है,
actually all the way pushed up B.
जो
Just
मैंने
now
नहीं
maybe getting
Red
a little
Wolves
bit of
में
a
भेजा
fight,
GK
jump
करके.
spotting.
बंक्स भाई अगर
Taking a
एग
ton of
नॉन
damage
वेज
off of
है
it.
तो एग
Yeah,
प्लांट
it's
वेज
rough, and
कैसे?
Derek does have that heal online,
That's
opting to go
good.
full
That's
utility.
काली दोस्त.
It's the
तो
power
मैं
of
लव
this
यू मैं हीरो
guy.
आसपास के बाद तुम ही हो. लव यू यार.
Nothing to heal up Cortesia on the other side.
इधर आ कांडू.
The re-clearing from MIBR, they understand that most likely most of these members are geared up towards mid.
I mean, they've taken so much space away. Again, this spell's disaster. They're going to have to win these gunfights if they want to alleviate some of this pressure because they've been fully corralled in. Cortesia not able to find the success he was on Abyss.
Big pickup right there from Icy. This 1v1 doesn't go the way of nature.
No,
Not
it's-
ready for it.
His hands betrayed him. Given away, and now EG in this weird no man's land. They're going to throw a smoke towards B, but then try to head A, and it might work.
Almost in a pickle right there. Time is running extremely low right now. 10 seconds, Doug.
Nazwer could end the round himself. The TP across, nicely done from Soup, but not choosing to take that fight. Massive out from Icy. Still work to be done, though. Artsy sanding the shots. Icy falling.
काय का राउंड है?
Oh, that's another.
Disastrous for EG. Superman, he can't clutch this time around. MIBR, the way that they just moved around the map on this defensive side, constantly re-clearing spaces where EG was, and Cortesia in mid, getting that kill onto Ye, and then getting out of dodge. Yeah, he gets picked off by Icy, but still he bought so much time for the other members of MIBR to
Fake
formulate
Whitey,
a plan
thank for the
on how
first
they're gonna
super
retake
chat
this.
at 29.
What a nice flurry of trades as well.
It's a great shot out from our team there. I think one thing that, you know, we haven't really touched on, but I wonder how it impacts preparation and things of that nature, because let's be honest, Brazilian Valorant has its own flavor, right? It has its own brand, its own spice, if you will. This is now the third Brazilian team in a row EG has faced. Yeah. So they're getting through the gauntlet, or at least trying to, but this feels like it's just a little bit too much.
Yeah, this MIBR, they've came so prepared. On this map, no footage
Do
of
you
them
like
specifically,
Brazilian
so
Valorant?
all the time to prepare, all the time to anti-strat.
बाकी कुछ knowledge नहीं है मेरे को.
And another pick onto Ye. But a good trade this time. That could be an upgrade too, a Guardian in the hands of Superman.
Betrayed by the toes.
not a good angle.
शेष खेल रहे यार
Peeking
भाड़ में
into
जाएंगे
nature.
Enemy remaining.
Trying
ये
to be
गन है क्या उधर?
distracted, but I think it's going to be another 3K for Artsine.
जैसे बोला 2 सैचल मारे तूने 2 दिया
And he's one off of that showstopper, dog. He's
Listen,
having a
Vax,
map.
what
It's like
about
he's been
that?
unleashed. He's like, oh, I get to play Duelist again?
Yeah,
I've been waiting for this moment.
He's having a good time with it too.
ये क्या है?
Again, 6-0 from him so far.
And you kind of wonder if it's one of those things where it's like, he's like, yo, Frog, trust
Handle.
me, bro. Let me play the Raze on this map, man. Let me do it. And if he can't pull it off, Frog's just
बोला
like, okay,
बंदे
you're
का
back.
acting तो
You're back on initiator
बोलो
duty.
बे है
Hey, it's working so far.
हाँ
Again, 6-0 from him, still has
Hey,
that
big.
judge. A Marshall for Aspas. A target found, not connecting though. But again, the help
कभी
from
लगता
Oz
है
was
हरामी
perfect.
And what a punish on that default. For MIBR, Nature, he will even the score, this time winning the head-to-head against his counterpart. But look at the mini-map. Look at how far Shenum has pushed up in this B main with that
फ्रेंड्स में
bucky.
मस्ती नहीं लड़ो लड़ो आपस में लड़ो
Dog got a
थोड़ा
lot of info. Nade traded though.
कैसे बोला इसने ये सब मित
Yeah,
भाई
he gets
हैंडल
all
बुझा
that
दो
space up
इसका
A ramp. The rest of EG just waiting for any type of contact play being made. A good smoke. Artsine able to reposition. get
Language
closer up to
Russian.
That judge.
And again, his reposition there takes away the possibility of a contact up ramps into ropes.
Yeah, the way that MIBR have been maneuvering around this defensive side, it's honestly been a pleasure to watch. And there's a little
भाई
bit
ये
of
क्या
awkward
कर रहा है मॉनिटर के साथ
Nosware. And he's gonna win the
इतना
head-to-head
करने के
against
बाद
Ye.
भी
Ye
ऐसा पटका
falling
खा रहा है
again.
बताओ
Not really able to get anything going in these duels.
The timing almost feels
इमेजिन
a
करने
little
का कोई
disjointed.
जरूरत नहीं है
Right, like Ye was really far up A. Meanwhile, they were still kind
कोई
of stuck
जरूरत
up
नहीं
mid.
है
They
imagine
hadn't really
करने का
made any pressure, and now Artzine
Oh my
with the
gosh!
judge, and now on Pop looking for another target. Icy jumps over it.
भाई ये
He's able to
sexy
punish
था
him back,
ये
and
sexy
Nature
था
helping. And
ये
now they
sexy
can go
था
back towards B.
सिर्फ ऐसा ना करो
Remember, this would be the bonus for MIBR if they can pull it off in Shinim's in a really good spot to do so, but Nature extinguishing that threat. Nazar with 3 on the
Icy's
round,
in there.
Icy by himself. He was the catalyst
भाई
for
ये
the
ऐसी का
possibility.
ये ऐसी का ये
But
ऐसी
now he has to push it over the finish line himself. Thrust into a position to deliver for EG. What a disaster this would be.
ये ऐसी का
MIBR's already gotten it to half. They've got a smoke to conceal a little bit of that pressure. Nalzer's just going to stick it the whole way. There was no answer. That's the bonus for MIBR.
The duo pulling through. Full confidence in that stick. And
उधर
the
जाके
perfectly
Vandal क्यों नहीं
timed
उठाया?
smoke from Osboss. Yeah, he loses the 1v1 against Icy, but he bought more than enough time for that diffuse to come through. But again, you are completely right. It was disjointed. Normally, when you're going for those lurk kills as a chamber, you wait for the main pack to make all the ruckus. Take the 50-50s. It's something that we saw MIBR do very well on the last map when they came back from a 4v5. MIBR convert the bonus, and now EG are left to their devices with this scrappy little buy, but they're fully investing into this.
फुल W दबा रहे
They have 3 stingers. Icy has his ult. A lot of noise made A, including that one, the big one. Payload will connect. Artsy now down, but
No heaven smoke.
he's able to
Doesn't
get,
matter.
Yeah, able to get traded back though from Ye.
कैसे जीतते हैं ना ये लोग राउंड
And now the spike planted.
Huh?
A
Didn't I
position
have him
here
smoke?
to try to turn the tides. These are retake attempts that got a little messy on Abyss.
EG have to play a lot more discipline this time around.
नहीं
Yeah,
heavy
the guns
number
aren't in their
advantage
favor, but these close-up angles, the Stinger can do a lot of work.
You're looking for one pick and then you can accelerate. That's
God.
not the pick I meant. If you're MIBR, that's the one you needed.
Yeah, it's done now. Shirley, Icy with the pickup as well.
यहाँ पे रुकेगा
Aspas
सारे
will get
guns
his as
गिराएगा
he does.
Party's over.
Yeah, he's going hunting. He wants them all. Give him
Certainly,
another one.
certainly
Right.
not enough time to win the
बोला ना।
round, but plenty of time to deal
यहाँ पे
damage.
रुकेगा।
Considerable one at that. Remember, the investment was a little weird here. Nature will carry a rifle over into the next. but
शिवले thank you for the
That's all they can carry.
membership
Yeah, a breath of life now for EG.
आप
on
बोलो
this
ना
attacking
chat
side,
में
a
बोलो ना
chance to
OP
get back into
दिखो
the swing of
उससे
things.
वाला
EG and Potter, she puts these boys through the ringer in scrims. I've been there firsthand, specifically playing out rounds, forcing up for moments like this when you're in a match and you need to
Chat
win
में
the next
आराम ही
round.
लगता है
Stingers and full armor and a showstopper was all that was invested.
Light armor on Ye and the op online.
Ops on both ends. And they're going to clash right here in this A main.
Gonna have a couple of walls and a couple of flashes to pave the way to forge a path.
Fake teleport, some conditioning done earlier. We saw Superman get punished on that default previously.
Taking a bite right out of his cheeks. Now taking a step back.
Yeah.
The op just not safe.
Yeah, Aspas needed to run all the way out of there. And a lot of smokes used. Ye is already posted up on this angle, though. All that utility giving the advantage to Ye to take whatever fight he thinks Aspas is going to be at.
Both curtains fall.
I mean, this is iconic.
Here.
Who's going to peek into one another? Ye, he's so good at holding the lines.
क्या लगता है?
Oh, he's moving now.
Here we go.
Here.
And he knows. Barrel trained.
Pings it.
Crosshair steady. Aspas wins it out.
He read him like a
Patience
book.
मेरा टेस्ट हो गया बे उसका
Now
पता
they
नहीं.
can move up towards mid, and that's exactly what MIBR are doing. Look at how much more aggressive Cortesia is in this position. Dodges the flash, not connecting. Icy falls. Trying to connect onto the transfer, looking every which way he can, and gets away with 2. It's criminal.
सुपरमैन को कम समझे हो क्या?
Disgusting work.
इसका देखा था कि नहीं क्लच?
He's really came to be in these last couple of matches, man. They got rolled by 100 Thieves, but the bounce back against Cloud9, that's where he really shines. Superman, he has no time here. Getting sucked off of the plant, into the nade as well. MIBR off of the pickup of Aspas' op. Convert that round.
किसको सपोर्ट कर रहा हूँ मैं किसको नहीं कर रहा हूँ?
Cortesia looking snappy with it in mid as well.
9-1 from our team, but yeah, I think it was this kill right here.
It's so quick. You just know both players understand how each other like to maneuver around with that operator, what the rotations are going to be, but this is the difficult part of playing on land, peeking into an operator that's holding an angle already. Ye was waiting for it. He thought that Aspas would go all the way back around site, maybe give him a little peek right there, but
5-1 यार,
Aspas
5-1.
having the better read this time around. And
Love you यार Aspas, love you. Love you.
2 and 5 for Ye here.
पेट बाहर आ गया.
And on the last map, the stats of Aspas, the kills against the duelist of Icy, he was 8-2 against Icy. He was
out
8-3
or
against
indoor
Ye.
bracket? Out.
Doesn't really look like he's slowing down anytime soon either. The only one that's even close to being even with him is Superman. But he's just on Omen, man. He can't do it all. He's getting punished on these defaults as well.
आसपास को यौन कैसे नहीं आता भाई?
Done a really good job of prepping for how EG like to approach this attack side. Already punishing small things like Omen teleports, like where flashes are going in mid from the sky of Derek. On one player getting a 2K like that in mid, he knows the exact spot to play, understands that the flash isn't going to connect on him.
आपने गाना सुना है सुपरमैन सलमान का फैन? भी पूछते लोग आज.
Artsine once again on that judge. Aspas keeps that operator into the next round, and he switches up positions now.
बेल्ट का वैलर रोस्टर अभी भी एग्जिस्ट करता है. अभी तो चालू हुआ वापस.
That chamber operator in play.
Let's play.
How will the second round go? It seems like Ye's actually rotating away.
Yeah, he helps get nature this deep B main aggression.
That pit is going to provide an extra layer of complication.
And again, Aspas is holding an off angle, waiting for Ye to walk into his angle. EG are going to need to set this chamber up.
But with what?
You have to flash. You have to flash the corner. Anything. Jump spot.
You don't take this dry, surely.
That's a good orb.
I love that smoke, and I love that dog. They're going to back him off, but I think Shenup's in a really good spot to make a play. And there it is. Only one found, though. Aspas staying alive, repositioning, tucking tail, staying away.
But
Ye just gets dropped by Cortesia running ahead of that smoke in heaven.
They got the sight, though. They got the spike down. Weapons aren't great. Oh, both upgraded, though. Icy and Superman now with rifles in hand.
Surely you pop the jet knives on this retake.
Icy's in a really dangerous spot here if he plays his cards right, but he was just too weak.
Deleted.
Folds at the hands of the judge. But EG are somehow still in this fight. MIBR with a numbers advantage, however slight. But Derek cannot convert.
Bye.
Superman again.
Super.
Forced to deliver for
Superman.
EG. He's
Superman.
got it down to one.
Super.
The 4K in the Red Bull clutch for EG.
When his team needed him the most, he pulls through once
भाई क्या
again.
बंदा है भाई ये देखो
4
ग्लोबल
in the round, all
लिखा है
headshots.
अच्छा ग्लोबल सिटीजन हो
But you can't keep winning off of heroics like this if you're EG. It's got to be a team effort. That's what you're built upon.
Enemy remaining.
These headshots, though.
Nice! Let's go, baby. That's the father right there.
The Viet dad pulling through.
Bro, if he keeps playing like that, might need to call him daddy instead.
Whoop him in.
Wild.
Tell you what, I used to call him daddy.
Wild plays out from him. But Aspas again
Bhai,
looking to
kya
turn the tide
bastards hai
immediately.
bhai.
Blades aggressively across the middle of the map.
क्या कास्टर्स है
And Ye has that up again.
Superman picking that one up.
लव यू यार इजन भाई
Playing very
जब
slow.
जाएंगे तब मालूम
Pack
पड़ेगा
mentality right now for EG.
That nade's going to cause some
Raj
problems.
bhai,
I like
sab baatein
this.
nahi
For as
karta
many
hai.
problems as Cortesia has caused EG across
Yes,
the middle of the
that
map, we're starting to see some protocols to
Very
get him
at
off
the
of that,
line
to
of
displace him.
racism.
Yeah, he got taken down to 50 HP right there. Gets healed right back up. Able to get back on that line with the operator.
Glass cannon op too.
Oh, good nade.
The Seekers are going to push them back all the way down steps. Now you can choose to go A, where you've got Nature who's taking some space, or you can turn back towards B.
Ye is fearless in this approach. He jumped all
सारे
the way
एंगल
into hell
क्लियर
by himself.
करते
Now the follow-up, though.
इरिटेटिंग
Shannon
तो
close by.
play
Can't play spoiler. They don't know that he's
Versus.
here, and I don't know that there's any utility to clear it. The flash is going to be so good. The swing is even better.
Down B.
दो बर्बाद
Ye has to connect, and he cannot. Shannon with 3 of the round for MIBR.
And EG
Bhai,
just
MIBR
dropped
clean
like
दिख रहा है।
flies.
मेरे को समझ नहीं
Shannon,
सारे
what an
एंगल
anchor.
क्लियर
What a
करते
distraction from
किसी
Nosware as well. That flash coming out of
irritating
spawn. Everyone
तो
looking
प्ले
straight
VS
there.
क्या है
Maybe not trusting Ye to hold that line for them. And Ye, he just can't quite connect
लेकिन ऐसा
onto
नहीं
that
बोलते
wide
भाई
swing.
ऐसा नहीं बोलते विराज भाई ऐसा नहीं बोलते
Maybe a little bit in his head right now.
I mean, it's a tough shot to hit on a tight swing back from pillar, but
Yeah, but those are shots he's known for,
right.
Doug.
The truth is,
Especially on that chamber.
yep.
The confidence just not playing a factor in this game right now. Now Ospas had an opportunity for another first blood, but can't quite hit the mark. Yeah,
ऐसे
doesn't wanna play
duelist
fire
पे
playing a
अच्छा
very
नहीं है
passive
honestly
angle here. It's quiet across
Last
the
game
board
देखा
right
नहीं
now
क्या?
from EG.
And there was fire on
अभी
the
मार
other
रहा था
side.
बुलशिट
Aspas
के
with the shorty in the smoke.
Jump spot should be heard here, but a little bit of doubt. See, Cortesia was looking behind his back, but with that Skydog clearing all that A ramp, he's focused forward.
He has single-handedly been the thorn in their side from this exact spot.
बाप रे almost बे
This time around, it is a 1-for-1 though, and now an
Almost.
upgrade. A way in for EG to maybe get another thrifty round. Yay, he still has a Vandal of his own.
मेरी काय
Garrett
गाड़
upgrades
मार
to a Sheriff,
नवप्रीत भाई मैंने
and
क्या
it looks
किया
like everything's geared up towards this A split.
भाई ये टाइम पे
But
मेरे को वैलो
Superman
खेलने का
is
मन
gonna
होता है
have
बे
to
देख के
find
हाँ
a fantastic timing right here coming out of this vent.
अचानक से ऑल्ट
He's
एफर
gonna
करे
try.
सीधा रैंक पुश
The wall goes down in Nosware.
He has
लेकिन
to
एक
wait.
गेम
He
के
has to
बाद
wait
ऐसा
for this
लगता है
A
कि
main.
नहीं जान दो वॉच पार्टी कर
Pressure.
To realize itself, you're absolutely right. The wall goes up, and that should be
Personal
the
हो रहे
timing
हो
for them to cross. Nosware again ready.
इधर है
for it.
मेरी
Sees it
army.
go up, see Supermen fall, and now with 12 seconds left, they
Attack
have no
on
choice but to
Navpreet.
try to brute force their way in.
Oh man,
And it's
what-
again just a mess.
Yeah, but
Agreed,
what a
नहीं, attack
genius
करना है.
move
बहुत
from
सही है.
Nosware to put his back against that box so he can't be seen from anybody potentially walking up A ramp with that Viper wall being up. And yeah, he's playing like a
-1
maniac right
लिखना
now.
है.
Cortesia is playing like a maniac. Let's just say it. Artscene has had a judge almost every single round on this defensive side.
And he's getting multi-kills with it every time, too.
And they're vibing, man. They're vibing. EG
Palak
on the
ji.
other end, I mean, it's not looking too good over in that camp.
Palak
man.
ji,
Their
promotion
faces are
time.
not happy.
you are promoted
Oh, and if you're EG, you can't be happy about that. The double dip, not even required. 1-2 punch of Ospas and Nosware, the duo.
भाई यहाँ से कमबैक एनर्जी
It just feels
Huh?
like something has changed in these last couple of rounds.
Sabri
for
bhai, thank you
MIBR.
for
It
the
looks
5
like,
rupees मेरे
yeah,
जान
they
के
got
today.
thrifty, but they bounced right back.
there was a lot of reason to be excited for MIBR at the beginning of the season. I mean, Artsine, the potential, Naswar, and then Aspas, of course, but they kind of stumbled out of the gates. This really feels like they found their footing, though.
Yeah, it's so weird because against 100 Thieves, if you were to look at that match, you were like,
हाँ भाई कौन बोल
they
रहा
have a
था
lot to work on.
आसपास deserves a better team मिस्टेक को
The turnaround and how quickly they've been able to do it is what's most impressive.
Yeah, am I like a good salesperson?
They look like a different team here.
And look, I'm not saying this map is over by any means.
Defensive map पे Bunks भाई comeback हो सकता है ना
MIBR's composition, let's just put it on paper, it's favored on the attacking side. You have the double duelist to go absolutely crazy in sight.
+1
I do think EG's comp, and historically,
7-2.
EG is also better built to play on defense. So
Mm-hmm.
that'll be good against good, but I think if you're EG here, again, given how Split has
Time
played
to
out for
be
you
thank for
before,
the membership
you've
can
got to
get
at
day
least keep it competitive on attack.
Mm-hmm.
And this feels like MIBR are just set to run away with this
Yeah,
thing.
it can't be heroics that
क्या
hold
off होएगा
EG over
पता
the
है
edge.
मेरे हिसाब से
It needs to be the
With my
overall
years of
team play.
experience.
We're just not
10 seconds
quite
left.
seeing it here.
9-3
Maybe call it an off day, call it what you want, but this is an
9-3.
elimination match.
गंदा खेलते हो
MIBR will get to 7. Aspas still
Last
has
one
that
लिख
off
सकते.
online. Financially, you take a look on the other side of the stage.
10 पे लिख सकते
EG not in a great spot.
+1
You got to feel for Icy in that moment, man. I mean,
I would like to agree
it
on
no
that
chance
+1
right there.
लेकिन क्या
So again, I want to go back
Feel
to what
नहीं
you were
आता
saying a
10
moment
में.
ago. This is an
समझ रहे हो?
elimination match. This is
ऐसा लगता
also
है कि यार
an
गंदा खेलता है
elimination
ऐसा
map.
Mm-hmm.
Right? We're not talking about map 1 and there's
Feel
time to, you know,
के
we'll
लिए
bounce
ना
back on map 2, this, that, and
feel
the
के लिए
other.
वो 50 वाला है
It's go time now.
Second
उसमें ऐसा
timeout
लगे
blown. It's
fuck
make it
यार
or
मैं
break it for
सच्ची
EG
इतना
at this
गंदा
point.
खेलता हूँ
And
50
Potter
वाला
can identify that.
unbelievable ऐसा फील आएगा
As much as we've talked about Cortesia, Naswar, the duo, Shenum having his moments in that anchoring, it's really been
nice,
Artsy
Barim.
who stepped up to the plate here on this map of Split on this defensive side. He's 13-3 right now.
He's
मैं
had
भी यार
ridiculous
कोच तो
fun.
गाना
A
गा रहा
lot
रहेगा
of
ना
kills
अभी.
with the judge, sure,
सही
but
बात
those
करेगा
are
फिर
kills
टीम
that tilt you.
जीत रहे
To be on the opposite end of a judge, we've all felt it in ranked.
Well, and also,
No, it's the worst feeling in the world.
and also, I mean, it doesn't.
Love
the
you,
truth is,
Nafrid bhai,
it's still
love
the kills, right? Like,
you.
they're still converting those into round wins, regardless of what tool is being used to get them there.
And it throws you off your game because now, even if you're clearing these close corners, you're running in with the knowledge that, okay, it might not even do anything. I'm definitely going down. And I have to rely on who's behind me to get the trade.
Right.
And the trades have not been going through
बिना
the
सेंटिनल
way
का
for
खेलना
EG,
problematic
so
नहीं होता
already,
ना वो लोग टाइम में
maybe some
प्रैक्टिस करते
players losing
क्या
some
टाइम पे
trust
लोग
in
वॉकिंग लर्न
one
कर
another.
सकते हैं करके और कॉम्स में खेलते
7-2 down. MIBR looking really comfortable here.
And a must-win round for EG. No timeouts left. You need to get back into
Game
this.
से ज़्यादा चार्ट
Give
में
yourself
मजा आ
a
रहा है,
fighting
excuse
chance
me.
on the defensive side. But look already. Look at this spot that Artsine is at. This is one of those rounds where this spot goes
भाई डेरिक
unchecked.
कितना दूर बैठा है मॉनिटर्स पे
He
ये
hasn't
कितना
played
पास
there.
बैठा है भाई 4
One
डेरिक आ
time.
जाएंगे
Oh, he gets off
ये
the angle,
देखो
though.
बे
Off of that mid utility, off that mid info gathered by MABR. It's a reclear of B main.
Position given away. Toes exposed. Kill found again.
Again.
This feels like they're forcing heroics. And I understand the need to find a pick to make something happen. It's just not converting.
Oh, the showstopper doesn't convert, but Derek will.
Meanwhile, Aspas has gone unchecked. That's a spike now on the ground. Nature striking at just the right moment. The second one will come through, and now Nature's left in a 1v2. Spike out of hand, but opt to work with.
कब निकली
That Viper's pit online as well.
For MIBR,
ऐसा
though,
लगा
they're
नहीं
approaching this from
ultimately.
different fronts, and that can either be a blessing or a curse.
It's going to have to be another clutch from EG to stay in the mix of things.
Giving him the space to drop the
आओ
hit.
MFBR भाई हमारे वर्ल्ड में जरा आओ
And Nature switch weapons. He's now got Phantom he can work
ग्रीनरी
with.
में आओ जरा मालूम पड़ेगा
Playing on the other side of this. Hearing one, spotting the other, and the snap again from Cortesia's filth.
That's insanity. Just not low enough. The Viper's pit not taking
आएगा वो
Cortesia
बोलना
down enough
बोला
for
नहीं
Nature
ना
to just hit a little body shot, but he had the up.
आओ
He
लेकिन
had the up on
कल
both. To hit
ऐसा
a
बोल रहा
flick
था
like
मैं।
that,
समझ
you
रहा
gotta get that POV. All he might see is
थोड़ा जल्दी आ गया
tracers. But no, it was a Phantom, wasn't it? Oh, barely sees him 1 HP.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
क्या
MIBR
खेलते
just
वे
looks
लोग
so clean, and I think it's a lot of what we talked about in map 1, but it's rearing its head in map 2 as well. Cortesia has been insane. Artine, as you mentioned, sitting at 15-4, and I think it's tough because MIBR are doing everything perfectly, and EG are struggling in every facet of
भाई
the
ये
game.
ने वही राउंड 2 मारा था ना
Very well said, Doug. I mean, look at this. Even on another default, the paranoia is way too late. EG have truly crumbled in this moment, and they're getting picked apart by MIBR.
The surgeon scalpel that is
Over.
MIBR right now is, I mean, it's perfect in every which way.
One enemy remaining.
It's just completely fallen apart to the point where Derek is left in a 1v5, and he's gotten 3.
भाई मैं
He's
सच्ची
gonna have
सच्ची
the
बताऊं
ult.
मैं सच्ची बताऊं मेरे को लगा था कि 50 में फील आएगा कि मैं गंदा खेलता हूँ बट गेस व्हाट आई वाज रॉन्ग यार 100 में मेरे हिसाब से 100 में फील आएगा मेरे हिसाब से लव यू यार लव यू नवप्रीत बाय फ्रॉम सैन आंड्रेस ऐसे लव यू कभी याद रहा GTA 6
And your team is riding on you to bring it back.
love you
But it's such a tough ask. The fact that he's put in the spot in the first place.
Yeah.
Such a shame.
गाली नहीं ठीक है
MIBR sitting at 9
love you
to
thank
2.
you so much for
EG,
the
we've already said
50
it.
pounds and the dollars
They've
and the
been
dinars
completely dismantled. Tournament dreams look like they've been just sucked right out of them.
W लिखा heart
Not seeing any type of energy over there.
No, it's 5 rounds in a row for MIBR. Full steam ahead.
It just looks so grim.
And it's, I mean, to be fair, it's
मैंने
not
क्या
like
बोला
they're
था
not trying
9-3 ना
stuff. It's just nothing's working.
Yeah, and it's
I
partly
would like
because
to
of some really
change
good
to
prep
10-2.
work done early
बहुत
on from
ultimate
MIBR, punishing some defaults, but also
Sure.
a dismantling of chemistry and team play from the side of EG.
ऐसे मतलब San
Like
Andreas
that paranoia
ना?
not coming
मुझे
out for
पता था।
Icy in that moment. I mean, he's left on an island with a player in a ramp that's not flushed out at all. Artsine gets another first blood.
He's going to have a shot at a second kill, too. The flash is nice, though. Artine down.
It is a free A site.
Yeah, able to strike. The cabbage is out. Going to give position away. Nazar's there on the
वो
trade.
मारना था
I mean, Superman's out on site, and now the rest of EG is going to be able to join him.
तीनों बंदे साइड में
This goes
करेंगे?
without saying. They need this round.
तीनों बंदे साइड में
Absolutely
क्या
need the
करेंगे
9-3 curse.
आंसर इज
Bring it back for Derek if you're an EG fan.
They're in a position to do so.
Oh, but
Superman's
MIBR.
position's been given away. Spotted now, the Roomba there. Nazar looking for any window that he can find. And again, time is a factor here. The spike has been ticking for a little while. Cortesia again, and now Shenov as well. When it looks like
वो
there's a
हिला ही नहीं
window in,
पोजीशन से
MIBR again just do whatever they want. It's a 10-2 half.
Yeah, it's
10-2.
a
बोला था ना?
masterful show of a defensive side of split. MIBR looks so impressive on this map. They've taken advantage of EG every step of the way. And even with that crazy clutch that we saw earlier from
Well,
Superman,
निकला
they
क्यों
didn't
नहीं
let
वो
it get
मिल
to
के?
them at all.
सुपरमैन
I mean, they have such a buffer of
निकल के
a
जाता भी
lead
किधर
Yeah.
उसका एंगल तो
I
होल्ड
mean, even
करना
if
ही
it
था
does
वो
get to
वाला।
them a little bit, they have enough that they can fall back on. 10-2 half, EG staring down the barrel of elimination. We'll see you guys on the other side of this
डिफेंसिव
break.
मैप पे इतना भी नहीं यार इतना भी डिफेंसिव नहीं है ये मेरा गेम प्ले देखो सीधा जीजी
Red Bull gives you wings.
10 to कर्स ये लगता है उसकी तरह था रेड बुल जैसे ये भी उधर से हाइड खाएगा हाँ ना सुपरमैन ने बहुत ट्राई किया यार Sorry, MIBR, you're going down. ये अभी दिखाना जरूरी था वॉइसर पे लव यू चेतन भाई जाओ जाओ
It has been all MIBR all the way here on Split. A 10-2 half, and they're now, what, 3 rounds away from surviving, from eliminating EG, and from keeping their Bangkok hopes and dreams alive. I think, you know, we mentioned it, Dre, in the first half. This roster looked like it would be really good on paper. They stumbled out of the gates at the beginning and kickoff, but and this does not look like the same team we saw earlier. MIBR looked insane.
I most definitely wrote them off, especially after that loss to 100 Thieves and the manner that it happened. But again, the way that they've turned it around in such a short span of time,
thanks
it
for the
truly needs to be studied.
membership.
Did the flash get... Oh. That was not supposed to stop there. Superman's still in a really good spot, though. He's able to get 1. Ye does 2. Connecting on to the 3rd.
Time laga. Come back.
They needed the pistol, and it seems like they're going to be able to convert it. But this is where the hurdles have been for EG. This is not the first time something like this happens. Fortunately for them, the trip catches. Cortez still gets the kill. The spit trying to push Icy off the line.
Oh, almost
Nozzle's getting it down to 1v2. Ye gets his 3, so do EG.
Yeah, it wasn't pretty from Superman. A lot of whiffage going on, but I mean, sometimes you just can't connect on the satchels happening, and it happens. But yay, he gets 3 into this round, doubling his kills in this map. A nice shot right there. Cleaning up house right at the end there too. But if EG wanted any hopes of coming back into this,
so hard
they
game
needed to win the pistol round. MIBR, they lost both pistols on the previous map. They won theirs on the defensive side. So
last, no. Already last stage pe, na.
A chance now, a glimmer of hope if EG can convert this round cleanly. You need every advantage you can if you want to make a comeback this grand. And MIBR playing super slow. Really running down that time right now, putting down the minds of EG.
Assault gun barrel, surely.
Just a little too fearful to take that extra step out, even with a teleport. And it's Icy that will get the kill, but he's going to get punished on the trade right now. Uh-oh.
Artzine's able to find a free one. Still hanging on to the classic. Meanwhile, the dog pushing Aspas off the line. That's another big kill out from Ye, who invested into the outlaw this time around.
Teleport's ready.
Take it, push.
They still have a little bit of space. MIBR do up mid. Ye had nowhere to go.
That's alright.
This is getting very messy. It's all onto Derek and Superman now. Remember, this was the anti for them. Like, this is the round that they were supposed to be able to convert.
And cleanly, too.
13 seconds left. Derek has a lot to do here. And that very well might be the dagger. A thrifty round win for MIBR. EG back on a broken bye, and I don't know how you bounce back from that.
MIBR played it so slow and methodical on this attacking side, even with worse weaponry. And yay, the pressure may be unsurmountable, making huge mistakes, Doug. Not reloading any of his weapons, getting stuck in a pickle, teleporting back. Potter can't even believe it. And she can't bail them out of this anymore. MIBR have dismantled EG in every way. The gunfights, the strategy, utility. EG are looking lost right now. They have to force into this round because of it.
And it's another slow, quiet round from MIBR. Very similar, very reminiscent to what we saw in the previous round.
great discipline.
Yeah, he's got to be careful. Crosshair's not right. Still connects onto Shenum.
A little bit more confidence this time around. And it's a stack for EG.
Gonna play on the other side of this wall. Icy not able to settle a shot. Superman will fall. But Ye has arrived at the scene. He's already gotten 3 on the round. Popping his ult.
Yes.
Looking for magic.
Yes.
Committed. Remember, it's Aspas who's got the outlaw on the other side, and he will win that duel.
Again and again.
2v2 now. Icy with rifle in hand. Switching over to the lighter weaponry. Has 2 satchels. You imagine there's going to be a spark to go. And there it is. First one popped. And instantly dropped. What can nature do? I mean, MIBR is such a good setup here. Yeah, Aspas is a little weak, but they have every single angle considered, everything cornered. And that's MIBR at 12. That's not just match point, that's series point.
And that's the power of the double duelist, Doug. Yeah, they're down numbers. Ye does his best to climb back into the round, make up for the mistake in the previous. But it's just not enough. The overwhelming force onto the actual site. Look at that flash. Superman has no chance. So many targets jumping around his screen. And Aspas just doing Aspas things, baby.
That's done. Quick break.
11 and 8 from him again. Our team 20 and 9.
वैसे ट्राई एंड दिखा रहा है मतलब तूने कुछ बराबर लिखा नहीं है रे कुछ वर्ड या फिर कुछ शॉर्ट फॉर्म ऐसे लिखा रहेगा ना
for evil geniuses.
ऐसा BHD के ऐसा कुछ लिखा रहेगा
the way that MABR have been playing. There's no
या
way
कुछ स्पेशल कैरेक्टर्स डाला रहेगा
It's a hard sell. And again, it's Aspas. It's a protagonist. 2 kills found. The scraps of weapons that EG bring into this round are going to make things even more complicated. How do you retake into 4 with 2 stingers and a shorty?
I'll tell you how it all starts with Ye right here on this plane.
It may have to start there, but I don't know that it's ever going to leave the gates. Derek and Nature now, the last 2 standing. Shoulder spotted on 1. You know the flash is going to be close. It's going to be aggressive. Traded 1 for 1. Cortesia gets the last, and MIBR obliterate EG 13-3 on map 2 to survive, to advance.
Yeah, that wasn't a match. That was a massacre. MIBR again, they outclassed EG in every department on this map of Split. Abyss was close, but this was just a complete outplay in mechanical skill, strategy. EG just getting ran circles around. And for MIBR, this is more than just a win. This was them announcing themselves as a serious threat in this tournament. It's so quiet. It's genuinely so quiet in here.
MIBR look insane. And again, this is what you wanted to see from this roster. You wanted to see Aspas in a comfortable position. I love that they busted out the double duelist comp. Our team looked spectacular. And yes, a lot of it was building momentum off the judge kills in the first half, but he found his footing, and they were able to convert that into this win. 13-3 on map 2 is nothing to scoff at.
Yeah, every single player on this team
let's go.
Their moment. Shenum, he was sitting kind of low at the scoreboard on that second map, but the moments.
भाई लेकिन मेरे को अभी सच्ची वाला फील आ रहा है कि अभी देख इनके तो सीन्स हो गए समझ रहे हो भाई अभी इजी बाहर गया ना पूरा बाहर ना इजी बाहर शायद अब ये अपर ब्रैकेट है लोअर ब्रैकेट है एक सेकंड लेट मी चेकिंग 1 second just give me like 1 second या अभी इजी हो गई है बाहर ठीक है एनआरजी वर्सेस क्रू में क्रू के प्लेयर्स बहुत स्ट्रांग है बहुत 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 ज्यादा लेकिन मेरे को लग रहा है आज एनआरजी क्लीन 2-0 ठीक है you can clip this today Nrg is gonna win 13-4 and 13-3 Nrg is winning today That's the best prediction ever in the history of Valorant. It's gonna be 2-0 for my goat Som. समझ रहे हो? But also there is a request for my goat. Dear Som, अगर यही सब गेम्स अगर सोम को हो जाते तो मजा आता. रात को और सुबह को थोड़ा सा तकलीफ होता है. ट्राई करें कि सोम को खेले आप. लव यू. कोट मैसेज जी का ऑफिशियल जिंक्स पार्टनर बन जाओ शिवले भाई. नहीं हूँ जिंक्स यार. एटलीस्ट इसी का 39 मत करो.
Boneco direito, os caras tá matando tudo. Mas no final
Mas bater que você dor pé.
Então, mano, muito orgulhoso de todo mundo do time. Sinto que eu tô jogando bem também, então, mas amanhã tem jogo de novo.
आपके यहाँ से एक बंदे ने 50 रुपए यूं फेंक के मारा.
I was barely seeing any agents and
नाक
we
कटा
had
रहे हो
a
आप.
very good echo. I
नाक
was
कटा
playing
रहे
with
हो.
Sheriff. So
नवप्रीत
it
भाई
worked
जरा
out.
समझाओ इसको.
Do you think you have been underestimated
Noprit
by
bhai.
everyone in the community, including the talent, including players?
Você acha que tem sido subestimado por todo mundo na comunidade, incluindo aí players, cast, fãs?
Cara, sendo sincero, pra mim é indiferente, eu não ligo pra nada disso, então se eles estão falando mal é porque eles queriam estar no meu lugar, e é isso.
कितने देर चालू होगा?
I don't really care about that, to be honest, and if they're talking trash it's because they wanted to be on my place.
पैसे निकालने का तरीका थोड़ा कैजुअल है.
Okay. Your challenges only get harder from here. It is a continued lower bracket run facing harder and harder teams. How do you feel prepared?
Bro, आप जो चाह रहे कितने का गेमिंग चाह? वो तो एक
Cada vez mais difícil agora na Lua, né? Vocês vão enfrentar times cada vez mais difíceis. Então, como é que tá a expectativa para isso, para o fim do kickoff?
A expectativa boa, a gente já tem jogo amanhã, acho que é muito direto os jogos agora, então não vai ter mais, assim, treino, vamos dizer.
बराबर.
E a gente tá bem confiante todo o time, acho que a gente se
भाई
preparou
घड़ी
bem
कौन
essa
सी है?
semana,
बहुत
temos
चमक रही है, मेरे आँख पे आ रही है.
qualquer um que vir agora do Leviathan, né? A gente vai jogar bem.
गुस्सा है ना, मैं मांग लूंगा, मैं बोल रहा हूँ.
Very confident. You know, we have game tomorrow again, so we won't have a lot of time to practice. But you know, Leviathan is coming, so we just ready for whatever.
Two more questions for you. One is a fan question that someone didn't leave their
Fan
name.
question.
How do you make split-second decisions in clutch moments?
Essa é uma pergunta de um fã. Como é que você faz essas decisões?
Muscle
assim,
memory.
Piscar de olhos, cara.
De clutch, você disse?
De decisões difíceis em não piscar de olhos.
Cara, não sei, acho que já virou
Practice,
um pouco mais
muscle
automático,
memory.
vamos dizer. Acho que tava pecando isso até no off-season, acho que eu consegui arrumar bastante meu estilo de jogo, né? Até por ser um novo time. Então, acho que é isso, acho que é ser bem calmo, né? Ser calmo.
I think it's something that comes automatically. Like I got.
नील भाई आपका फर्स्ट सुपर चैट है बेशरम.
It just comes with.
वो भी
because I'm
दो
calm,
का?
yes, so we just need to be calm.
क्या हो
All right,
गया
one last
भाई?
question for you. I feel like you have a lot
सारे
to say.
वहाँ वाले
So
बड़े-बड़े
I'm going to
पार्टी
give you
दो-दो
free rein
पिक
to
मार रहे
anyone
हैं.
you like to call out or say, you know, whatever you want to say.
बोलो
Floor
मैं
is
ट्रम्प
yours. Don't
भाई
make me
को.
regret this, but the floor is yours.
Por favor,
Nrg
não faça a
जीतेगा
gente
नील भाई
se
सच्ची.
arrepender disso, mas se
इस
você tiver
अकाउंट से
alguma
पहले
coisa pra
दिया
tirar
मैं
do
वही
teu peito,
सोचा.
a hora é essa.
Não, nenhuma.
इसके पहले देखा मैंने.
É isso. Tô preparado só pra jogar amanhã e é isso. Não tem nada pra falar.
I have nothing to say. I'm in peace. I'm ready to play tomorrow.
आपके यहाँ पे एक
And that's it. That's pretty much it.
फेमस देव भाई भी रहते थे. किधर है वो?
Guys, give it up for Shunnum one more time. An incredible performance. Now we're going to take a break, but stay right there because I know you know what's next. It
ऐसा
is
क्या
Nrg
चाह
Vs
रहा है? अच्छा
versus
चाह रहा है,
Nrg.
कंफर्टेबल है, अच्छा है, तो महंगा है. 2.4 रीजन्स. यार ऐसा मत करो यार. भाई आज मैंने मिस किया क्योंकि आज इजी गेम था करके मैं बोला छोड़ तो जाने दो करके. समझ रहे हो? ऐसा मत करो. ऋतिक भाई, एनर्जी हार गई तो तू फाइनल्स में म्यूट होके स्ट्रीम करेगा? नहीं, 40 में नहीं, सॉरी. इज्जत है भाई. पूरा चुप रहने का, पूरा मैच चुप रहने का. मिनिमम शार्क टैंक के हिसाब से 1.5 करोड़.
every move.
अभिषेक भाई को हेड दो. It's time for चाय. चाय टाइम. तुम लोग सुनो गाने. तारा भाई चाय लेकर आया. मुझे मोड़ तो मैं देता है. शर्म आती है.
Bueno, la partida de Nrg yo creo que va a ser un reto. Para mí, antes de que comenzara el torneo Kickoff, ellos eran los principales candidatos a ganarlo.
Wait a minute. Motto with the ace. I said I wanted to play against 100 Thieves the most out of like anyone.
Thought that over.
No.
Yeah, easy, huh? Money in the bank.
Whoever comes next.
And that next match is going to be against Crew Visa. How do you feel about facing them?
They've always been a great team overall to play against.
Siguen intentando cazar a Angelo Mori, se les está acabando la vida con tal de llamarse la vida de Deus. Kru no para.
Mada y el Flex que es Verno, creo que son jugadores muy buenos, pero no son players que uno no pueda vencer, no son intocables.
¡Imposible! ¡Lo he matado los Spike! Y ahora, 1 contra 1.
¡Dale, papá! ¡Mister de frente!
And welcome back, everyone, to Day 8 of VCT America's kickoff and our second elimination match of the day. It's Nrg going up against Kru Visa. Of course, I'm Golden Boy here with Vansili. We got Emily, as well as the Sir Douglas of Esports joining us here today.
I don't think I've ever been served like that.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining us, Sir Douglas.
Isn't there a knighting process? Like, shouldn't you have a sword?
There is, but I left it at home. So I'm sorry.
Oh,
it didn't fit in the Uber.
You know? When that happens,
and,
no, I get it.
And the last time I walked into an Uber with a knife, it was crazy. Anyway, moving forward, though. Now, look, guys. Here's the deal. This is the day of throwbacks, all right? First, we had Aspas going up against Ye. We saw how that one turned out. Now, it's Nrg and Kru Visa in a high-stakes matchup here because winner moves on, loser is eliminated. But what is quite fascinating is the history of these two organizations. Well, rather, the history of FNS going up against this organization because FNS has been in the game for quite a while, and Kru have always been a team that's been in his way, but he has never really had a problem with them.
Yeah, exactly. It almost looks like a walk in the park every time, though, also for Finesse calling for the past teams that he's done, the past rosters too, different iterations, and I think that's the key component. No matter who he has in his roster for now, and on top of that, adding that superpower into this year, it's going to be another one of those potential walk in the park because he already knows pretty much the playstyle of Kru that's always been overly aggressive, and I feel like he's able to tame that very easily.
Yeah, it does feel as if this is a team that FNS just has the number of, right? Whatever Coach Adams spins up, whatever Kesnet tries to do, because those are the mainstays of that team that were there back then, seems to have an answer for it.
Yeah, I mean, FNS has been a solid IGL since I can remember. And I think one of the biggest things...
Been around the block too.
One of the biggest things with Kesnet and Mizzino is like, you were right. The way that FNS calls, they force them to make mistakes in those aggressive plays.
Yeah, and that, I think, Doug, has been, well, without a doubt, it's been the death knell for Kru this entire time. We know this is a team that likes to get aggressive, get in your face, and oftentimes that can lead to a fair amount of mistakes. How do you stop that?
I think it's funny, though, because when you take a team that is as structured as the Optics, the NRGs, the Finesse cores have been, that's often the response, right? Like if you want to throw something into them that you aren't prepared for, that you can't really respond to and condition around, it's all of that aggression, right? But it does seem like Finesse has been able to navigate his way through that every single time. And so, I mean, if you're Kru, if you're Adam, I mean, what? Just have Kesnet Satchel like again?
Yeah, especially considering
one more time.
You only got two. Especially considering what we saw last week as well, right? I mean, we'll talk more about Mata in a little bit, but I mean, goodness gracious, my guy was out there looking like a superstar. It's very difficult to stop him. Now, here's the thing, guys. Now, normally, you guys know we do our talent predictions, right? Like at the end of the pre-show. Pero we had to do a little different this time around because we had a bit of an outlier here. We all went with NRG except for one mustachioed British man.
You know what's concerning about this is that I would normally look at this and go, oh, well, he got bullied, right? Like, there's no way he actually thinks, right? Like, he got paid off to do this. He was right about MIBR.
He was.
And he was the only, I mean, there was another Brit who we try not to talk about very often, who also picked MIBR, but
So, you know what? Let's hear from the man himself. We have Bren standing by in the arena, I think, if he is there. If not, that would be a really funny segment. But there he is. Brennan!
Am I on trial? Is this what's happening?
It seems like it.
The
lights on you.
I just want to know why you went where you went.
I need Kru to have that dog in them today. I don't care about anything else, man. I need to be in the dugouts. I know they're on the stage. Let's pull them back, actually. Let's pull them back. I know they're doing their tech setups. I need to gather them around. I don't speak Spanish. I don't care. I'm gonna be screaming at them.
I'll get you some Duolingo lessons, Papa.
Some passion coming at them because I need them to get that pack mentality. Werewolves ripping open the shirt, starting howling at the moon type beat. You know what I mean? I need him to start running them down energy because listen, FNS, you find where he's playing, just literally focus that dude. I'm not gonna lie, just focus it. I've said some mean words in the past. I'm actually getting paid to be on broadcast this time. I can't be mean this time, but I'm telling you, if Kru do this, they can dismantle him. Listen, NRG, Finesse-led teams. Listen, okay, Finesse is win rate. I don't want to go into the details. 10-1.
We need you to go into the details.
The numbers don't support my argument, so I don't want to go. I don't want to go into them, to be honest. Listen, they've never won. Kru have never won versus FNS-led teams. They're 10-1 in terms of maps, but I need them to have that dog in them today. I need it here today.
Why didn't explain why you picked them?
That's the reason why I picked Kru.
You picked them because you said you want them to have the dog in them.
There's something in the. I'm telling you, I think
there's something in the air.
Listen, Finesse is good against teams that think. I need Kru to not think. I need them to self-lobotomize before this game and start shooting. Listen, if NRG didn't have Mada, Verno, Som, what would they have?
Not a team because they'd have only two players.
Exactly. And if they weren't putting up the numbers they were in those prior games, you think they stood a chance? I don't think so. So listen, I might have cut the cables to the keyboards a little bit earlier. They don't know that. But listen, all I'm saying is, Kru, it's good odds.
It's not. It's literally
not adding up.
Just come back to us.
I don't think I'm allowed to say that. I don't think I'm allowed to say that.
I can't.
If you kill all 5 of them, you win the round.
That's true.
Wow.
Oh my God. He literally just said, I went with them because they have to have the dog in them.
Yeah, the mental gymnastics of, well, if NRG didn't have Verno, and if they didn't have Mata, and if they didn't have Som, and if they didn't show up that day, and if they were the only ones in the server, and if Kru had 6 players in the server, then.
But that's the thing. He also mentioned, if you see Finesse, take advantage of him, take advantage. But if you actually look at Finesse last week, they actually had role changes where Finesse stepped away from the center role, and then Vernal was also taken so that he could play initiator, so they could activate Mata, and it's been looking really good against 100 Thieves.
Well, let's dive a little bit further into that game, because last week we did get an opportunity to see that matchup, Nrg 100 Thieves. Now, you heard Mata earlier saying that was the game he wanted to play, and boy, did he want to play that game. And my guy popped off in that one. I guess, you know, this feels like, Emily, they're hitting their stride early on. I know it's too early to tell here, but a win against 100 Thieves is a really big deal. Do you feel like this NRG team, if they follow through with that, can they be this unstoppable force that everyone's predicting them coming into the season?
I really think they can. They're such a structured team. Like, you will never see them not going in solo, because they'll always have trades. The duels will always be supported with the util. They're set up so well. It's all there for them. Let's just see if they can actually execute today.
They got Bonkar too, and I think going into those moments where Bonkar has that experience with some of the players as well, also playing against and coaching, going from Oxygen Academy, not Academy, sorry, but Oxygen in Challengers, they've been looking really good at that one as well, developing as a roster for Nrg after their tough loss in the upper rounds.
Yeah.
I also think too, like Nrg showed the proficiency that they were going to bring into this season in the off season, right? Like getting through the Super League the way that they did, and yeah, there was one like blemish on their record, but other than that, I mean, they look good, right? They look like the team that we expected them to be. They look like the team that is going to be competing for international spots. And again, I don't want to draw back to this a ton, but Finesse did say this is likely his last year.
Yeah.
Like, you're not a guy of his pedigree, a guy who is as fierce a competitor as he is not going to go out with a whimper.
Yeah, with the Carnage legacy for sure. You want to come out like coming out and just winning everything.
I mean, guys, he's got the tools to do it. He's got the pieces to do it, right? You have all this talent across the board, and one individual in particular, the veteran Ethan, is an individual that I'm always keeping eyes on. And thankfully, we have Elizabeth standing by with him.
Ethan, being the flash initiator of the team, I want you to talk to me about how you set up Mata, or does he do what he does all on his own?
He's very vocal about it.
So
he kind of tells me what he likes and what he doesn't like, so that makes my job easy. And he trusts me to do my job too. So it's easy for both parties.
Best luck today.
PRX match देखा मैंने.
When you have these players that just are able to really mold themselves at a drop of a hat, and the way that Mata was able to in that last one, it's kind of what Ethan was saying. He's like, he just goes in there and kills him. I'll give him what he needs, you know, but he's going to do it. Now, of course, on the other side of the field, you have Nrg going up against Kru Visa. Now, Kru comes into last week's play, and we're like, okay, you know, this Kru team doesn't really feel like this is the squad that we were hoping it would be. But then they absolutely stomped 2G. So is that, Emily, a good indicator of what is to come potentially for Kru, or are we being sold false hope?
I don't think it's as big of a confidence boost as people are saying. Like, I feel like it was kind of expected for Kru to beat them, especially in like the fashion that they did. Because not to like throw shade on 2G, but I just feel like.
Yeah, no, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, they lost one of their players too going into this one, just because he's not like of age to compete yet into partnership. They also had to play a different roster in the very beginning as well. Sorry, it's food at that part as well. But no matter what, it still goes into that they were going into this event kind of like neutered, and then they're just learning as they're coming from a sentient team from
house use. Energy का match है, कैसे सो जाओ?
I can tell you're being hesitant. You don't want to be honest. Let me be that guy for you. And as a fellow Brown, this feels bad to go against Kru, but I am not a believer. And I haven't been a believer since the roster was put together. I've been fed too many lies from these guys. They're going to go on a run. They're going to do it this year, champs. No, man. And I think it's tough to say this, but I don't expect anything different today. I think this is a team that has tried similar iterations of this project a couple of times, and it has not come together. They go on these runs to make champs, and then they get ripped.
Fizzle out right at the end.
Why we have Doug to be able to say this, because I would be way too scared to say it.
Yeah, me too.
And here's the thing is, I normally cast, so even I mean, they're just not going to let me back on the desk.
All right, guys. Well, look, today, the cops are coming. Oh, get out of here, Doug. Run. All right, folks. Look, today, Kru needs to worry about a lot of things. There's one individual that they have to be concerned about, and that is Nrg's Mata, who had a star-making.
यस भाई, आज मैं पैसिफिक का नहीं किया सोच के इजी 2-0 है RRQ और इजी 2-0 PRX, और कल मैंने शायद 16 या 18 घंटा कुछ 16 घंटा स्ट्रीम किया रहेगा और 2-3 घंटा ऑफ स्ट्रीम खेला रहेगा, समझ रहे हो? तो मैं सोचा आज नहीं करता यार, दोनों हार गए, RRQ भी हार गया, PRX भी हार गया। Boba Fett, thank you for the $5. You have messed up your sleep schedule after watching Watchparty VCT Americas, but still admire your dedication towards your channel. Keep grinding. Thank you. Lekin this is not dedication towards my channel. It is my dedication towards Valorant, the good matches, and the people who want to watch it with me. विसेल करो तब कुछ होगा विसेल का, वरना इंडियन वैलो का जीजी। यश भाई मेरे को एक बात बताओ, इतना साल में कौन सा विसेल का मैच ऐसा हुआ है जहाँ पे ऐसे शॉट्स हर एक बंदा मार रहा है? आई एम ऑल ईयर्स, आई एम ऑल ईयर्स। और अगर आपने सुबह के 6 बजे यू करके गिरबान के अंदर ऐसा झांक के देखा तो आपको मेरा भाई दोबारा दिखेगा, समझ रहे हो? तो कुछ चीजें मैं नहीं देख सकता, थोड़ा सा दर्द होता है। हाँ, ये टाइम पे LF स्ट्रीम नहीं देख रहा रहेगा, सो गया रहेगा, मैच तोड़ सकते। बस बजे आपको नींद नहीं आ रही? नींद के क्वेश्चंस में यहाँ पे नहीं लेता, ओनली सुपर चैट्स। जीजू टूट ही जाते हैं कैसे भी भाई, एक्चुअल में सिर्फ जीजू नहीं, साय और काली भी टूटते थे, लेकिन आजकल दिखते नहीं है वो लोग। रियलिटी इज बैक, अब थोड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग होगा। हाँ, ये मैंने बोला, अब इंटरेस्टिंग होगा, अब होगा थोड़ा। आई थिंक टॉप 3 टीम्स यही है। मेरे को फिर चैट ने बोला रेकनिंग भी है टॉप टीम्स, लेकिन पता नहीं, आई थिंक यही तीन है। सोना नहीं है क्या? सोना है नहीं भाई। OG VLT finals, best team wins, but will be bloodbath. हाँ रोहित भाई, हाँ ठीक है, ठीक है, ठीक है, ठीक है, मैं बोलता हूँ। हाँ, आपका नाम नहीं लिया यहाँ पे फाइनल्स में, ठीक है, ठीक है। नहीं नहीं, स्काउट भाई को मत भेजो, ठीक है, मैं बात करता हूँ, ठीक है, फोन रखता हूँ। हो जाए एक और पॉडकास्ट। क्लिप बना दिए तुझे। इसलिए ये टाइम पे स्ट्रीम करता हूँ, सारा मसाला ये टाइम पे बाहर आता है। कल अन्ना आए थे ये टाइम पे। हाँ, कल अन्ना ने भी तोड़ा रोहित भाई को। Scam 2025.
Yeah, right. Because are we concerned about consistency regarding like Mata and stuff like that? Based on what you guys know from his experience back then, is that something? Because you know, first game it was like okay, he was good, he was solid, but then he started to see that rise up.
Yeah, definitely. When I was looking at Mata play during challengers
Abhi
too,
20
and I was like,
तारीख
he
से
has
ना
these
matches?
moments where he pops off, but then moments where he cools down. But it's not necessarily on him. There was actually top teams in
देखता हूँ मैं
challengers
थोड़ा
that were
matches
making game
देखता हूँ
plans
अगर
just to try to shut him down.
ऐसा
And
interesting
that's
type
how
लगा
you
तो
saw
मैं
Mata
करता हूँ
finally getting iced out in some of these matches. But then he tells it himself. He had this moment of brilliance where he's like, I'm actually better than everybody else.
Yeah.
And since that moment, he's just been popping off. And I don't know if there's a way to really stop him now.
Before we end, Emily, real quick, 2-0, 2-1. What do you expect to see happen here?
2-0 NRG.
2-0 NRG. Hey, you know what? You heard from the desk here. It's going to be a tough one for Kru without a doubt, but they do have the tools to make it happen. Can NRG stop them as well? Let's go ahead and send it over to the stage.
It's time for some FNS
Riot Games
Masterclass.
Arena. Llega el segundo match de eliminación. Llega la rosada. Llega Vs.
All right, there's Kru Vs now as we are seeing this team make their way out to the stage, and you know, a lot of pressure on these guys, man. But I'm really looking at Kesnet to be the one to lead the charge here, as usual for this Kru team. But we know what he's capable of.
Yeah, I think we know what every single one of these players are capable of as well. It's just it happens in different moments. It's not at the same time. They're just gonna be super dominant in that match to be a dominant team. So I'm hoping there's going to be that cohesion.
Yeah, I think it's easy to look at Kesnet and to look at he needs to be the tip of the spear, he needs to be the spark. I want to look at Shy. I think Shy is a guy who, when Kesnet does or doesn't deliver, and you know, as a duelist, you can be swingy, right? Like sometimes you're hitting it, sometimes you're not, and you're going to continue to try no matter what.
आपका क्या रैंक चल रहा है? Yes भाई, ESL में? Oh, sorry. Good night.
And now it's time to bring out their opponents. Let's make some noise for NRG!
Of course,
NRG led by the general
10
finesse. We'll see what this team can do as they get ready for this matchup. Impressive showing against 100 Thieves last week, where we saw this NRG team look like the team that we expected them to be coming in to kick off here, Emily. This squad has a lot going for them here, and it really feels like it's a take your pick on who can pop off.
Oh, for sure. And I think to add on to the point before is like about consistency. I'm not even worried about that for them because of how good they are with their fundamentals.
That's actually a very good point there. Because, you know, you think about Ethan. Just Ethan, right? Just
बोल दे OG first आएगा. Done scene.
He's a world champion. He's been there for so long at this point now. So you know the fundamentals are there. And if they're not there for him, they're there for FNS, they're there for everyone else.
That's what I wanted to say next is, okay, maybe not Mata. Okay, you take Ethan, he's a legend. He's, you know, whatever. Maybe it's not him. Okay, who's next? Oh, it's another legend.
Yeah.
It's another guy who's been around for a long time. It's Finesse. And maybe it's not Finesse. Oh, it's Sam.
W streamer.
Who was
the content duo.
Yeah, and the best controller in Americas last year.
Yes.
So this roster, I mean, when you look from top to bottom, they were built to
win
championships, and not just domestically.
Well, let's go ahead and see the series layout. You got Abyss, Haven, and if necessary, we'll be taking a trip over to Bind. Vancilia, does this tell you anything from what you're seeing on the map so far, or are you waiting for those agent picks?
No, you were talking about it before, like when they played against 2G, is it the confidence that they needed going into this game? And indeed it is. It's a map that they won against 2G 13-3, and playing into the simple, just MIBR,
क्या लगता है गेम क्लोज जाएगा 1-7 ये बहुत ही
that was really good in terms of those fundamentals just to play into your comfort zone. So I think that is a great start for Kru to pick in that spot. Going into that second one though of Haven, that is just FNS's playground. So at that point, dismantled by even at that point with Digizine just having everybody walking to his crosshair, this is just going to be even easier for something like
I really do think, Emily, that for Kru, this first map is absolutely crucial. They cannot give this one up.
आज देखना आज मुझे याद करके WhatsApp करोगे.
Going into Haven, like I really feel like
Love
the
you
way that
करके.
FNS calls could force one to make those mistakes that I was talking about earlier. Like I just think they need to at least secure this first map to have a chance of closing down.
They're gonna need to do it, but it's gonna be quite difficult. Look at this composition coming in here. You got the You're the Harbor as well. That's fun.
I know I'm in the minority on this. I love Harbor, and I particularly love Harbor on Abyss. I think being able to section off things with your walls, having the versatility of being able to apply pressure with your walls across different areas of the map is really nice.
Yes, कभी ऐसा हुआ कि बग्गी चलते समय automatic tire puncture हो.
All right, well this is it, folks. Let's go ahead and send it over to your casters. Here's Bren and Sideshow. Someone had a real
mid-game glitch.
Damn.
don't be too surprised. Listen, I put him on the torture rack before we started the cast. But listen, this game is going to be a good one, Josh.
Yes.
It's going to be a good one. Nrg Kru elimination on the line between these two teams. The composition too. And I don't know how much longer I can go on with this bit.
I think this bit is just going to have to go on, and you're going to have to accept that.
Are you going to have it on the whole time?
I'm going to have it on. What do you mean, have it on?
Sorry, I'll continue. Yeah.
What does he mean?
So
what does he mean?
What do I mean by that? Well, listen, hopefully we get into the game soon. Listen, Abyss is the map that we're going to be seeing these two teams play on. Nrg, they haven't actually played it so far in kickoff. And for Kru themselves, they haven't shied away from the map, honestly. It's been one that they've been leaning into a lot. And it has suited their style of play to a degree. But yeah, they've got a lot to overcome here because they are the heavy underdogs, despite my mad ramblings in the pre-show.
You've got some belief in them, though. And honestly, they're going to need some strong plays out of Kesnet if we're going to believe in them as well. Early on in this round, though, you're going to see a little bit of that fake out of utility sent into mid by the Harbor. Nrg have played this before in Soup, like we were talking about. But we'll see how much they've added into this after getting a win on that map. Right now, just gearing up for a hit over towards the A. Wall goes out deep into backside.
Some paranoia as well. TP from Mad up and over the dart. Barely dealt with, but it does light up Shy. No attempt from Nrg to really step themselves further. They're waiting for the response, actually, from Kru. Just holding for now, but eventually stepping over that line and taking the fight straight to them. Still dashing into the fray. It's not working out for Kru, though. To rethink how they want to approach this one, but already a two-player disadvantage.
A bit of a disaster there, and now this crossfire held back.
I'm a good guy,
Good on Kesnet to find that first one, but Kru still don't have an angle into the site yet.
Nilbay, thank you for the 2 founds.
A few more of these kills potential.
And the Euros.
There, and okay, the kills are opened up wide. Still time is going to start to tick at this point. The post plan being played. Kesnet, though, just ripping off their heads. Anybody who aims and tries to take those fights, that is Kru with an opening pistol round.
I'm sorry, Kru had no business winning that round.
It's a two-player disadvantage getting into that retake.
Straight up 3v5 retake. Kesnet's finding 1 kill through the smoke and then is able to isolate a couple of fights. It seemed like as soon as this first player died through smokes, Nrg realized they were kind of out of position, right? They couldn't trade with each other. There were 2 players back towards main as well that weren't able to assist in that fight backside. So credit to Kesnet, because that just saved them a pistol.
And listen, wouldn't be these Team Americas without this that's coming up now. It's not a prediction from me, but
5-0 Kru again.
And FNS is 5-0 against Kru in his VCT career. We kind of touched on that as well.
Sorry,
I wanted to ignore the numbers when I was trying to make my case in defense myself. But yeah, they're 10-1 when it comes to playing against Kru. Finesse-led teams in terms of maps played as well. Kru have only ever taken 1 map away from Finesse-led teams.
And that was the last time they faced off against each other.
They got
Stage 2 of last year.
And there we go. That was what I was alluding to. That was what I was alluding to.
We're used to it by now.
Yep.
It's been a slow week, but we're
the
trying to work through all the issues.
Kindly support Kru requested now.
Oh, was that what happened?
That's why they lost the pistol, actually.
See, it looks like it was
I'm
good.
a big
Nrg
fan.
Had his
I love
FNS working, but then the rest of the team.
Well, I did a good job. I just frayed the cable, so it works every now and then.
I see.
Yes, they weren't actually. But they've clearly realized.
That's really good work from a secret agent there for Kru.
Yeah. The trick is not being an electrician and not knowing what you're doing.
Yeah, start playing with things with having absolutely 0 experience. That'll do it.
This is okay. I mean, preemptive, and they could change their mind in the tech pause, but we can see what the buy situation looks like currently in the game. And Nrg plant down, money in their pockets. They want to go for a force despite losing it.
That is a bold move. Now, yeah, they got the spike down, so they're going to have a little bit of extra money, but this is a map where pretty regularly, round 2, your Jet is going to be buying an outlaw. I can see Kesnet has one there too, so to me, forcing round 2 seems incredibly risky when you're never really going to be able to have heavy armor and things like Spectres.
Yeah, we're working out the issue as well momentarily. And in the meantime as well, we're going to get to see what's going on with it. I'm trying to hunt out who's actually got the problem. Where the refs, who are they standing over, which player's shoulder, but honestly, taking a gander, I don't know who's got the problem right now. Maybe Kesnet?
Maybe it's everyone.
Maybe it's everyone?
You never know.
Everyone's got issues.
I mean, it looks to me like Ethan might have fallen asleep, so that could be a reason.
Just meditating.
It's hard to say.
Okay, well, listen, in the meantime, as well, we can send it over, because Elizabeth was speaking with Melza earlier today ahead of this match.
Melser, after such a dominant performance against 2G, do you feel adequately prepared going into today that you can show off exactly what Nrg Vs can do?
Creo que lo que demostramos contra 2G fue una mejora en fundamento, en cómo nosotros veníamos jugando, más que no haya sido un gran reto por muchas cosas que ellos son un equipo nuevo, de que tuvieron cambio en el roster. Y creo que esos fundamentos que venimos trabajando y la manera en que veníamos toda esta semana laburando van a dar frutos para enfrentar a cualquier equipo, no solamente va a funcionar contra ellos, obviamente. Y creo que eso nos tiene preparados, creo que podemos ganar a cualquier otro equipo que nos venga, cualquiera que venga, Nrg, el que venga siguiente. Y eso, o sea, estoy confiante en el equipo, confiante en todo lo que hemos hecho y a jugar.
I think that win against 2G, it was a win that we got working on the fundamentals, working on our own game, and focusing on ourselves. And even though it was not really the biggest challenge because they're kind of a new team and they have a new roster, they're adapting to new things. These fundamentals and these things that we work are things that in the past week we were able to work and continue to work. So it are things that are going to help us out for going against Nrg, going against whoever is next, and working on ourselves is ultimately what is going to push us to the end.
एक क्वेश्चन है, ये पूरा बोलने के बाद अगर ट्रांसलेटर भूल गया,
we'll be getting into it. Yeah, I mean, listen, this is early beginnings yet. It's not a lot to break down in terms of the actual gameplay itself, but against probably most people's expectations, and we are as well solving what potentially the issue might be. So it turns out they haven't found out that I've sabotaged the keyboards yet. It's all about audio issues.
Yeah, you've really done a good job of distracting them.
Yeah, they haven't found out yet. That will kick in probably map 2 as a sleeper agent for me.
Sure. You sort of covered all your bases right now. You're messing with a little bit of everything.
I really did.
But hopefully the producers are listening to us and they can get ahead of the keyboard issues that are to come in map 2.
I don't think that's the case.
No, okay, well, I have a little bit more faith in them than maybe you do.
But Brazil का language सीखना पड़ेगा यार, क्यों?
I got plans on plans, got
और तेरा उसमें कुछ सीन हो गया है बे, कार्ड में देख 2-2 कार्ड का हुआ है.
Hopefully we'll be getting into the game shortly as well.
10-15-20 कुछ कोई नहीं रहा, 2 कार्ड का है देख.
Them having attack pauses.
Yeah, you know, you don't actually need to listen to each other. Yeah. Maybe that's what took them so long on the retake. They were waiting to see if they could hear anything. But it does look like, hey, that counter, it's clicking down.
Going down.
Look at that.
Okay, straight back into the action, and yeah. Decisions to be made about the state of that economy. Nrg are going for it.
It's a buy with 4 stingers with a judge. Rada's going to try and TP in close on B and do something. Be very careful in this post plant of that fight going into Ivy, because I really do feel like Nrg need to get up in front with this judge to get value there, assuming they get the spike on the ground.
So, it's going to be a drone to try and set the pace now for the rest of the team to follow up behind it. Getting that nice little tag. Melser just backing away. TP forwards, it's Matter. Judge in hand. Could be a dangerous retake if they actually let them get into position with this one as well. It's Harbor composition, they can refight it, and Matter just go and explore in this sky. Walkabouts. Could be putting Kru into the meat grinder. Grenade at his feet though. Good discipline from Kru, making sure they can try and clear the way, but look at how aggressive these Nrg players are. Just trying to hold this one up close into all of it. There's paranoids into their faces, still running them down with the guns in hand. They want to flip the map, taking that heavy control. Still, it's that 2 versus 1, and Som, he's have to learn to do it all. Makes it that 1v1. But can he land this? Short Kesnet!
That was his last bullet too. Kesnet misses that, it's over.
Shit.
And what a gamble to make.
Wow. I mean, Nrg, they make it as close around as you can possibly ask for, but Kesnet finding 2 kills on the flank, right? With those low-range weapons, Nrg were trying to fight up in front of Kru's face, and Kesnet was able to still find that angle, come in at the end and get a couple of kills.
That was me, bye.
And this is brutal now. Okay, built up at least a harbor roll for Som, but going to be setting yourselves back a little bit here. Kesnet can hold on to the outlaw with peace of mind, and he's one away from the knives himself.
It's hugely risky. I feel like especially on your attacking side of Abyss, where you're supposed to be winning a majority of your rounds, to gamble it away like that. Although...
Okay. Sure. Get away with a little bit of murder there. I mean, this was just a round where they're seeing what they can get, you know, orbs in their hands, maybe get a bit closer to some of these ultimates, but an early pick onto Kesnet, who has been a difference maker.
Yeah, really interesting harbor wall there to see if they could get a little more information.
Maybe they're
going to try and reclaim a rifle. But really, it was just to maybe threaten crossing over to the right-hand side.
PM 33,
Really
yeah,
put some pressure
34
down on Kru, who have
wale,
limited
13,
information
6
on that side of the map now as they gear up for B.
It does open it up to be a little bit more dangerous, like you said. Play down.
But already Adverso has read this and has rotated over. Kru have 3 here.
They have good understanding. Mazino gets the deep knife as well, so very strong understanding. But the wall in their face, this is difficult to chew through if you are NRG. Well, the map control really just going to miss here for Kru on top of it, but okay, fake TP in, just trying to, the paranoia seeping in, and bodies are piling up into the main choke point here. Lighten them up, nobody on that dart duty.
Almost 5 को मार दिया था ऐसा लगा.
Ethan left to stand and see if they can make a mark onto the B site.
Good news is Ethan certainly is able to get this spike planted. Bad news is it's just a Guardian now in the hands of Verno. There's going to be soaring on high and low.
Stranger things have happened. Up and over the top, though. Nobody anticipating it, Adverso.
Shit, man.
We'll just dish it out straight back. And that is a third round conversion. Shouldn't be too surprising if you, again, paying attention and looking at the steady economy. But it did get closer.
Got to shout out the anchor smokes Kru were using on that side of the map as well. Of course, you have the Viper wall that's making it going to jump around on that right side of the site, but also from up on top site, Melzer dropped an Astra Star just right on top of himself, even though he's getting paranoid, so he was able to use that angle, even if it's going down, to find a couple of kills. It's all these players of Kru that are up on elevation, consistently finding those.
It's a good beginning for Kru so far. Again, a reminder, this is elimination. Here in kickoff, things. The matchup where NRG
और कितना राउंड हारने के बाद Kru को सपोर्ट करना स्टार्ट करेगा नहीं रे भाई एनर्जी भाई 5-0 अप पे भाई मैच में एक मैच में आ रहा है.
Flash coming in.
Yep, deep dart as well to try and set this one up. Nobody breaking this one. It's a difficult one to try and get a fair engagement. Kesnet will respect them, dash away. It's hard to try and overstep yourself and fight into A main there. There's a lot of positions to just hide from the util, and NRG bide their time now going forwards. Dimensional drift in the hands of Mada. The Harbor roll, just making sure to sweep through. 2 players spotted, flashed up, everybody blind as anything. Kesnet trying to save the day, jumping around, stuns in play. Mada just barely getting himself out of there. Spam supplementing with the fire. NRG full control of heaven now. Decision has to be made already for Kru.
Nah.
Defense just toppled like that, just trying to save these rifles.
Yeah, no way you're playing this round out. NRG spent everything there. The Harbor, the Yoru. Finding those openers. That was absolutely critical, and he's been such a pivotal player for NRG. Look at their last series versus 100 Thieves. And this guy's putting up ridiculous numbers consistently for the team.
In a lot of cases, the sole difference maker. I mean, I'm thinking back at that 100 Thieves game. Just wrangling back control of the pistol rounds.
Yeah, he's getting
on bind.
Double aces on pistol rounds, getting a showstopper online for
absurd.
2 round 3s in the same game. Just insane stuff. So no surprise, we've got him with the Yor ult in round 4 here.
Yeah.
A very important swing round they had to get for themselves after risking it all on that round 2 bye.
That's a nice thing about Yor currently in the meta. It's kind of settling. The game trending to more defender-sided, I would say, as well. The Yor ult is fantastic to just crack it wide open. You can see the coordination as well.
Yeah. Okay.
Paranoia, just
Tom
setting
is
up for the
good.
easy kill there onto Adverso.
Tom is good.
Harbor's first time being picked in America's
Yeah.
kickoff. Okay.
Look at Som keeping it interesting. What's the play this round? I mean, Harbor Wall being A main is different. Kesnet trying to creep in front of that. The last 4 rounds, Som's been pushing that up into mid, so I was waiting to see if NRG were ever going to lurk off of that one. Instead, this game has really just all been about A main control so far.
They hit a drone though. Kisner backs away. Doesn't want to give away and show his hand that they've invested into the operator. Of course, listen, if NRG are paying attention, they can hold tab, they can see that it's a possibility. But it's from the money situation.
That can be really tough to deal with that up.
Yeah. Just attempting to obfuscate it. Spike is moving in a different direction though. NRG.
Left, dekh nahi raha hai koi.
It's a real slow round from Finesse. Actually, I'm watching this Yoru TP that's stuck on this wall right now. I was thinking maybe they were going to set up some kind of a fake into A.
Okay, well, Mada TP's back. Is it just a fake on fake?
He's trying to fake that it is a fake. And here he comes back, and Kru have bid it completely. It's only Kesnet.
He's alone entirely. Operator in his hand, no dash to play with or work with whatsoever, and he needs a kill to make it work. One man against them all. He can hear this util going his way. Anti-flash position trying to be played here. TP's in and away, but no clearance. And listen, take the time with the shot. Still Som instantaneous at the trade. An open sight now. Nrg will be able to get this plant down. Safety the cove on top of it.
Here we go.
That wall is going to be hard to get through.
Why
to our
pop
crew.
flash into the corner get
right up in front. Stop anyone getting out from back towards spawn.
Players are weak.
यहाँ पे 3v3 है.
So you're going to be looking at here. Stun into the one side. Dart.
Tombai हो जाए.
Flash. It's all accompanying it. It's good. At that, Ethan is going to put a stop to any of that funny business out towards the back of the site, but he's killed. Flooding in now, Ethan. What a playmaker he is, and that aggressive hold in through the back of the A site.
That was nice. They got hit with a pretty nasty combo there. The KO flash, the dart landing on the ground as well for the info. Even an Astro Pole.
फिर भी मारा
Shut it all
बे. कैसे
down.
पता नहीं.
Good trade on this entrance from Som. Second guy into the site here. I mean, look at that. Dude's just full blinded. For the first one. The second two were legit.
Just a little bit off, maybe with the util, but honestly, it looked kind of good for taking it. But that's one of the things that this Nrg comp is going to do very well, which is really fighting hard to hold on to map control once you get in and get into those exits. This is different though from Kru, making moves down towards mid.
At the same time, Nrg, they've got a drone going into B, so they could have sped up into that off of the mid pressure, but their spike's still in spawn.
Yeah, Ethan needs to be careful here, but the angle he's playing, there is safety, surely. It should be...
What? Good.
Spray it
Good.
down, man. Just players waiting
Good.
and walking right into the bullets.
Good.
Reset enough to get that third.
Good.
Just 2 rounds in a row like that?
It's good composure. Because he was...
Kru will come back.
Player having to hold down that mid angle. If he goes down, he gives a rifle to the hands of Kru. There's more possibilities, but right now the slow play working out for Nrg, sailing their way to evening up that scoreline.
एडवर्स को एक free kill मिलेगा यहाँ पर.
Yeah, okay. That's snappy.
Yeah, the Sheriff's not standing up to Ethan there. Not even one bit. And Ethan's going to have a little bit of a feel for that. You know, mid usually is experimented more with on those lighter buys. But still, just committing to that spray there.
Lag.
Exactly what he needs to win out in that.
Yeah, good awareness that there were just, there's going to be multiple players there.
For the very least one-sided game का feeling नहीं आ रहा. One-sided नहीं होगा लेकिन बहुत मारेंगे इधर. मेरे हिसाब से.
There's not too much that they're really getting tripped out about. I mean, maybe they want to clean up some of their retake protocols.
Oh, by tower.
Yeah.
That hasn't been working out for them.
It worked on the pit. Oh, come on now.
My, I mean,
actually, wait, sorry, I'm not committing to the bit. Yeah,
kill that. Kill that guy.
That's not Ender saying, that's Sideshow saying
that's
that.
Sideshow saying that, okay, for the record. For the record.
He's fine, he's fine. It's just a bruise.
There's some good ults to play with as well if you are Kru. Verso working himself up. He's got that Hunter's Fury. Melter with a Cosmic Divide.
I think one thing I've been noticing about Nrg, both in this map already, but also in the last few maps they played, I'm thinking especially their Lotus map versus 100 Thieves previously, is they've been super active in post plants. I think Nrg in the past have been a team that played a lot off-site, and whether that's to agents or to even pinging for the plant off-site.
Definitely.
Finesse has definitely been calling to get that fight going back towards spawn. You saw a great example of that, the pistol end in the last round.
Yeah. I mean, it makes a lot of sense as well. Unless your comp is actively trying to play for post-plant denial, where you have util to do it, you can't really lean on the gunplay and just spamming through the smokes like you used to. I think it's a good change, personally.
I agree with you. Hold on. I'm seeing 2 ops here, Bren.
This is a little bit crazy. Attack side op from Mada versus Kesnet. Wants to try and take that head-to-head, but not going to be meeting in mid for now. Just breaking the door, though. Ethan's right in there.
Yeah. I think it's important for Nrg to find some early kills. Hold that.
He's going to try and go for the pick here. First tag, maybe not quite. Yeah, Verso with the movement ajar. Kept the Verso guessing with it, and that's going to be a wasted ult. Doesn't really combo up into anything.
Yeah,
Nrg feel like they could maybe even look for an exec. I was going to say they want to slow play the round, see if they can find some picks before those ults come into play, but now that's been wasted. B-side belongs to them.
Yep. Layering it down onto the side, giving it open. Kru just they're throwing in a bit of util, just posturing really, but it doesn't deny the plan whatsoever. And here's the difficulty for them, playing these retakes into these sites. Cosmic Divide makes it easier, but Nrg are one step ahead. They're playing forwards, up onto the side again. Aggressive in terms of the angles, trying to hold it down. Nobody's watching this! There was potential there. More than that for a good couple of kills, but a flick from Kesnit. Enough to adjust with the angle in time, and Ethan, he's low enough, 33 HP, and a dream traded. Leave it down to Verno, blindly firing away, but he doesn't know exactly where to even fire these shots. He's spraying a while. He's not going to get it at all. Kru locking it down, rapid, and there's gaps there in terms of the hold that Nrg were going for.
Yeah, they tried to play 4 players stuck on site there. It was just Verno left his late round insurance. Very nearly Mazzino found 4 kills, but even though he went down, there was a shock dart and a snakebite combo that went into back site. So they're turning different directions.
Yeah.
They were worried because those smokes also helped get the extra angle for Kesnit. There was an operator that was holding his window the entire round, then that smoke comes in and he can use it to scale out. Support his team.
The Viper is a lovely addition, I think, to throw into Abyss. It's not as common as you might expect. Listen, I mean, we've seen a lot of double controller over the entire lifetime of
Last year
VCT.
we had a ton of it. This year, not so much.
Yeah, not so much this year. So Kesnit already. First kill goes his way, operator in hand. Definitely making sure work of this one, but Shy has been dropped in the process as well, and this A site now is going to be in danger. Mazzino will have to respect this one. Mada, hot on his heels, spotting out these players as well. Flash is going all over the place as well. He's going walkabouts looking for these players, hoping and hunting for that information, but now regrouping with the rest of the team. Sowing chaos into the mix, hoping the Kru will waste some time trying to clear them out.
Yeah, look at them. They're all turned around. Kru trying to figure out where this Yoru is. Little do they know, it's everyone up in heaven from Nrg.
Again, playing deep up on the side, trying to take these fights and just leaping straight past it. Unexpected. Kru just trying to set up for that retake.
Nrg बहुत बढ़िया खेल रहा है.
As well, getting the connections. What is that?
Hello?
Everybody falls.
Mazzino and Melzer just out here clicking heads. That's the second round where an A site has just been completely won by Nrg, and individuals on Kru decide that it's actually theirs to win.
Yeah, actually, we're just going to win that. Dude, I mean, it's ludicrous.
I just want to appreciate this, because, yeah, Nrg are all over the site. You're getting swung from high, you're getting swung from low.
It was nice from Mazzino.
Wow.
That's what they need. That's what they need.
That is ridiculous.
Casual kill Nrg.
5 plays grouped up though from Nrg. Plenty of money in the back pockets as well with the way that these rounds are going, but it looks like full frontal over towards A. Corrections need to be made in terms of the way that they're holding this here, but 4 tags with the knife gives away the game.
Yeah, committing that push wall there. Could have stopped it in main and threatened more of crossing and leaving an embed over
execute आएगा. ठीक है. Wall आएगी. Recon आएगा. Ult आएगा. Yoru अंदर घुसेगा. सब अंदर घुसेंगे.
It's a great way to crack open these sites when it otherwise just brutal to push through, especially with the double controller.
The info you get from it is just completely ridiculous. And it allows you to go for those extra fights back towards your opponent's spawn. Here comes that hard wall. 3 players waiting for it.
Trying to cut up this side here. Sean trying to anchor this one almost single-handedly here, but
one down.
Again, Hunter's Fury laying it down.
Down.
Was getting the 2-piece for his troubles. Mazzino though still trying to offload that util. Pause is called for here by Nrg. Slowing it down.
The Kru stall has been effective. And Nrg, yeah, they can't really keep going into this area of the map. If they challenge mid, Kesnit's going to be waiting for them. But still, we're down to 35 seconds. Pretty soon, Nrg are going to have to commit, and they're going to have to sprint it over to the B site.
And they're going to do just that. Knives are out.
W, अच्छा होने को सब क्योंकि B खाली है.
It won't even be that bad a retake for Kru, because Kesnit will be able to throw up those knives. Good news for Nrg is there's no Viper wall because they took down Shy already.
Free plan here, Som getting into position for it. As we've been noting, Nrg have been playing hyper-aggressive up onto the side. This time it's a bit more split in terms of the presence, just the 2 of them. It's Ethan and Som playing towards the back here. Dart needs to be broken, which it is. The knives into the hands. They spot the 1. What a shot by Mazzino. Inside the smoke though, these players just trying to play around it. They need some options. Hello, sticking all the way. Nrg finding a few kills now. Up and around Som from behind. Mazzino snapping, but it's that 1v1 and he doesn't know where Ethan is. And he seals that round up nice and pretty. Yes, it got dicey. It got messy. But he got the job done, and that's what's important.
I feel like neither team fully understands what's happening in these post plants right now. Nrg just sticking, what, 2-3 players inside of that smoke? One off site. Okay, that was a clean shot from Mazino. He had a couple of those. Not too shabby, but at the end of the day, the work Ethan was able to do in his smoke back site was just too much.
Cover going out.
Yeah, close the.
It's relatively even so far. There's something to be read in that.
5-4. 5 is all they get.
NRG are fully aware that the money's weaker for Kru. Mada looking up onto the angle and spotting the shoulder of Mazino. So
drone
was next up.
Bro's just farming orbs. I'm not talking about the one.
7-5 switch. 5 is all they get.
It's nice work from NRG. You can tell that there's discipline instilled to them. They know what to look for here. But just to touch on the previous round as well, I think just a bit of presence they're making, these fakes that are pulling the Kru players to try and defend. There's something to be played for there, I think, if NRG do want to go for that a little bit more. You see them thinking about it with the Euro in play. A few of the rounds where Mada was alone, just trying to create that presence. Stacking, though, Kru players up onto the site. Close quarters here for Melza, but there's not really too much he can do. It's a fake TP and a paranoia. There's the follow-up.
At least again.
Yeah, wait a minute. Giving away the plot. Another fake TP. I mean, just in the walls of a play like that. It's flawless. Nobody loses their lives. Nobody loses their guns.
Iska 7-5 hoga.
One thing I've been noticing from NRG, especially on these A hits, the comboing of their utility, while they can't always, have those deep flashes into the backside, it's a little bit harder with the Yoru compared to something like that KO. They're often finding ways to combo Paranoia with that Sober Dart hitting backside. No one's breaking it. Every single A hit, I think the Dart's been able to ping at least 1 or 2 players on backside. That's something Kru have to find an answer to, because, I mean, that's an eco round, but a lot of these other times, those backside players just get owned.
Big ultimate's built up again for NRG. Dimensional Drift in the hands of Mada has cracked open a site numerous times now at this point. You can tell it's a clear game plan from NRG, but only sending Mada over towards A main, setting the sights and the goal over towards mid.
Clean valorant kill. 1 round chhod ke.
We know this, it's a fact. We've seen many teams
2 round of force wala bhi
to try and take that deep control of it, but they're just posturing. I think they're looking for a response from Kru.
3 round bol
sakte
hain.
To sell a sort of an A fake here, right? Break that door, use the push wall. Clone just jump to its death over off the A site so that they can set up for that B hit. And again, it's another example of NRG using some of this obfuscation to mix up Kru, get them offside. But this time Kru are leaning a bit heavier towards the actual hit.
50 seconds left. Deep dive for the Viper's pick committed onto the opposite side where the action's going to be. Yeah, okay, ult up mid. This will get you the information you're looking for. Paranoia sweeping through as well. Only connecting onto the 1. Mada going to be happy just to take that backside control himself. Kesnit holding on to Heaven, trying to play the retake game. Plan finally coming through. Lighting a few of these players up, and we're dealing with that time. They know the one is committed. Getting up to the corner, that's FNS. Isolated on a bit of an island, but now backing away here.
I like this choice. Nrg played so much on-site that now playing off is totally unexpected.
Yeah, the ult as well for this. Trying to play retake into this. Just time going to be burnt off the clock once more. Kru, you're running out of options quite rapidly at that. It's a well-layered approach here. All by NRG. Kills need to be had by Kru if they can even stand a chance. Smokes just try and get themselves in. Spamming, spraying away again, but time ticking on top of the spike.
Good.
And all of these angles, the walls just trying to split up and partition all of the site away. Spamming with the bullets again. They don't know where these players might land. Nobody's got onto this in time, and it has ran entirely out for them.
W.
A good effort by Kru, but listen, when NRG come into it that well planned, saving Som's ult for the post, far too much to try and get through.
Yeah, that's good calling right there. Because remember the last time they had those 2 ults, they stacked them up at the same time. This time, it all comes in, just one after another. Ends up being the Red Bull clutch for Mada. Sniping off that kill at the end. Yeah, we'll give him credit for it. Why not? And did you know? Smiley face?
Smiley face, that's killed me.
Do you think the smiley face is part of the legal name?
Yeah, sure, why not? Is that legal?
I don't know. That'd be a sick middle name, though. I'm not gonna lie.
Various forms of punctuation in your name.
Spike drop.
I don't know. I like that. That was a nice little injection of personality.
Brought a little joy. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm chuckling at that.
I'm not gonna lie. I found that out for the first time this week.
What?
That is named backwards.
Reverse?
Yeah.
Was that you? Did you
I just never thought of that.
Did you tell him to put that into the broadcast?
No, Liz solved that case. Regular
Still got
Sherlock
it.
Holmes.
Yeah, this is gonna sweep its way through, but there's no follow-up from NRG. It's a bit of a different armor wall as well. This one is just to purely try and take heaven control. Splits it up, you can see Ethan lurking up from the side. Deep cove as well. Second layer of things now. A drone tagging forwards. Dashed back by Kesnet, but he's being sprayed down. This is well thought out indeed. Dart and a flash underhanded. The play being made, but they were anti in the process still. Players are toppling on either side here, and it all comes down to this heaven control. Can they land these shots when it counts? Verno catching the first one. Kesnet low enough. Single shot to the head though. Bit of overkill in fashion. And Mazzino 1 HP to his name. Not a lot that he can do in this spot. Just being toyed with. TPs for the information. Scattered to the side, and this is the final round. Curtains drawn. NRG leading by 2 rounds and a half despite the dire beginnings.
Switching sides.
Yeah, right. Losing that pistol round seemingly impossibly, then going for that force up. But truthfully, I've been very impressed with how they've held in these post plants. It's clear they put work into it. Shown a lot of variety of different looks in that, and playing very nicely off one another too.
Yeah. Good ideas in terms of how they wanted to use the ults as well.
Rand और नीक का कुछ connection है क्या?
It's NRG. You can start to see glimpses of what got them that win versus 100 Thieves. But for now, we're going to send it down to Liz, who's actually standing by with Cloud9's Vic.
Thank you so much, gentlemen.
Screaming or winning?
I am here
Goat
with Cloud9's Vic. Obviously, you have been eliminated from the tournament. Just talk to me about the feelings of being here after being eliminated, watching the stage you could have been playing on had things turned out differently.
I think the environment's a little different from playing. You're watching instead, but it's super fun watching instead of playing. So,
yeah. Talk about this season. Kind of Cloud9 came into the season with a kind of like a villain kind of assignment. Was that? But you guys performed against expectations with that. How did it feel coming into the season with that sort of assignment on y'all?
I think coming in the season and having like the community call us like underdogs, or like with roster changes, we aren't very favored, but I think it gave us less pressure of playing, and it made us kind of show what our worth was in the server.
Do you think you are to be feared in stage 1?
Yes.
Fair enough. Now I want to go back a little bit to your past, because you've actually played with Mata on MXS, and we were talking about how incredible of a player that he is. We were highlighting him in the pre-show. Talk to me about what a privilege it is to play with Mata.
Yeah, not only that he's a superstar on the server, he's also such a kind and good person in real life, so I think I'm here just to support him and watch him today.
Aw, we love it. Everyone give it up for Vic. Now we're going to toss it back to the casters. The game is in your hands. Please take it away.
Mada has been a real difference maker for the team, honestly. They've just been building the game plans around him with the ults, but honestly just on an individual basis as well. He's got that firepower to offset any disadvantage you might have by being on Pi Watch. Listen, I'm not going to name any names. Don't want to get too brutal, but there's 2 players on the server currently that are on Pi Watch. I will be keeping an eye on it. I'm hearing a pie chant occurring. I'm hearing a pie chant occurring.
That is absolutely brutal. No, honestly, it's when you look at a guy like Mata having so many pop-off games, it feels like NRG always have had that one guy absolutely dominating. So far in this one, it's been Ethan. We'll see if that changes on defense.
This is interesting by Kru. Hard committal, the Viper roll, isn't it? Can't pick that one back up, just try and take that mid control up through A. Like they want to try and go for a split here.
Yeah, it's a funky split too, because they're leaving Melzer hanging out in mid.
Circumvents the entire Vice setup, but otherwise it was going to be laid down by Finesse. He's got a flash for retake though, and even winning the fight out onto Shy. Shy back there. It's a kill onto the ball for him, but Melzer just catching a few of the rotators. Deep flash into the back of the lines, but oh my goodness! Damage done, softening up these players and just not accounting for this high ground position. They can't deal with Kesnet!
Just another pistol round. Kesnet's dropping 3.
Okay.
The inverse of the same exact thing he did on the first half. I mean, that was pretty. First of all, I love Melzer hanging around in mid to catch those stragglers going for the quick rotate. And then, after, was it Mazzino gets away with murder, the flash gets the kill, runs away. No one's ready for Kesnet to be baiting him.
Not happy about that. see if they slow down around themselves. Nrg showed good discipline when they were up against the weaker buys, but Kru...
FNS is shy, dono bye-bye.
That is a firing line. Doesn't matter if they've just got classics, man. You really want to square up to that. That is brave, Mazzino. Can't be giving away any more guns. And everybody from Nrg running away now.
Ooh, I actually really like this read coming out from Kru. There was a push wall on B that
active.
You'd think would be aggro, but instead the aggro is going in mid like you're talking about.
Nice. Yeah, Nrg are being incredibly fluid in terms of the way they want to play this one. Finesse is still alone, isolated onto the fight. The right click's just not really blessing him here. Even a flash just blinded him up. Ethan taking away the sight from him, and the rest of the body's now flooding back into the site. There's been no presence, but listen, the spike is hard, committed. Melter is deep onto the side here. He needs some help to try and get the hell out of there. But listen, the Guardian is not favored in these type of fights. And it's all gone to Poto. Has it a Verso? 3K. But players are low, and there's still chances for Mara. Drone committed, tagging him up, pushing him back and away. But entirely winnable here for Nrg. Mara again, can he beat that playmaker? Just can't quite hit it. Single bullet would have done it.
Look, these anti-ecos are not pretty from Kru, but they are getting the job done.
Getting the job done. Can't argue with it.
Unreal. I mean, the first half, it comes down to one player alive. Here, it comes down to a combined 30 HP, I think. And again, I liked the choice of Kru to stick around and re-hit B, reading that it was fake aggro on B, and those players are going to be moving, but Nrg very nearly got themselves a chance with that walk down into mid.
Wow, look at that.
Isn't it really moving?
This is quick. All the way through as well, just catching the rotates again.
I like that, though. You know, we've been talking a lot about how Nrg likes to call as a team, but this early type of aggro play to just bust apart what Nrg's set plan was going to be. Definitely throw a ringer into the mix.
And Kru the one slowing this one down. Got the opening kill, but maybe hoping for a bit of re-exploration. There's a lot of unknowns right now for Nrg in terms of map control, but they do have Ethan holding aggressive A main.
When you make a play like that and you show so much in mid and get a pick, you expect your opponents to start walking somewhere to get some info back when you're down in numbers, so keeping eyes on mains is important, but Nrg didn't even flinch. I'm just waiting to play off all this Vise nonsense on the B site.
This is difficult if they want to try and get their way through this one. Dash to the side to avoid most of this. Thorns. His own teammates, as Finesse just layering it down to try and stop the approach and a hit coming through. A bit of spam where that came from. There's 30 seconds left and you're trying to pivot. You've got no A main control, you've got no mid control.
Yeah, I mean, Ethan's walked all the way up into main and he's been lights out so far today.
And this is an aggro angle from him. He's getting all the info that they are heading towards him. Knives out. Ow, he's going to land these kills still, but the trader's on site and they're losing players all over the place.
I mean, Melzer's just run up mid.
There's 14 seconds left. Getting the jog on some though. Has to be a player to stop them in their tracks. Wall down, isolates the one fight, instantaneous with the repeat, and now leaves it all down to Matter once more. This guy is always left to pick up the pieces. The 2v1, walls up, but will be dropping down. Shy with a reposition, opens up the angle, but a snap. And a flick of the wrist from Matter. Now to the 1v1 once more, him versus Melter. A lot to account for in terms of that positioning. Flash up and over towards the top, Melter! Tucks to the corner. Avoids his eyes away from it.
What a nail biter from Kru. I thought for a second I was going to have to scream melons, but they made that mad dash over to the A site. And then here, not getting hit by the flash, playing all the way in the corner.
Some might be kicking himself, honestly, but I don't hate him trying to take a fight there as the plant's going down. It's a messy scenario. Shy was on point, I believe, at the trade.
That puts Nrg into a miserable bye here. They're failing to defeat the bonus. So they throw a push wall of their own down mid. Looks like Mata wants to get a little bit active, but even then, it's just going to be forced to dip on out of here if he gets spotted out by this drone. Oh, the slow actually saves him.
Trying to break it though. It kind of spells, it spells out what they're going for. Especially with the dart being broken.
I
kind
believe in bugs for
Mata, or at least somebody's going to be pushed deep.
Energy बहुत strong है बे.
Pretty controlled from Kru so far. Really expecting some kind of aggro. Oh no! This poor guy. I mean, he's stuck there. He needs to smoke himself out, he thinks, to get across, but there's not time.
Yep. It's a bit of money though wasted, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a bit of money wasted.
Okay, it's the only play to try and stay alive. They'll take everything they can get. Mara is hyper committed onto this angle. Has the TP, of course, to get himself out, but I want to see this.
Oh, he doesn't have the TP.
Not anymore. Yeah, suppression. No abilities to be used for you right now, but are they even going to clear this angle? No one's watching it at all, and this guy is a menace right now. Snap to the side of reverse, so finally,
Ding Mara
usko line onto him.
Vandal रहता मजा
place here, 3 players grouped up, just the Sheriff to work with in the hands of Verno. It's hard enough as it is.
I like this from Kru. They've just left Mizzino backside. He's got a flash to work with. The rest of the team can spam away with this Outlaw.
Still one smoke to potentially get themselves in. Tapping away though, rifle in hand, a bit of running gun in a play, but yeah, Mizzino tracks him. Lovely towards the back of the site here. This is Kru now, steadily accruing up that lead, 9-7. Difference of the 2 rounds, economy. That's nice.
देखोगे इसके बाद आज कंफर्म देखूंगा बस.
Mizzino didn't even need this flash back here, but honestly, if I'm NRG, you know, trying to bounce back after losing that low buy, I'm thinking there are some holes in the attack of Kru in terms of how they're scaling into sites. We've seen it in their games previously. Even there's that spot where Mata with a classic is able to get 1 kill and a headshot. If he has a gun, that's 2 kills guaranteed, probably 3.
Mid league thoda heavy.
So I think there's ways to either disrespect some of the smokes that Kru are throwing you, or finding angles, timings you can get in front and start challenging Kru once Kesnet's already past you. Because I think Kru, as they scale into sites, if Kesnet's past an angle, they're not so concerned about those anymore.
Yeah. Nrg, having to dig deep and think about it, possibly what you were talking about. Find those cheeky timings and angles. Past some of the smokes that are being thrown out. It's been relatively, I mean, I don't know, kind of cautious, slow from Kru so far.
वैसे विकास कौन सा गेम है और टाइम बताओ. टाइम इंडियन टाइम 1:30 को ही रहता है.
They can poke and prod and get those picks.
गेम आज Genji और DFM है.
Champions tournament, the other is Fnatic. Now listen, Champs is a way off.
Yeah, that's many months away. Many
Talent versus NSA. और पहली बार मैं NSA
there's like a Masters. I think we have to crown an America's kickoff champion for
Talent versus NSA is like aim duels.
But there's a lot of history with this org, I think, is the point to be made of that. And Kru, especially since Valorant has been
चाय प्लीज मेरे को चाय पीने का है, लेकिन पेट बहुत भर गया मेरा.
Making a name for themselves.
Mata's got the op in hand this round, and NRG desperately need this one.
Yeah, they do. Is the operator really the thing that's going to be saving you, though?
It is kind of a big band-aid, I think.
Yeah. I'm just wondering. I mean,
भाई वाइस क्या पे लेकिन 3 बंदे क्यों खेल रहे हैं यार?
Try and push back some of the like contact slow play.
अभी रोटेट कर रहा है यार, पर लेकिन technically 3 नहीं खेलना.
Issue comes when the other team sees it, moves away from it, and you're forced to retake. Yeah. Now, Kru still have options to scale past this one way. If Kesnet drops down his smoke to break that one, they could accelerate. They could even use an Astro pullback, but seems like they're taking it slow.
You can see how awkward it is for Nrg as well. They both have to play in front
of
the bar. That gives the game away. Players are going to start rotating, and here Hunter's Fury off and around, trying to go for the play anyway. There's a paranoia. Shoots through. Players are blind, and Som capitalizes, tucks himself through, but just blinded up in a moment, and Kru are winning these fights. That's still Ethan alive. Get through the back, getting cheeky with it.
30 seconds left.
2v3.
Nice kill. Backs himself away as well. Wants to play the disciplined angle with the rest of his team to try and get themselves in TPs. Take it out. 2v3. Flash through the back. That's a recall star. Mel's just trying to bait some players out into the open! And the trade's in a spacing not quite there. There's 15 seconds left. Mata again. Left to do it all. He's chopped down. Noise cues, sound cues made. This is the shot though, and they're swinging right onto him. Rifle picked up. Flash up and around. To the side. But it's all Mauser, man. Up in the feed, a 4-piece in the round. And this lead is growing that much more wider.
I am telling you, Melzer is having a game right now.
Oh, yeah.
I swear, more than half the rounds Kru have won, they are not in positions to have any chance to win. And he is just coming up with some insane multi-frags to make it happen. So consistently, it's him and Mizzino, shoulder to shoulder, winning in these rounds, and they're even there on stage.
Getting hyped.
Wow. And that was the op round. That really took Mata out of it at the end.
Luckily for Nrg, they still have money.
And they've got some ults.
Oh, I got scared.
My heart beating out of my chest. That one too. Yeah. But now they know Kesnet picked up that up for attack. Stole that away from Mata last round.
He's going to slow down a lot of their approaches here. I don't know if I like it as much, honestly. Kesnet has been pretty consistent with the rifling and had still... Oh, he sees the shot. And a jump spot as well, barely missing.
It's something Kesnet loves to do, though, regardless of map. Get that off, especially when you know the other team wants to off, and he loves to take that duel.
Oh, fast is that, eh?
What was that? Disagreement with the person's like, oh, look, you rifle, we'll get you in.
No. It's my turn. There's still 2 players that have to clear in main, though.
Aggro hold. This is what a Viper War forces you to do. They have to play this one in uncomfortable positions. Verno off to the side here. Trying to play anti-flash almost into it. He can't hit that tree, and he can't even TP to safety. It's a hammer wall, stretching wide and out. Som just doing anything to try and push them back, but already to sight garnered and granted and put over to the opposition. Som has got a lot to do in that spot, but there is no trade in sight for that kill onto Melzer. And an ult as well offloaded. Stun's going to be rattling out and away. Finesse should be set up, primed and ready for a couple more kills here, but are not anticipating the angle. Dash, active, dodging off onto the flash, but Mada still there, connecting 1v1 again. Mada cannot lose this, and finally,
Mada, the hero at the end there. Couldn't get it done in the last round, finds it here. Lose that round and it's slipping away. I'm sorry, Nrg wouldn't have had a chance. But Mata stays composed in that moment. And this is wild because this hold through Nrg was terrible. Ethan was supposed to be anti-flash, somehow he still got caught off.
It's because it's improvisation. They're just not ready to go up against his Viper. It's splitting up the site and forcing these players even forwards. You can tell how uncomfortable they are. Just from having to play these positions. They're just trying to cook something up. 3.14.
Yeah, I know math.
Yeah, that's not good. That's not good. Listen, there'll be screenshots. That's not good. Listen, we won't mention it. Maybe a few more times, I don't know. But listen, off in the hands of Mada. Listen, it doesn't matter what the scoreline is. What matters is you win.
Hey, I'm not going to lie. Flash on through. Look at that.
Yeah,
Nrg on the same position.
They are getting brutalized and even caught out in the open. It's a smoke drop down, propped up in his face, just the least expected timing, re-exploration from Nrg. It's contact and walkabouts, but it's desperation inherently. They need to get a handle and grip on this round.
Team. Casually,
like Nrg are reinventing the wheel.
No.
And yet, Nrg now have to try something else. Finesse has crept all the way down into mid, but he gets timing by Melzer again. I mean, Melzer has locked down this mid space consistently throughout this half.
On their way down here, Mada steps up to it. Som also not to pick down through mid. Wait a minute, this could be doable. Res in sight though, no spam from the rest of them. An attempted to punish from Mada Plant now coming through. Som goes down to the shot keys.
What?
Where's that one getting fired to? Mada gotta save it. Only 350 in the bank.
It's possible there could have been a snake bite thrown in there as well. I'm not quite sure, but now with the smoke going down, well, Mada's gonna get the kill on the way out, and that's important. He's holding on to the operator. The money. Nrg can't buy back in. If they're gonna stop Kru from getting 12, it's gonna have to be Mada keeping this op alive.
Yeah.
11-8 पैसा नहीं है.
I don't think it's a coincidence though. As soon as Kesnet gets off that attack side operator, they can speed it up and find another round under their belt. This will be 11 now. It's always just felt like Kru have had that slightest of advantages.
It really has, and also, like, look, playing the defensive side of Abyss is no easy matter, but it's shocking how consistently A main has been an issue for Nrg. They've been trying to just do about it. Yeah, they've been dropping down this Omen smoke and just playing right behind it. I almost wonder if more aggressive a look is the play.
That is the part and parcel of being
you gotta choose one or the other, because the way it's been going, they've just been getting cleared every time by this guy.
मेरे को एक बात बताओ. अपना जो गोट है टेंस बाई गोट बराबर इतना अचीव किया उसने लाइफ में. हाँ, इतना सब कुछ किया उसने. अभी 6 महीने 1 साल बाद ब्रेक लेके अगर वो आ गया ना वापस गलती से आ गया ना, और अगर वो वैसा नहीं मार पा रहा है जिसे वो पहले मारता था, क्या लगता है उसके साथ क्या होएगा? यही होएगा, समझ रहे हो? इसलिए लोग ऐसा घूम के ऐसे रिटर्न नहीं आते, वेरी अनलाइकली, समझ रहे हो? जितना ऑडियंस प्यार करता ना उतना बढ़ता भी है। अगर वो मार रहा रहता तो कोई कुछ नहीं बोलता था, और मार रहा रहता तो उसका डबल होता था इज्जत, लेकिन नहीं मार पा रहे तो जो था वो भी जा रहा है, वैसा वाला सीन है, समझ रहे हो?
Very cool ideas actually. The way they were opting into it.
It was always fighting through those walls, right? And I think because Nrg have shown a lot of those harbor walls and they haven't had that aggressive look with it, maybe Kru were a little bit on their back foot. Maybe they're not expecting it so much. I'd certainly like to see Nrg fight to mid.
4-17.
We'll see. I mean, adjustments to be made here. Ethan is all the way
highlight नहीं हो रहा.
Completely away from the side and a deep mid play and push and committing.
ये क्या था
Oh
Ethan
my!
भाई?
Seeing that one just the other day here. Hunter's Fury narrowly avoided just a bit of damage onto Mazzino, but his kills have toppled in the favor of Kru. Deep dart now in through the back of the site. Nice well committed, 2 players up and over it with a drone in their face.
Fight चालू ही नहीं हुआ.
I want to try and take that time in his horns in his face. Damage onto a Versa, but no kill to be found up and over the top. That's Verno. But he is done and dusted. And Som's left just holding on to this cursed artifact. Feels like it sometimes. Not the weapon of choice. Barely missing the timing, but just gets back onto the line. But creeping up from behind, that's Mazzino. Puts them up to 12. 1 round away for the second round, or second map, I should say, that Kru have ever won against an FNS-led team.
And Kru have only dropped a round this half break. Like,
yeah, they've been on one.
They were fully prepared for this aggro look. Sort of looked like, I think it was EG that ran it with that Omen ultimate all the way back into spawn. Read that perfectly, had the player in A main that swings through the hard wall to kill.
Yeah.
What was that, Mata sprinting down into mid? Just no chance. Nrg couldn't do anything there.
What a great read as well. Just understanding of what Nrg we were going for. The back end of the timeout.
So here again, utility traded into mid. This time though, Nrg not gonna try that again.
Oh, they know what a device is as well.
Good news is Nrg have this walk up. Maybe they can do something with this. It's their rifles.
Ethan's been dropped. Mada is hyper committed. The knives are out. Just catches the 1 and the second. Trade inside though for Shy. Is it enough?
Importantly, Som has already put down the harbor wall. He's been able to flood into this site. The rotates are being called in. And he's in front of this Astro. He's got a real chance to stay alive.
He could definitely do something. Spell defeat here out for Kru, but they've cut noise entirely. They're just waiting for this wall to drop down.
They're fully walking out with it.
And
now Nrg are second-guessing themselves.
Deep knife, getting the tag. They know that at least one player is in the surrounding areas. That's snappy again. Trades. Picture perfect from Shy. He's been on top of it. It's that more supportive player and roll. Deep drone into the back now. That is going to be a Steel Gardener, but a pit to play in gives you that peace of mind. Ollie out towards the back. Dart, not seeing too much. Bit of random spam at play. But do you dare wade into this one? Shorty in hand. Creeping and crawling out through the back sections. Committing Mazzino onto the plan. Finesse is walking a tightrope, weaving in and out. Shy doesn't take that shot. Has a rifle to play with as well, just trying to chase this guy down. Decay damage. Narrowly dropping.
Oh my god.
Seals it all up. It's a 4-piece. And a Red Bull clutch to finalize that map. This is Kru leading in the series.
What a half from Kru. Just insanity. And here, having the presence of mind to slow things down with the Astral. So it's just Som left on site.
That was nice.
And then also, they've got 2 shorties to counter the Steel Garden because they have a Viper's Pit. So it doesn't even matter that that ult hit them. They're comfortable to play inside of that. Just a beautiful way to close out map 1.
I hard agree. And listen, honestly, just the composition, the Viper just being inserted. Listen, Shy didn't drop the highest amount of numbers towards the end, but the Viper was the difference maker in my mind. I mean, it threw Nrg for a loop massively.
It was a combination of that Viper wall on attack and even some of the rounds they were winning on defense, using that Viper wall, the Astra smokes to hard anchor into their sites, make it harder for Nrg to scale on through. And really, it all started with those pistol rounds, right? Kesnet finding 3Ks in both pistols. Snowballing that forward. Nrg's strange force in round 2.
Absolutely. Listen, it wouldn't be VCT if our expectations were just going a bit skew with upset in the process, of course. But brilliant display from Kru to open up things. It was their map pick. They did decide to go over to here. Next, moving over towards Haven as our second map. Bit of a playground, I suppose, as well for Finesse himself. We're going to be stepping away up next. GB and the analyst desk going to be breaking it all down. So do not go anywhere. You don't want to miss it.
Okay, अकेला लास्ट राउंड FNS। पर कैसा लगा कि उसको पैर दिखा? भाई उसमें दिमाग बहुत ज़्यादा है लेकिन ना एम इज नॉट एमिंग लेकिन दिमाग बहुत ज़्यादा है।
Okay, TC Cream, we need you guys on the stage now. Come on, let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
होता है यार कभी किसका दिन नहीं रहता। हाँ बे।
Huh, nature sure is full of wonders.
Red Bull gives you wings.
ये बंग्स में आपके जैसे सुना है एक्चुअली इसलिए रिलेट कर पा रहा हूँ।
100% wings.
हाँ इसलिए मैं रिलेट कर पा रहा हूँ मेरे भाई के साथ। यार मजा नहीं आ रहा ना देखने में लेकिन ये जैसा सोचा था वैसा नहीं हो रहा मैच ना बहुत सारे मिस्टेक बहुत सारे प्लेस वैसा हो रहा है well it is lower bracket How am I good? Very good morning, good morning. मैच तो अच्छा चल रहा है लेकिन वो वाला जो उम्फ वाला बात है ना वो नहीं हो रहा है यार बहुत मिस्टेक्स कर रहे हैं एनआरजी तो लेवल ऑफ एक्सपेक्टेशंस है ना वैसा भाई आज सारे अच्छे टीम्स बाहर जा रहे हैं भाई क्या सीन है लास्ट 24 आवर्स में हाँ तुम्हारे कल PRX से आ रहा मेरे को नहीं मालूम मेरा नेट गया था हाँ तो हम रिटायरमेंट को बाहर आके भी मार रहे 100 में पे अच्छा टाइम बाहर कैसे हो सकता है क्या हो सकता है
Meanwhile, Xander presented with another 1v2.
Oh, Van Silly, he does it again!
मत कर ऋतिक आराम जादे
Y ahora, uno contra de uno.
Dale, papá, Mister de frente, ¡juega!
आज मेरे सारे टीम्स बाहर गए बे last 24 घंटे में
Here with Coach Adam of Crew Visa. Your map pick, you ran away with it, especially towards the end. It just kind of seems like
phone
NRG
phone
was
charge
getting to disfavorable positions. What do you think was how did Crew Visa run away with that map in the end?
I mean, I feel as at the end, I feel as we were better prepared. Like we had a more in-depth preparation on that map, at least. And I feel that we were having most of the reads on attack, so it was pretty good because defense was hard for us. But then we just breathe in, breathe out, and focus on attack, and we close the map.
One map away from nail in the coffin. Best of luck.
Thank you so much for that, Elizabeth. And your eyes do not deceive you. Kru walks away with that win 13-8, and they don't just do it in a manner where you're like, they squeak by. No. That looked like a Kru ready to play and ready to dominate. Welcome back, everyone. Golden Boy here alongside with Vansili as well as Doug. And guys, I mean, great showing from Kru.
Oh yeah, and look, I don't want to sound biased. I told you guys, as the biggest Kru lover in the world, that Nrg had no chance.
Wait.
Kru's gonna go on a run. I told you guys at the very beginning of the show, they're gonna take down Nrg.
Thank you.
Kesnit's gonna do it, and then let me tell you about my boy Mazzino. Had nobody believed, but here we are.
Caught a 5-0. Caught a 5-0 over
saying,
here. This is too much.
I mean, run the VODs. Don't run the VODs. Don't run the VODs.
Run the VODs.
It came down to that, though. It came down to that to say what we prefaced towards this first map, that you needed all 5 of them to really connect going into this game. It's not just Kesit having to go through a highlight reel. It's not just having Mazzino going into clutches or Melzer going into clutches and everybody else kind of falling asleep at the wheel. There was good cohesion going through, and what Adam was mentioning before, that there was deep preparation against Nrg here, it definitely showed.
Yeah, and it really paid off as well in some of these pistols because, I mean, just look at like what's going on here, right? You start things off and you're like, wait a minute, this is looking good for Nrg, and then out of nowhere, these guys are just winning the pistols by brute force. They're pushing through, not caring about their opponent. And Doug, you had mentioned before that the thing that teams like Kru like to do is sometimes the kryptonite for players and IGLs like finesse.
You just full send and you fight, and look, either you're going to win the gunfight or you're not. And I think when it comes down to that, as we saw in the pistol, that 3K is a really good example of that. Kesnit didn't take a single bit of damage. Standing top Jenny, facing 3, wide open, no dash, nothing, doesn't get hit once.
Yeah.
Right? And I think they want to fight, and it worked.
Full sending was something that was huge too, because if you're looking at how Kru got a lot of their rounds on defense, was a lot about these retakes and defuses after killing
and
everybody.
Big part was Mazzino as well.
They were so good going at that. And exactly, Mazzino was definitely one of the key components going to that because he was at double digits in terms of assists. I think 14 assists, 20 kills, but for him to initiate, engage, you have to give it the sight. Be so hard to hold here as an anchor on this map. So to work together for that was great.
Yeah, it really was impressive to see Kru walk away with that win the way that they did. But now let's hear from Coach Bonker and how Nrg is looking to bounce back.
You're with Bonker of Nrg. It was their map pick. They ran away with it. But I want to talk to you about the Viper. We seem to think that the Viper may have thrown you guys off a little bit. That wasn't what you prepared for. Was the Viper an issue for you guys moving into Abyss?
No, not at all. We prepared for the Viper. We were very confident that they were going to play the Viper. But also, if they would have played a Cypher instead, we had a game plan for that as well, but it wasn't a problem.
Best luck on map 2.
Going on to that point when he felt like they were prepared for Viper, I think it's kind of true because at some point Shy was like at 2-10.
Yes.
He finished like at 8 kills, but the most important kills was at that 4K clutch he got towards the end. So I mean, at some point the firepower is gonna shine, and then he's gonna get those moments. But if not, at least the game plan to shut down the Viper was still good.
Yeah, it did work, but
Bonker's response there felt very close to chest. Right?
Yes.
There wasn't really anything that he chose to divulge beyond that, other than nope, wasn't a problem. We were prepped for Cypher as well.
Yeah.
And that's an interesting way to approach that question.
For sure. But you know what though, I think he keeps a lot of it close to the chest because really, like, you know, with the way that Kru is playing, you really just don't know what the hell is gonna happen against those guys. But thankfully though, for Nrg, it wasn't like all doom and gloom, right? I mean, let's not get it twisted. It was a close game until Kru was starting to slowly but surely eke out those round wins. But one of the players that was instrumental in maintaining the closeness of this game was Ethan Vansili. We were seeing some great stats out of him. He was not just getting those kills, but he was putting himself in great positions to do so.
He had a very similar tweet to like Oxy after Oxy had his team help him out here and pull through a couple of these games. So he's like, I need to set up in this moment, and you definitely saw it. I mean, as this Omen player, he was looking just sharp in with the Phantom.
Yeah, diabolical without a doubt. And if Ethan can continue to output like that, really, you got the rest of the team. And there were moments for sure that we were seeing Mata and those guys pop off as well, Doug.
And I do think some of that will be a lot of the contribution from the rest of the team members. But I think the other thing we have to consider is we're headed to Haven. You mentioned it before the match started. That's Finesse's playground. He's very comfortable there. His calling really just kind of seems to blossom there.
Yeah.
So I think when you've got some of those things in play, yeah, there's a very good chance we're going the distance. But
yeah.
I mean, what do I know? I was right the first time.
Yeah, totally, Doug. You were so right. In any case, so everyone, let's get ready for map number 2. We're going to take a quick pause for the cause, and when we come back, we're going to Haven. See you in a few.
कोई है चैट में सारे लोग या फिर फुल स्क्रीन है या फिर फुल स्क्रीन करके सो रहे हैं। अभी बोलूंगा 50 मेंबर से दे रहा हूँ, सीधा सबका हाई निकलेगा। देखा अचानक से सारे लोग बाहर आ गए।
Welcome back, everybody. Yeah, got to relish the opportunities we have.
Selfish
to really show this on camera. I did not know.
Yeah, sorry, the stress of that first game, it's hair loss.
Has it always been fake?
No, it's not fake.
Oh,
no, sorry, I'm just experiencing male pattern, male baldness.
It happens to us all. Eventually, it claims all.
It just.
Bugs buy so costly to afford a house these days. Should do something other than job. Forms simple buy. आपको एक simple बात बताता हूँ. बराबर है. Simple बात. मैं इतना पैसा कमा रहा हूँ करके लोग बोल रहे हैं, फिर भी अभी 3 साल से रेंट पे हूँ. उसका मतलब क्या? सेविंग्स. तुम जिधर भी रहोगे सेव करोगे, एक ना एक दिन घर आएगा. ठीक है, आज नहीं तो कल आएगा. तो टेंशन लेने का नहीं. खुद के घर पे रहो या रेंट के घर पे रहो, और जब सेविंग्स हो गया तब घर ले लो. समझ रहे हो जाएगा. बिना सेविंग के कुछ नहीं होगा. सेविंग्स इज द की. मेरे को देखो, मेरा आज का चैट रेवेन्यू मैं सच बताओ तो 40 रुपीज़ है. उसमें का मैं 10 रुपये का वड़ा पाव खाऊंगा आज बस. मेरे हिसाब से उसको मैं मैसेज करके बोलूँगा, भाई साहब पाव मत दो, सिर्फ वड़ा दे दो यार, बाकी सेव. समझे?
Opportunity to really break some of those timings, but for Nrg, they're going to have to pick up some of the pieces because they're coming off the back of a map 1 defeat. This is going to be their territory. They chose to come
ये
here.
मैप किसका है?
Kesnet has dominated
मेरे साथ बोलो.
so far in this series.
He has. Here's the drone. He's just trying to break it out early. Expending every bullet almost.
Nrg.
Dashing away. Mada is happy to take up that position once more.
Wow, even the stun coming in, so
Those
Kesnet
thanks
can
for
take
the
that line
duplex
down long,
you gave
but
me.
I really
Love
like how
you,
Mada
yeah.
snuck in here. He's on his own, but he's got a great timing up shortened. If he just kept going, there is no one to stop him.
Oh, he's fully broken the timings, and Kesnet none the wiser. Patience, discipline, being held. Oh my goodness. Under control though, it's all good, it's all good. Mada has cracked open the A site, and it's a frantic approach now from Kru.
It's a wild round because Nrg were originally just going to use him as a fake or maybe a late lurk, but finding that kill changed everything. Keep your eyes on Kru though. 3 players have run into mid to get a flank going on.
Deep smoke's placed down. It's Kru posturing like they could be trying to put some players back in with a smoke like that. Still, just spotting the one. Verno's got to keep an eye onto it. Shock darts up and over. Dart to the side as well. A lot to deal with. And can't quite handle it. What a util just being thrown in his face. Up from heaven, Mazzino smoked and away from that angle. Trying to flip that sight around, but it's still a lot to clear. No one is accounting for the heaven drop out. Weaving in and out. It's all Ethan now. He's got to do a lot from that spot, but Mada again into this spot here. Rattling away with the ghost. It's not enough. Even for him, puts up monstrous numbers, but it's Kru putting their best foot forward with another pistol round win.
I swear, it's deja vu. It's Groundhog Day. Every single pistol round, this series has been the same thing. Nrg in an impossible to lose situation, and then somehow we're dropping out of heaven with no one watching.
No eyes on it.
From Mazzino.
It is messy. Some might say muddy. Don't know if we're getting into territory like that, but glue metaphors that were being used. I think that's the current trend.
Aye, aye, aye. Truthfully, though, Nrg had such high expectations. It's a bit shocking, these rounds slipping away. But it's a force for Nrg again, by the way.
Yeah, okay. Just trying to take fight straight to them. Important that they win this one, but they sent Mada in to basically die by himself. Maybe hoping to catch one of the anchoring to be players. A lot of util again expended out towards the A site. Nrg trying to make their way in. Cage to cross into a lot of this one here, but just spamming away with the stingers. There's no real clear game plan, man. This is just throwing anything at the wall and seeing what sticks.
Yeah, they really thought that fake into B was going to do more, but Melzer took care of business on his own with the paranoia. All those A players just stuck to their guns and held onto the site. It's a really strange position now. And even with Verno trying to go over into the C site, he's going to end up running into trips or that camera down C long. Not much of a chance here for him.
Yeah, he will have an open site at least, working for him. Kru in this spot just stacking up towards A, making sure they don't give away any solo fights. Chances for Verno to get back into it. Happy to play the retake, but they see that dart on their minimap. Middle of the plant, Verno not really able to get into a forward position. It's going to be a tough ask of him. Melzer probably going to be the first to take that contact as he is the lowest player, and the rest of them just swinging straight from behind.
I am really shocked by this from Nrg. Clearly, their read has been that they can win these rounds on the force buy round too. Not sure if it's just a thing they feel comfortable on because they got, I mean, obviously because they got the plant down, but maybe thinking that Kesnet is always going for this outlaw. They think they can overwhelm him. He can only get 2 shots off.
But it's just, if you think he's going for the outlaw, wouldn't that prioritize?
You'd think.
Saving money so you can get full armor, rather than just trying to go down to half armor all the time. I mean, it's a head scratcher. I mean, it screams of a bit of disrespect. Maybe not realizing where things are going wrong. It's just like, listen, Nrg have got hitters on that team. They can shoot back.
यार लेकिन
a lot of roster.
मैंने ऐसा नहीं देखा रे इतना force by.
Kru.
ये वो वाला समझ रहे हो अपने मुंबई सर्वर बैच बैच.
Nrg. Barely anything to work with coming into this one, as they did just kind of topple the economy.
I would say the good news for Nrg is even though after these 2 losses, it's not like Kru are snowballing in the ult game ahead of them. It's relatively even when you're looking at those power ults of the
दादा मेरा super chat नहीं आया पर पैसा गया नहीं वो तेरा refund मिल जाएगा.
I've seen this one before, at least from Abyss.
वो होता है कभी कभी.
Farm up, yeah, okay, little jump spot. See
तो super chat करके वो क्या automatic जब तक मेरे channel पे वापस नहीं redirect होता ना. और वो बंद कर देता है वो पेमेंट वाला पेमेंट जाता है लेकिन वो वापस आ जाता है.
Be a permanent problem for Nrg because they'd have to spend money to use a drone here to clear that out if they wanted to.
Smoke. Oh, he sees just a shoulder.
It's just a bad smoke.
He has to respect this though. He'll have to play backwards. Doesn't know if anybody else is lurking up, so he has to call for reinforcements as well. But Nrg set the sights over towards B.
It's a full stun, vertical stun from backside from Azino, so you're not getting in there. Let's try A. Okay, let's not do that. Okay,
yeah,
maybe garage.
What is the pivot?
Oh no, there's a forward trip on us there.
Okay, broken swing.
Okay, C long. Let's go C long. There can't be anyone there. Uh oh, there's a cypher there.
Yep.
Uh oh, there's a breach.
Siphon softened and yeah, okay. Play's putting a stop to it. So Nrg can finally play an honest game after this, at least get some guns into their hands that potentially win them around, but I mean so far
हर बार सिंगल फोर्स करना पड़ता है. वो जो B और A वाला था ना वो fast.
To be fair,
वो strat actual में अच्छा है. लेकिन
he is only 1 off of the
problem ये है कि वो लोग
some better options, and he knows that Kesnet, I believe, still has that.
और ओमेन ने जो अकेले होल्ड करके दोनों को मारा है.
On the minimap right now as well.
The घंटा एक बुलेट ने पड़ा. वो problem हो गया.
That one down C long.
Yeah, but they're actually doing it a bit further forward.
Wait, that's a breakable trip.
Control smoke or blind or something.
Oh my, okay. Listen, outlaw in hands, a lot of targets onto half arm. It doesn't really matter for Kesnet apparently. He's all headshots today. Well respected though. Give up the sight. Dart just tagging up. A few stray bullets as well.
रात को 2 बजे प्रोजेक्ट बढ़ते हुए आपका स्ट्रीम देख रहा था और मेरा मेंबरशिप का कुछ अपडेट आदित्य भाई
of Kru here and win this critical round for Nrg.
He's revealed his
hands. ने बोला बंदे को इतना पैसा उसको खुद पे ले
ले. A little bit too early. Oh my goodness, the bullets going all over the place. The paranoia is excellent, and it's just sweeping right through the man. Nrg
तीन बंदे डिफॉल्ट बैठे.
Listen, it's the Vamos that went around the world, man. I'm hearing it. This is Kru here to play, but Nrg, dare I say, not really turning up.
Aditya, I love you,
yaar. I mean, that was almost a collat, Ren. And then finesse.
What's going on? Surely you want the distraction of the side.
I don't
understand why he's maybe feeling like the footsteps are going. He can take that timing, but
it's
a lot going wrong there.
I think he took a shot against Kesnet in mid. I don't know if he missed or it was like a dink or something through the wall. Didn't quite see his HP, but yeah.
Timeout called. I mean,
clearly. You also have a situation where on site, there's 3 players in a line default getting triple paranoid.
Bro, Nrg haven't played an honest round yet. They played like a pistol, they forced, they lost it, an eco. That was the last round they played. They haven't got a lot to work with. This is a timeout taken for not tactical reasons, I don't think.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe some adjustments because they have been working them out. You know, the setup's going to be in terms of where you're putting the cyber trips, I guess, but yeah, it's a rough one for Nrg, it really is.
Yeah, honestly, if I'm looking at from Nrg's perspective, timeout, you are looking for tactics. What I've noticed so far from Kru is their A side has been relatively light. Thus far, it's been the Jet up there mostly. Yeah. And they've shown some util early, but then they've moved and been stacking 2 players on B, a couple towards Garage in those rounds. So I think Nrg may be thinking back to the pistol round, to round 3, where they got players all the way up into sewers. Might want to start challenging
something as well, by the looks of it. And normally, side of Nrg's timeouts, Kru have had a good adjustment or a good read, I think, in terms of what to do to put a stop to. We saw it on an Abyss. Here, just a fault line.
But they also
a dart as well.
They do have that cypher trip on A long that we saw back in the pistol round 2. They dipped into.
Mata breaks the timing though at a fault line, so he's going to get straight past the potential stun. Dart clears most of A long too. Still, as you mentioned, A long trip.
Yeah, Nrg are really expecting a refight into long right now. That's why they made so much noise and then froze and are playing in positions where Som wouldn't be hit by a flash, making sure multiple players can't be stunned at the same time. But Kru, contrary to Nrg's expectations, they've just rotated a Sova over here and are waiting for someone to walk in.
We're almost down to that minute mark.
बिना
कोई गवाह earlier from Nrg, traded out now by Kru, get some a bit of information just to tag into it, but
I really like that Kru are playing this slowly though, because I think sometimes Nrg can work themselves out of rounds when the opponents don't give them clear info.
Hunter's Fury, where's this one being offloaded? Just from the trip being broken, it's okay, just offload it, but you're not getting any tags of it. I don't really like the way that Diverso
it's making Kru think that it's an A hit because surely Sova hits someone if it's a stack on C.
What is occurring here? I mean, just jumping around, Mata's making all the noise into the world, and you're right. The Kru players have already ran over towards A. This is just chaotic, really, at its best. Mata galvanize and all, but there's no targets to really try and fry.
Kesnet is going to have this lurk. Now he can glide over the first trip, boost over the next. Look at Garage though.
They missed the timing.
Hold on.
It's a Garage fight yet. Melza dropped in his place. Ethan and Verno just colliding and clashing straight into them. Kesnet though, to bullet to the back of Som just when he was not expecting it. Deep up, tucked onto the side. Players on through main, need to try and defend them. Dodging, weaving this way and that. Verno can't survive for much longer though. Still 2v2. Getting off onto the side here. Versus onto that forward angle, double swing in the face, and the play finally. It's Nrg winning a round out on this map.
There we go. Nrg on the board, and it comes off that Garage fight. Again, Ethan has been pretty stellar in a few of these rounds. Back on Abyss, he was the sole reason, I think, why that first half went so well for Nrg. Here's walking back into the space. Those players sort of coming one by one out of window. And just getting in front of Kru's retake, I think, has been effective previously in the series.
Grouped up though.
यार fracture Abyss Pearl तीन गंदे मैप पे यार अभी
rotation. It's a trip to deal with. They don't have anything for it, but Shock Dart might be able to deal with it. Flash into the face of Kesnet. That is a tag straight through the leg. Not a kill, unfortunately, to be claimed. Oh my, trip wasn't dealt with. Going to be chewing them all the way up, but they finally break it. And that's a breach shot to try and flood the way all the way in. Kru going to try and fight this one too and nail, but not going to be finding any targets. Sitting ducks potentially to the front of the site. It's a quick pivot from Nrg.
Yeah, Nrg have to go into A because you can't stop and re-hit C because you just use so much util. Clearing out that up again would not be easy. That said, the rotates have already started coming in from Kru.
भाई पूरा
Zeno's going to have a
rotation
stun
full
online
लिया है.
pretty soon as well. I don't know if Nrg can full excel into this.
Yeah, and Verso smoking his face, he knows what's occurring.
Yes,
Zeno
stun
again.
Oh,
Johnny there,
yeah.
stun swinging straight into it. It needs to be supplemented with a little bit more. There's damage done to a few of these players. The counter spam is good. Kesnet there with the knives. Smoke at his feet just to try and buy them a bit of safety. 3 versus 3. Plan has to be stuck here.
भाई वो मार
Right,
सकता था
Ethan.
तीनों को.
Front line back online for him. Can try and slow down this approach. The paranoia. Gonna be traded out evenly for it. Smokes into the face of these Kru players. Gonna be finding it hard to get damage done, but Kesnet, Sky, he's a wrecking ball man, just absolutely lighting them all up. 5-1 being that scoreline. This is Kru. They're on an onslaught, man. Wouldn't have it any other way.
There are 4 people in the back row right now hitting a higher decibel than all of the NRG fans in this studio, Brent.
It's almost like a library. Take me back to the lock-in final.
भाई बहुत गलत खेल रहे हैं.
But Kru, they got that confidence, man. The way that they're taking these fights, it's rapid as well, trying to flood defend in. They're being mobile. Always following the action.
Go, go, go.
It's a rifle in the hands of Mada, putting the hopes and dreams into just his hands, as the rest of the money just really isn't ideal for it. Dart gets the tag. Players are up. Adverso could be in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, calling it a ton of breach utility just to get these players from Kru back on site.
Players are on.
ड्रोन ऊपर से लेके
Try and
गया.
square into it. Straight up into the smokers. One Mazzino! God almighty, target-rich environment doesn't even sell it properly! God damn, Mazzino. Listen, we love a good eco ace. We do love a good eco ace.
Unreal Mazzino, hero of the last round. Now he's coming away with the I-Buy power ace. Just gnarly. I mean, they're just running at him one by one. He's tracking them through the smokes, flashing them both himself too. Impressive work.
You can follow I-Buy Power on social media as well. Hashtag unlock your ace. Chance to win multiple prizes, and already the round's beginning. We are 4 seconds in. Flash to be had. One of the first rounds where Kesnet isn't really just holding down the ace out by himself. Instead, this time it's the Verso.
Nrg really worried about the op purchase, using the camera and the drone to clear short
भाई
and long
वो सब
respectively.
किधर है? लर्क किधर है?
Mada's got one of his own.
सैफर का ट्रिप क्यों नहीं
Side
टूट
off
रहा
to see if
गैराज
they can
में?
Pull it all apart here. Deep cam in through short. Rest of the team creeping up behind it, up through a long Adverso. It's an off angle.
I mean, if Finesse loses this, Nrg can't take the site without short control. It's a straight up 1v1.
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult, for sure. Finesse's timing needs to be taken when the rest of his team can potentially get back up onto the site. Walls propped up, aftershock to try and push them back and away. Nrg are not committing.
But they're going to have to.
Deep anchor smoke, paranoia now sweeping through, and this time with the util! Adverso, he's dominated the angle with that short control. The rest of his team, it gives them that peace of mind and safety to get straight back in and make this defense possible. They swarmed it now. Entirely up onto the side, reveals across the board. How the hell are you getting away with that, McCom? At least Som, I should say. A lot to do into that spot. Not enough resources or firepower to do it. 7-1, man. 7-1.
Kru have just scattered Nrg. I mean, in this round, they get info 5 players over towards A lobby. Sir Omens walked all the way down in C. Kru can stack into the site. Winning that fight down short with Adverso too, just full running and gunning.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just disrespectful. But it makes the round straight up unplayable for Nrg.
It's going to be a short day, potentially.
भाई attacking map है भाई.
Listen at this rate.
Who would have thought that?
The way the maps are going. Timeout
Attacking
force
map
from
है.
NRG.
वो लोग को
Second one.
गैराज पहले
yeah.
लेना ही
And
पड़ेगा.
I'm sorry, but we are 8 rounds into the game, and Melzer has died 1 time.
A पे सैफर जाएगा.
Yeah.
क्रॉसिंग केस
He's on one.
डालेगा.
9-1.
रिकॉर्ड तोड़ेगा. स्पेस लेगा थोड़ा सा. तब तक गैराज वराज भी हिट कुछ करना पड़ेगा. पूरा मैप खेलना पड़ेगा. सी पे सोवा अकेला ड्रोन वोन करके एक गैराज शॉट डाट, सी पे एक शॉट डाट. बाकी 3 बंदे एक साथ खेलो. सैफर को छोड़ दो उधर.
Takes still a good team, I think, to be able to jump on the opportunities when you are handed them.
हाँ ये लोग को 3-1-1 खेलने पड़ेगा 3-1-1 या फिर 3-2
straight up side hits were going to be able to
Impossible
overwhelm
भाई
Kru.
वो
And
लोग का
I think if you looked at some of
Cam
Kru's
दोनों
VODs, okay,
ट्रिक
maybe you could
इतना
see that
info दे रहा
where
है
certain piece of utility not being, you know, turned away from, or silver darts being broken. Maybe you think, yeah, we can get in there, it can be no problem. But they've been stalled out too early on. And again, it doesn't look like a real strategic shift. They probably want to send more players into short, or have Mata end up re-clearing, wrapping around long back into short.
Yeah.
That has to change, even if it's going to be another full send.
The attack side up has not worked for them this time. It's Rifles, half armor, Guardian in play. Scrapping together a bite. Deep smoke adverse. So you really disrespecting this? You've lit up multiple players, man. You know that they're taking A lobby. He doesn't care.
He's up 7-1. You know, it's working for him. He's not gonna pause.
Yeah.
Now I do like the Nrg show that heavy presence, but this time are working into mid. Problem is Kesnet's been holding this op in mid the last couple of rounds. No one's been there, so they don't actually know that the op is lying in wait.
They found my wire.
Oh, no way. There's no way at all. Shy's right from behind. It's a dagger to the back for Verno.
How do Kru just find every angle?
It's crazy.
The round Nrg finally separate. Kru are just walking at them.
Reading these adjustments to a degree as well, just understanding that Nrg, okay, well, they haven't been breaking any of our Cypher util that we've had spread across the map. Out of the timeout, slower pace for Nrg called. Probably going to make an attempt for it, and Shy just finds the gap.
So now Finesse calls a freestyle round. Like, can I find something down C?
Yeah, it's...
Our Spike is going to group up with teammates back into mid.
It's a Scooby-Doo round, that's how I like to call it. Everyone split up and just try and get anything done.
Literally. Even throwing that front B smoke to be like, hey, maybe we could be lurking here. They're trying to both players, but Kru are not fooled.
Well, they're going to go into the C split. Anchoring, tough position. Melzer there, could have potentially got a lot done. This is Nrg. Okay, pressure's on and mounting, but sometimes that's when you perform at best.
Baab blind diya.
Swept away, just like that. Nrg set themselves up now into the 4v2 spot. Tagged up, Mazzino. Trying to get ahead of the time when he was tagged up by him. Maybe there was a chance for it. Averso might still want to go for this. You've got the money. You want away from the ult. Might as well. Eco damage also pretty important, considering how much Nrg have been against the ropes. But honestly, Lurk coming through, knife out.
चलो जरा सीए सब ले तो रहे इस बार बी लीग बस टिक करना पड़ेगा 10-5 कर सकते हैं.
Getting alive back in here. Nrg, I mean, credit to them to find a way out of this round. Mata getting a couple of critical kills there. It is funny, though, the other round that Nrg won also came down to a big garage fight. Yeah. That time was in a post plant. That area of the map is working out for them.
Yeah, nice amount of ults as well. War chest is filled up for Nrg. If there's a chance to start stringing together a few more rounds where that came from, it's here and now.
First look at an op down short. Kesnet's got that push back and no one to break the dart.
जो mid देखता है पूरा अभी डाला.
A heavy emphasis by Kru being placed over towards A as well. Normally playing with just one player here, but Nrg are nowhere near.
Yeah, remember, Kru have never shown the refight into A just yet, so this time seeing that drone, Nrg quickly accelerating into garage. Melzer right in the corner,
Melzer's
and he gets it!
Ethan's there, quick on the trigger, just trying to trade this one out. TP through into the back of the site. And Verno supplementing with a bit of extra firepower. This is the C site now cracked open.
It's garage. That's what's been working for Nrg.
बस अभी दो बंदे डिफॉल्ट में मत बैठना
क्योंकि
स्टन आएगा.
Trip in window. Now the ult to push players off the spike.
Hunter's Fury. Doesn't get too much. It's not comboed up with a fault line just to try and slow a
पहले
player
स्टन
down.
मार दे अभी वो लोग बस कुछ भी यूटिल नहीं है फाइट करने के लिए.
It's a bit instinctual from Kru, but that leaves openings if the discipline isn't quite there. And Nrg are just trying to hold this one down. It needs to be a little bit of coverage surely for Verno to try and really stick this one. You're losing gunfights up onto long. The players are already into the site. Oh my
God.
The Rolling Thunder just adds insult to injury, man. Kru just seizing a timing. They just barely dodged away from a paranoia and instantly started shift walking out from spawn off the back of it. Caught Nrg sort of in transition. They were trying to retreat back into long, get the spike down at the same time, because they thought they had 3 extra seconds. They absolutely did not.
Just losing these critical fights. The overall game plan has started around, I mean, listen, reel your mind back, but it started similar to how Nrg won that prior. Trying to go for the slow play, a bit of A presence, and then moving back over towards garage, breaking some of the util as well, trying to force these fights out.
I'm sorry, Brent. Kru won 63% of 4v5s they
I didn't-
had.
Was
Last map.
Is that correct?
That's what it said.
Something's going wrong there for NRG.
All right, spike out in front B.
Here is a tempo increase. Oh no. Oh no. TP4 is by Som, just trying to cut up these angles as well. Anything to try and close that gap, Mada! Okay, this team needed that.
Hold on, there's a flank in window. Kesnet pushed all the way out into long and has an op.
Still, the smoke not going to be dissipating. Doesn't look like any time soon. The rest of his team, NRG, happy to play up close and personal now onto the side. But he's giving good information for the rest of his team. They're going to know that they're playing this one aggressively at first, so you can see patience with the play that he's playing. This is all just from Kesnet, taking this forward position. Util out into the hands. Mada has already got two for the troubles. Can he make it a little bit better here? NRG, aggro, the aggression, kills toppled here, and damage done to the final few players. It's Bruno. Close that one out, so 8-3. There's one more chance. Potentially round out.
मैंने बोला क्रू लोअर भाई नहीं रे एनर्जी बहुत गलत है वो अच्छा खेल रहा है बराबर है
timeout rather even with Som deeping up there. Mada with a good flash combo into backside, sliding out there with the zappy hands. And now they've got a rolling thunder online as well. NRG could seriously put some momentum. Back them up heading into the second half here. But it's going to start with the mid walk. First time for Kru.
Straight onto the open. Fault line up. Gotta respect that one. Still the dash active for Kesnet. He could go walkabouts if he really wants to. Dashes back, respects it. Out of shock. Wow. Up top. Just in case there's an Omen playing there.
That's a whole lot spent. Even a flash towards backside, trying to distract players in Garage. No one's distracted.
FNS is taking first contact, trying to play off of this. Drone swinging wide, skates on the feet of Ethan, but he had the shot not called for. My God, Ethan is really going to have to battle himself and his team all the way through this. But even to bail them out.
The round is so awkward, though, because NRG can't accelerate into C. They don't have long control. They've got to walk into B, and Ethan's got 2 HP.
There's a minute left. Definitely slow this one down if you want to. But
they'll get audio of the backside player.
Yeah, they should. Yeah, spotted out. Mada takes that point and that contact now. Quick move over towards the A site.
भाई बचा लिया भाई
Be aware that Mel's is not going to be really anywhere near this one, but Mel's has also got tools to play with. Paranoia still. Smoke's going to be regenning. Too sure when, but at some point soon. He's got one back.
अब ये problem है कि दोनों बहुत अलग-अलग
to get 2 kills.
Ult online if he wants the information on top of it.
दो जन बहुत अलग-अलग खेल रहे हैं.
Anything to hunt out these players.
Short
Try and divide up this side. Planted. An awkward spot here. Paranoia now. He does reveal his hands and plays towards his back now. All it takes is the first peek and the timing. Ethan.
Smoke up into
Util out.
Then minion कूदेगा ऊपर से.
Spots Mada. Stuns up, avoids, dodges it. At this point, you're running out of the wing con stun, landing, and I believe that circle is shrinking. And he knows it. Yeah. It's a bit whiffy, but listen, a bit comical. Maybe even clowny, but listen, they get their arm at the end of the day.
चलेगा. We take those. We take those.
A win's a win. We're going to take that one.
A win is a win.
A bit silly. I mean, Ethan, again, in this garage spot, finding 3 kills. That wasn't easy at all.
3 kills plus.
Importantly, staying alive with that ultimate. That made all the difference.
Okay.
It's an elimination match, by the way.
It is an elimination match, as a reminder. Yeah, it is.
I don't know if he knows that, but...
No. A lot of giggles so far, but listen, we're only just getting started. The second half coming up soon.
नहीं चलेगा. अटैक मैप पे शायद आ पाएगा तो माड़ा कुछ कर सकते हैं जल्दी. पिस्तौल लॉन्च चाहिए लेकिन. Subrat Bangbai, good morning. प्रेस कवर पे डी जी अच्छा खेला अगेंस्ट DFM भाई A is equal to B नहीं होता है भाई वैलो में कभी भी A is equal to B नहीं होता है It's never A is equal to B FPS गेम है
As we mentioned, yeah, it's elimination on the line here in the kickoffs of Americas, 8-4. This is Kru leading by a map already in this series. They have the advantage for now. The way back begins here with a pistol, round 13.
And so far this series, it's 0 for 3 for NRG on their pistols, and very often coming out of winning positions. Kesnet finding 3 kills miraculously and winning the round. And now NRG are coming into this round against the Kesnet, who's been got the light armor. This guy is full-on raid boss on the attacking side. It'd be very important for NRG to shut him down, and really it's Mata that would likely be fighting solo towards the A side.
It's almost identical setup to what Kru themselves are running. Just a trip to try and hold off over towards A long. No exploration by Mata.
Yeah, good news is, from garage window, there could be a breach stun that helps Mata out all the way across that corner, stunning up all of short.
Oh, now the util though. Tripping their face. They weren't aware of this one. Yeah, gets the tag and the stun. Follows up through, off to the sides. Mata. Gotta respect this now as well. Plays himself back and away. There's a smoke. Potentially if he wanted to just try and take another peek, but no. Plays his life now for that retake.
Wow, Finesse caught a pretty killer timing in mid. There was only a camera, and Cypher was not clicked into it. So him on the flank is somewhat unexpected.
तो ओमेन का ब्लाइंड का इतना वैल्यू है नहीं.
Pull the paranoia though.
Heaven jump. 3 बंदे heaven jump करने वाले हैं.
Plays out through heaven. Mata's already picked off the one.
That means no one to watch the flank, so Finesse's timing here is going to be immaculate.
Yeah, he's looked his way all the way back. This could be the pistol round that they needed. Util used. Trying to bait the Diversos not into this corner, and it's worked ever so slightly. Colliding and clashing. Finesse gonna do a lot into that spot.
Oh, smoke
off from the side. And they got it done. Some said it was impossible, but a pistol round for NRG, 8-5.
They made it happen. And straight up, the 2 major things there. Again, Cypher camera in mid. As the sight hit is going down, that's when Finesse chooses that timing to make the mid lurk happen. So he sneaks past that. And then second, I think it's Verno, or sorry, it was Mata that gets the kill on the sole flank watch down on long to let him get in there. Even then, it came down to be close because Kru were trying to fight towards spawn, but walk-up opportunity paved the way.
Come back here. कर सकते Op चाहिए जल्दी.
No forces on the side of Kru. Kesnet with the Guardian though, being opted into this.
I love this.
Delighted play, isn't it? Just set up. It's not quite a hero rifle, but you know, he can do some damage.
Yeah, we saw C9 do this a lot last year with Oxy. And with 4 players on light armor, that's double body shot to get kills with the Guardian.
Yeah, definitely is. Jump spot. Ooh, okay, now he's revealed the hands. Drop down from Mata.
I do like that Mata's going for this boost, jumping out of heaven onto default over to triple. Sometimes you can disregard that ability when you're not playing against a gen on the other team, but he's already conditioning Kru that he likes to play up there.
It's a lot of pings down over towards short. Looks like just calling out that Ethan can fault line it and re-clear it if they need. Kru taking this one slowly, steadily. It's good information on the eco as well. You can try and poke and prod and see where the defensive setup is. Gives you information to work with in later rounds.
Kru are so patient here. They don't want to finish into B. They're trying to catch over rotations.
This is going to be rough though. Ooh, or not. Okay.
Very awkward, because right now Shy is down short. Mata's pushed up into lobby. Mata would have no idea, but there's also no reason for Shy to really turn around.
Left. Yeah. It's a weird one. Just being flicked constantly just in case there is that push. Deep fault line out up towards the front. Plant, Melzer, sticking it out through the back. That's Verno taking a peek. And with the weapons in hands, yeah, light work onto a multitude of players here, and Shy being that backup plan. Not really too much you can do.
Yeah, Shy was spending most of the round taking picks for the gram in mid. Not too influential in that one. But that's important. I mean, NRG having a flawless round there.
No.
Finesse, I don't know. Did Finesse actually shoot the judge? I don't remember if I even heard that come in, so it's not necessarily given away. Yeah, I think he just held his ground in garage the entire time. Didn't indicate that he had that weapon.
It's going to be a very nice bonus round here for NRG. At least in terms of the money, which
Wow, look at Kru, by the way. They're on a Guardian and a Stinger because they know there's an Outlaw on the other side, so they're low buying to make sure they have the heavy armor.
Yeah. It's definitely putting Kru into a pinch. Smokes are going out here. Cam dealt with. Whoa, taking a peek.
Yeah.
It's danger.
Oh,
it's
no.
definitely danger there, too.
Stinger through the wall into garage. Silly.
From that distance.
And by the way, trap setup, there's a camera finesse looking through. And also can just shoot you with the judge in that corner.
It's definitely going to be favored. Players start walking straight back into him, judge in hand.
I mean, Som could also send a Paranoia to help him out after his first shot. There's a lot of ideas for NRG.
Surely tag. Yeah, they seen it. Okay.
Well, those ideas were good on paper.
Yeah, that's nice. It's nice, Matter. Okay, where'd that come from? Everybody unaware.
So the thing is, Finesse, he's more of a big picture guy.
Yeah.
Mata handles the day-to-day.
The day-to-day.
Yeah,
the
that's
heavy
what
lifting.
he's in charge of.
Yeah. The pistol round aces, potentially.
Yeah. The Guardian 3Ks, winning the bonus. Yeah. You can count on the guy.
Up to 140 for Kesnet. Still lands that shot. Now, this is a 2v3. NRG are not out of the danger zone just yet, but another kill might be enough to do it. Listen, ult earned, and why not? Kesnet's low enough. They stand their ground, but you're just going to be cleaved down. Bonus converted. And at this point,
comeback.
NRG might just be right back into it.
Oh, fuck, finally.
Mata getting back involved.
Yeah.
Mata with another high power ace in this game. Man's on fire. Wasn't going to allow Mizzino to have the only one. He wanted to chance himself, and he really did that all on his own.
That's an high power ace.
There you go.
कभी भी दूंगा
Hedge. Oh, a
lot.
एक
तो अच्छा नसीब था मेरा कि मैं
headshot and
स्क्रीन देख रहा था मॉडल
smooth with it.
वरना मॉडल ऐसा बंदे ना वो पूछ भी नहीं रहा था ग्रुप में खेलने का मन है स्लॉट मिलेगा क्या पूछ भी नहीं रहा था
21 and 10 currently.
मैंने सीधा फिर बाद में लिखा
Time is ticking.
The crazy thing too is he was doing this in their series against 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
In a close series, putting up ridiculous numbers, stepping up when the team needs him.
Adir Mota.
Kru with a tempo increase here, straight and forwards. Classics out just in case the word trips close and forwards. After shock, hello. Narrowly avoided. That's taking a bit of damage from it. Cuts it up though. There's a Paranoia and a flash forwards. He's spamming away. He's revealed it. He's got reinforcements. Players are drifting into the side to try and help and assist. Heavy presence actually, just from these NRG players. TP forwards, Melzo as the follow-up and play shy, drifting in and out.
Good.
But ultimately NRG with a pretty heavy handle on things. Doesn't get away from them.
दो मैचेस देखा आपने एक ही देखा PRX वाला.
Good stuff. Now, Kru gonna call a timeout. That was just stingers for them. They got the rifle here, but yeah, that Paranoia catching Kesnet on his way out. Was still able to find the first kill.
At what point do we start to think back as well to the last time that Kru was playing on Haven? The difficulties they were having on attack.
True.
Because it's 4 rounds in a row, timeout Kru as well. When they played against Loud, they really struggled, I think, with just Loud making sure they filled up all the gaps on the map. With the slow attack play of Kru, they couldn't quite get a handle on a lobby control, things like that. We already saw Mata get away with a 3-piece just by pushing mid.
Yeah, there was a lot of these moments where in mid-rounds, either a drone's not clearing a corner, or a smoke's just off, or you're not quite expecting that walk down. And obviously Kru will have known that, and Coach Adam will have talked with them extensively about working on holding that A lobby control. It's something that Nrg can try to poke and prod with, but I like that you mentioned too that Nrg aren't just limiting their options to that side of the map. They are challenging with those mid walks too.
I mean, just taking a gander at that scoreboard. Listen, it's a heavy-handed performance by Mada. Finesse and Som sitting just near the bottom, but again, doesn't really matter about the scoreboard at the end of the day. What matters is
क्या सुपर पावर अभी भी है सुपर पावर का मालूम नहीं मैं सबसे ज़्यादा मैप रीड है
Kesnet to get involved here early as well. Hasn't been having his typical blistering performance.
2020 इसका लॉन्डर हाँ मैं देखा नहीं.
But it's going to be a big fight for A lobby here. I mean, Nrg are fully stacked, 4 players ready to go.
You're going to see that clash. The bar here. Fault line, but just holding. This is going to be a re-clear protocol by NRG. That's going to be put away, though. Drone offered up instead, just catching onto Kesnet.
Really patient.
Yeah.
Ethan's held the stun this whole time.
Waiting. It's going to be disruptive. Both teams just playing a game of chicken, honestly. Just seeing for signs of life to see if they can go for this refight play. And NRG have missed their moment. Patience by Kru.
Yeah. And now, moving into garage, finesse with the
Oh,
judge.
he didn't clear the corner again.
Clear the corner!
Oh my, but he doesn't even respect it. Finesse is just out of there.
Adversa did the same thing in their game versus Loud, and Kru lost a round for
This
it.
time not punished, though.
Whew. Moment of relief. Deep breath. Because now the round state's kind of miserable for NRG. They have no garage control, no B control. They've got a stack on A. Luckily for them, that's where Kru are going, but it's really uncomfortable to play this round out now.
It's a fantastic read, though. Stacking a lot of their players up and forward. So they have players ready, though, to deal with a lot of this.
Double
That stun is lovely. Yes, they do. Dad has immediately dealt with Ethan. Lovely pre-aim as well, just anticipating the movement and the positionings of Kesnet. Hunter's Fury. Nothing to be found with it. Just going to be throwing almost anything into this fight here, but already one step ahead is NRG. He's going to take that raw gunplay in hand. They're not even aware of the fact that someone was coming up these angles. And now NRG, one round ahead. I don't know who made that call, but maybe Finesse himself as well. I think just reading that the drone was coming through and they didn't end up killing him. That's fake pressure.
I mean, truthfully, I think this is the way you beat Kru. You have to find those little angles because when they're bursting into the sight.
He didn't even see Finesse there that entire time, but he backed away.
Yeah.
I genuinely think it was that. The fact that they didn't end up chasing down Finesse and killing him, going into like a C split, a C execute or whatever, but
yeah.
It's just an instantaneous read. Okay, they gave us A pressure at the beginning. They've taken A control this entire time. We weren't able to root them out. It's a good call.
And now Kru forced down onto Sheriff, just getting
Bro.
absolutely slaughtered down long.
He's going to need heroics. Just peeking around here. There's Cage at the feet of Shy. Kind of cuts it up though. I'm anticipating that. It's a stun to potentially save him. Okay. Quick play by Kesnet. That was a nice expended though as a result of it. And those guns not necessarily retrievable, but maybe if they can get their way in. Okay, he's found himself something. He's being peppered though from multiple angles. Hunter's Fury even just being used to try and help them out. Push back the attackers. First are still finding one in the chaos.
Oh my god.
A bit shocking. Now that front B smoke, again, it's very hard because you can't guarantee which side a player could have lurked on out from that. So NRG have to stay grouped up around mid, cover all their bases. That's going to let Kru get this walk down over onto the C site.
Yeah, 38 seconds to play with.
Now, truthfully, Ethan still has 2 flashes. There's a recon. Ethan's stun will be back up for the retake.
30 seconds left.
Kru's best chance would have been if they could walk up and actually get some space on the site before planting, but they don't have time for that.
No, Ethan's going to put a stop to this most likely, almost immediately. It's picture perfect. Crosshair placement. Lovely with the jump spot as well. A little bit of a glimpse of prime Ethan there, I think, as well. I think it really separates the players. Controlled up.
I mean,
he's been really standout today. I think even in the loss on Abyss, he was strong.
Yeah.
I think the impact kills he has been getting are massive. Even a couple rounds back, he was finding the first kill on Kesnet, executing onto the A side, jumping into the sky.
One shot that
helped all his teammates flood in, all his teammates that were stunned up. He's been very steady.
Garage,
I mean, if you look at it, it's kind of crazy that
then
him and Mada
whichever side you feel
43 kills this game.
You're joking.
Those two players have 43. Okay. The rest of the team's got 19 combined.
That's quick maths right there. I mean,
I can add.
Second Kru Visa timeout, and it's 6 rounds in a row for NRG. The map at this point has gotten out of hand to them, and it's the same difficulty. The overall slow play that Kru is trying to embody on their attack side, work the map a little bit. It's getting away with them.
It's kind of always been the Kru story, at least to me on their attacking side. I think Kru succeed when their lurk players are feeling very good finding their windows, you know? You know, back in the day, you know, Kesnet would play this Jet and it was all about him finding lurk opportunities. Because all of a sudden Kesnet's playing a lot more than Neon and Jet was fading out of the patch. They were working a lot more on these full exec, these faster rounds. But they've kind of slid away from that, going back into these Jet ideas, and it just hasn't quite worked. In those details of their site hits, that's where NRG are finding the pockets where they can play and not be spotted out.
Interesting stat about Ethan. believable, to be honest. I mean, he is.
Seriously.
He's definitely one of the smartest players that we got.
3-1-1.
In the Americas League for sure, just in terms of his game sense.
I really like how he positions himself on sites. But Kru, this will be a big one for them. Down to nothing on the money. Splitting over towards this C-side. Ethan Backplat still has stun. If they try to come out of garage, they're getting killed.
To try and punish this one here. Who's taking the contact? Ethan was holding down the tilt. Yeah, no one was holding for it. Ethan didn't feel safe to even do that. Paranoia, those sweeping forwards. Oh, no way. Patience and discipline at its core. This guy has just absolutely saved the day for them. You can scurry away and try and save that gun. Still, Spike dropped down into the middle of nowhere. Lot to break down, honestly.
I mean, talk about Ethan being in the right position.
Yeah.
You never expect Finesse to have teammates around him when he's anchoring a site. Loves to play on his own side.
I was going to say, there are chances for Melzer, maybe potentially with the ult, but he doesn't even want to go for it.
I think it's better just to keep the gun, but that's a long time to try and survive.
But again,
like that round, I think, demonstrated everything. Okay, minus Ethan, you know, putting a stun away at the exact wrong opportunity. But again, Kru find the opening kill. And Backplat, that spot you've got to clear, but because it's Finesse, the guy they're taking down, they see him be the one they take. They don't expect anyone else to be hanging out on the weak side of the map.
And I got to give credit again to Nrg. I think even though the setup did have gaps, as we saw, I mean, FNS got caught, relatively unaware.
Yeah, that's just a small execution error, because there should have been a stun.
Yeah, they read or at least something to take contact off of the stun. You know what I mean? Rather than just, you know, Finesse dropping off of logs. But Kru out of timeout, they make the call, okay, we're going to start to remove some of this garage util, so they don't have as much information to work with. They go towards it, but Finesse has already moved his setup up over towards the C-side. Both trips moving over, at least play over towards that direction. So Nrg just, they're one step ahead currently.
Flawless second half, and it's complete inverse of Abyss.
और वो भी नहीं हो रहा है फिर तो ऑप्शन वही बचेगा कि तुमको जो करना है वो करना है.
Mod is just going to be holding window here with the op in mid.
Step number 1, try to explain them.
Nrg have really switched up their setups. It's a solo Ethan towards
C. Try to do what they say.
Mada holding just to make sure Sam can get into the cubby. It's a full bait setup
for the moment. Go back to step number 1.
A lot of differences, dude. Mada is going to be pushing 30 kills at this point almost, surely. This guy, he's dropping them.
By Mada hai.
Double face up, jump spot almost punished. Damage on the Verno. Mada wants to go for another peek. And why not? Slow to a crawl. And what the second one is as well.
Yeah,
Spike
give me another.
Dropped down. 30 kills reached for this guy. I wonder if his back's hurting yet.
Yeah, the net's closing in too with Sam walking down mid.
Yeah, they know everything. This is going to be 12 for Nrg. It's inevitable at this point. The exit's covered. And no even attempt to play for Kru. They just want to hold on to what little they can. Just a Guardian and a rifle.
Role model.
Yeah, at about 15 seconds, the hunt is going to be on. Kru better hope they can hold their ground.
This back of kill Mangta. They're making a go for it. "17 seconds, and how important these guns are." Nrg.
Smoke comes down, let's get moving.
Yeah. And they send it flying forward, still toppling a few of these players here, but some just drifting in from the flank. Paranoia. Maybe expended. Can he keep this weapon in his hands? So damn important. It's going to be util as well.
Full blind में मारा.
Shorty in play.
Baapre.
Yeah, it's a tight timing. You might be wondering, was that worth it for Nrg? Throwing that many bodies away?
Yeah, Melzer, genuinely, Melzer already had the ult, so it's Nrg that are stacking orbs. Money didn't matter, and they got one of those guns taken away.
Mada is just, he's brutalizing.
Yeah, the op headshots really just adding insult to injury.
But this is it, Nrg up to 12.
8-2 से I think 8-12 हुआ ना?
Whole collection of them so far. The defensive half has been all Nrg.
I think 12 rounds in a row जीते वो लोग.
The macro play and adjustments they've tried to make. Nrg
have always been 10 rounds in a row.
And once again, a weird setup. It's Mata and Psalm playing mid together, Ethan playing real deep. I can't tell if he's in heaven or in hell with that breach. Yeah, he's boosted up.
Heavy info,
Again, ready to get a pretty nasty stun line into long and counter this out.
Breach shot. A lot of players playing towards
Oh,
the
Mada
bottom.
पर पड़ा यार
But
वो.
still, that stun did connect onto Verno, and he was isolated on a bit of an island. No util to try and help him out there. A few taps. Up onto the spike now. Finally a committal.
Nrg are going to take their time. They don't have, a look on the op.
Oh my
And
god.
Finesse has just broken the trip on the other side. So now Kru feel those walls closing in. It's shy to try and find FNS here. And he catches him without a gun out!
Yeah, just not quite expecting that one still. Nrg could make a play towards this one.
तोड़ने के बाद knife
On
कौन
the flank,
निकालता है यार?
it's no longer a worry for these Kru players. Dart up and over. Paranoia on top of it. Som just trying to create an opening. Crack open the site from many different angles. A lot of openings still ready to be claimed. Ethan from the high ground, but he's just one man at this point.
Up
1v2
1v2
scenario
नहीं
with damage done to him. Does he really want to try and play for this? Exit still valuable when the money is being stretched thin.
That's
Plenty
our
rounds
point.
even at this point of
Not
the game,
bad.
but Kru, I was going to say breathing a sigh of relief. Maybe not at this point, to be honest, because it's still sketchy.
I think the money will still be a little bit awkward for them.
But at least they get a round win, and at least they're still alive.
Yeah, and honestly, it's another situation where I think if Ethan had maybe used his stun from here to block those players out long, because he wasn't hit by the breach ult on the other side, might have been able to keep Verno alive on site. Hard to say. So Kru come into another one here.
यार साला
Live
रेड
armor's
रह गया उनके
already on
तुमने
the
कहा
Xeno.
मैं उन
Problem is the
कैफे
ults are
मैंने
not working
उनके
for them. Not yet
कहने
anyways.
पे
Versa's
पूरी
still a couple off.
फैक्ट्री भी सेट कर दी now I set कर but still they are not happy.
Play out towards a.
शेर भाई क्या
Verno
कैफे
is-
से
he's kind of hard committed onto the
अर्निंग हो
angle
रही
here,
है?
just droning this out.
क्या उससे प्रॉफिट हो
There's
रहा
a lot
है?
of danger. Yeah, they're almost spamming him, almost like they knew.
It's weird too, because the Cypher util is all stacked on this A side. I think they want to play spam off those trips from heaven.
Yeah.
And have options to fight into mid in the mid round. You can even see Som has crept into C long for the time being.
Yeah, deep tuck position. A lot of mid-round information.
बताओ.
Nrg can play with that. Good
और
awareness.
तुम
and
तुम्हारे
understanding of the
कैफे के
minute
वजह
mark
से
here,
मैंने
and
कहा
this is
5-6
Kru just
लाख
holding. They're hoping they're going to see that
घर
reclear
पे
because
दे
honestly
रहे
they've
हो.
only seen this over. What they're expecting, I
तुमको
don't
लगता है
think
वो
they're
हैप्पी नहीं रहेंगे?
be feeling out that they could be the
Too
Cypher
quiet,
setup
but now the stun
here.
is back up. They're going to exit.
Start missed. Oh my god, it collided straight into the bricks up and over the top. They're going to be dodging most of these trips coming your way. Vanessa gets spammed up in heaven. Oh dear. Still. It's not done and dusted just yet for Nrg. Potentially still get back into this one, but it's going to be a bit harder when your Cypher setup was dismantled.
Oh, Mata's going for the flank. He's got
अभी
enough now, but
family
he can
गलत से
pop
सोचेगा
that
यार,
ultimate.
इतना याद रखो.
Speed up this flank. Not too long from now.
Heaven entirely open. No smoke available for it. Pre-aiming. Okay, keeping it back in the
नहीं रहेंगे
mind.
लेकिन दुखी भी नहीं रहेंगे.
The darts
बुरा
in
भी नहीं
play.
चाहेंगे तेरा, समझ रहा है?
Unless they're calling to save the 4v5.
Wow, okay.
I don't hate it.
Okay.
I don't hate it at all, actually.
Is it just that they don't want to give away ults?
They don't want to give away ults. They also, I think in order to make this round win, they would have needed Mata to use his ultimate on that flank. And they weren't in a good enough position to rely on that. He was walking.
कौन सा अल्ट सिर्फ सोआ का ही आ सकता है नेक्स्ट राउंड. उल्टा एटलीस्ट इथन को लड़ना चाहिए था क्योंकि वो 3 अल्ट पॉइंट अवे है. प्लस वो लोगों के पास पैसा है.
The end of the half.
Well, 2 more chances for Nrg. The setup was, I mean, they put some thought into it, I guess. You know, as you mentioned, they're trying to play spam off the trips from heaven, but it was Finesse who was the one who ended up going down instead.
Yeah, I don't know if he had a Vandal and just got counter spammed or just straight up got counter spammed even without the bullet tracers.
Yeah.
That was
This
tough.
time, heavy play from Nrg, grouped up, it's 3 players, making a go of things.
And remember what Nrg showed last time? It was the drone and then nothing else. I was thinking maybe Ethan would hold the stun, but instead he wanted to get that orb. Remember I was saying that he needs to get that orb this round, and that should guarantee him the ult in round 24.
Breaking the drone too.
To come back, impossible.
Flash connects, Ethan.
Impossible to come
Well,
back.
the util being expended here, but they want to hold this one with at least a few.
इथन
more
का
of their
जिससे अल्ट आ
players.
जाएगा, it's over.
Drone out into mid from Verno's not going to see anything. He could stack A off of that. I think that's the right call.
Yeah. I just hearing it. It's a cacophony of footsteps dashing forwards as well as a stun in place at his feet.
Oh, it's awkward.
Dart over towards the back this time. It is going to be dealt with. Players trying to flood their way straight back. Infernus there, alive with the rifle in hand, tapping away. Crowd stuck inside the smoke. That's how they seal that one up 13 to 10. They just needed a one at the end of the day. Okay, and Nrg take it one step further. We will be going to
one's back for this goal.
That is a fantastic fight back from Nrg in the second half. Put together an absolute string of rounds, and it is led by the champion Mada. 30 kills to 14 deaths. Ethan not too far behind them.
I mean, it's an absolute gulf between those two top-performing players, Nrg and the rest of the team. But at the end of the day, as I said many times during that map, it's the map win that matters. Elimination game here. Teams are not done just yet.
Remember this map was 7-1 at one point?
Yep.
For Kru?
Definitely.
Ridiculous. I think Ethan really got some momentum back towards the end of the half, winning out a couple critical rounds in Garage. Mada's pistol to the ace.
चलो guys, अभी जो तीसरा मैप और आखिरी मैप है वो अपन सोते सोते लुली नहीं मतलब समझ रहे हो फीलिंग्स पकड़ के मैच देखेंगे वरना 9:30 बजे खत्म होएगा और मैं 11 बजे सोऊंगा और मेरा पैसिफिक का वापस अम्मा बैन हो जाएगा और मेरे को पैसिफिक करना मेरे को दूर तक नींद नहीं आ रहा है भेंचो लेकिन मेरे को कोशिश करनी पड़ेगी शेर भाई किधर है कैफे वो भी दैट्स अ गुड क्वेश्चन वापिस एनएसआर गेम डुबाएगा वरना हाँ बे एनएसआर देखने गए अभी पैसिफिक किसके बीच में नहीं है 1:30 को पैसिफिक है मेरे को सोने को फॉर एग्जांपल 1-1.5 घंटा लगता है मेरे को सोने को तो मैं अभी गया तो मैं 9:30 बजे सोऊंगा 12:30 बजे उठूंगा मस्त 3 घंटा नींद के साथ लेकिन मैं अगर 9:30 बजे सोने गया तो मैं 11-11:30 बजे सोऊंगा और पता नहीं कभी उठूंगा वाला सीन होगा ठीक है लेकिन एनर्जी फुल हाई है मेरे को माँ कसम मेरे को नींद का भी नहीं आ रहा है तो होपफुली नींद आ जाए ठीक है चलो लास्ट गेम देखते हैं ऑफ स्ट्रीम बाय आदियोस चैट पे पादियोस छाती पे लिख लो एनर्जी जीतेगी अभी छाती पे लिखो चलो बाय गाइस बाय एवरीबॉडी बाय